Among 7 billion people, only a few were chosen to be summoned into a new world, the chosen ones. It was supposed to be a flawless selection, but for one boy named Ryuhan, destiny took a twisted turn. During the grand summoning, a critical error was ignored by the summoners, and Ryuhan was swallowed by the dark void, falling into a pit that led to an unforgiving hell. Surrounded by endless waves of beasts and monsters, he fought alone with nothing but a sword and the will to survive. Time stood still. His body never aged, his wounds always healed, and death was never granted. For 10 agonizing years, Ryuhan faced horrors beyond imagination, while a mysterious window appeared day after day, asking the same chilling question: do you want to end your life? But he endured. Now, the summoner who once cast him aside has realized the truth, and driven by fear, drags Ryuhan into the new world once again, believing he's still weak and eventually get killed. No one will know about that error. But what they don't know is that Ryuhan is no longer the boy they abandoned. He is something else, something forged in 10 years of hell. So at the start of the story, we saw Ryuhan face a terrifying beast, a level 4 hell dog with dark, feral eyes and a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth. The monster charged at him with terrifying force and sent him flying into a massive boulder. As the dust settled, Ryuhan stood calmly, making a small hand gesture. The hell dog paused, confused, only to realize too late that Ryuhan's blade had already pierced its chest. Without hesitation, Ryuhan yanked the sword free and slashed upward, cleaving the monster in half. He told us that there's nothing left in this world, just him and never-ending monsters. A moment later, the system announced Ryuhan had reached the experience requirement for level up, but he was frustrated too, and acting like he had done this thing many times before but couldn't get his goal. Hope filled his eyes. But just as quickly that hope vanished, a strange glitch occurred. His level reset back to 1. Despair crashed over him. Dropping to his knees, Ryuhan gripped his head and screamed into the silence, asking why he was trapped in this nightmare. The system coldly reminded him only by reaching level 5 could he leave this place. Yet no matter how hard he fought, how many enemies he defeated, the result was always the same: a reset. He kept killing monsters. Year by year, 3-year passed, 5-year passed, even 10-year passed, but nothing changed. His 10-year-long struggle felt endless and pointless, his mind shattered, his soul battered. Every battle, every death he avoided only led to more of the same, but Ryuhan kept fighting without counting days and became stronger. Scene changed to city, where a lady was killing a man brutally. She seemed to be psycho killer. His partner warned her that if someone found Uti, that then they could be face some trouble. From their conversation, we can conclude that they were assassins and was finding someone. Before leaving, she burned the dead body. Then protagonist described that when this merciless loop began, he was first transported to this mysterious world, Thelhwa Rathna, and he is chosen one whose goal is to survive and become stronger. At the start, he was just a frightened young man being attacked by what looked like a wild wolf. The system informed him it was actually a level 1 hell dog, the weakest kind of monster. He barely fought back using a rock, the only weapon he had, but the monster was again ready to attack him. A screen popped up, revealing that it had the strength of an average adult male and he could level up by defeating monsters. This world functioned like a game. But unlike a game, this was brutally real. He wasn't here by choice. Flashbacks revealed his life before Thelhwa Rathna. He had just finished his mandatory military service and was spending his days lounging at home, snacking and gaming. Suddenly, a strange smoke filled the room and he vanished. He woke up and heard strange voices discussing 7 billion candidates and the chosen one. One voice mentioned an error, a guideline sent incorrectly, but another dismissed it, saying only one person was affected, so that's not big deal. Moments later, Ryuhan felt a violent pain and was dropped into Thelhwa Rathna. In the beginning, Ryuhan defeated the Helldog and earned 13 experience points, but he was still confused, still in disbelief. He questioned everything. He was in shock and could not digest that he is in the life-death situation, and all of a sudden, he hadn't even dated a girl yet. The system appeared and offered him a choice: give up and die, or continue. It told him his survival chance was only 5%. Ryuhan rejected the option to end his life and chose to fight. That choice increased his stats and rewarded his determination. The system allowed him to choose a class. He chose Magician class because of its long-range capabilities, but he kept getting rejected. Magician, no talent. Magic Swordsman, denied. Healer, denied. In the end, he was forcibly assigned the Warrior class. That was not even a choice. He wiped his tears and tried to choose a spear for its long range, but the system gave him a longsword instead, claiming another error. With no other option, he accepted the weapon and began to train, because having a longsword was at least better than a rock. As time passed, Ryuhan started understanding the system and how monsters adapted. Now only he is leveling up, but monsters can also level up. The Helldogs learned his attack patterns and began exploiting the gaps in his moves. To counter that, Ryuhan adapted too, developing new attack strategies, like striking from above. Helldog dodged it and leaped towards him, but he somehow killed it. Finally, his efforts paid off. He reached level 2 and unlocked a new skill called Stab. Slowly, he learned how to cook Helldog meat and survive off it. The system helped analyze materials and food sources. The claws and teeth of the beasts were useless, but the meat was edible and essential. One day, he wondered what had happened to the other 7 billion candidates. This triggered a response from the system revealing critical information, that he had to reach level 5 and leave Rock Mountain, the beginner zone, then meet other chosen ones. He could level up to 20 and he would be able to travel to the Rathna continent, where other warriors went. He tried asking more questions, but the system glitched again. With a new goal in mind, Ryuhan pushed forward, killing stronger Helldogs. The system scaled the monsters to match his level, so even as he grew, the fights remained brutal. He went for brutal hunt. He kept killing Helldogs, leveling up and learned new skills like side slash. His whole life was like a NPC he fought. Kill, got injured, ate, slept. After 27 days of hunting, blood, and pain, Ryuhan finally reached level 5. His body had grown stronger, his stats increased, and he had unlocked 3 new skills. Finally, he had done it. He could leave. He tried to fight more, thinking it would correct itself. Instead, his level dropped all the way to 1. It was like a cruel joke. His skills and stats stayed, but he had to climb from level 1 all over again. He thought, now that will be easy at second time, and monsters keep getting stronger despite his level. No matter how many times he reached level 5, the system reset him, over and over. 7 years passed, in a hellish loop of leveling up from 1 to 4. Chosen ones didn't age, his wounds healed fast every single day, but he remained stuck. His level always returned to 1, although his stats remained same, but he couldn't learn a new skill since he couldn't level up to 5. The only skill he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. The Helldogs evolved. They became stronger, more terrifying. Their appearances changed. No longer beasts, but monstrous, half-rotten creatures that mirrored Ryuhan's descent into madness. He had no choice but to continue. The world didn't let him die, but it didn't let him live either. He himself became a monster-like being inside. Elsewhere, a white figure monitored the simulation. This was the 5th iteration of the game system called Jaren Rathna. Most chosen ones cleared the world in a year, but while reviewing logs, the figure noticed a disposed world, fellow Rathna, and saw one remaining active player, Ryuhan. He had somehow survived for over a decade in a zone no one else remained in. Shocked and confused, the figure didn't understand how or why the system still functioned there. Ryuhan somehow found himself back in his room. Suddenly, the familiar guideline screen popped up once again, asking him if he would like to take his own life. The sudden appearance of the screen shook him up, snapping him out of unconsciousness in the Rathna. It had been 10 long years, and yet, Ryuhan had survived another day. Even a fall from a cliff was no longer enough to kill him, but that wasn't the issue now. He had returned to level 1 once again. He wondered if he could even call this existence living anymore, and for a brief moment the thought of quitting crossed his mind. But the thought was short-lived. If he were to die, he wanted it to be a death worth something. With that resolve, he picked up his blade and began to hunt again. Having spent more than a decade in this place, Ryuhan had completely lost track of time. Over the years, he had adopted a few hobbies, ones that surprisingly proved useful for survival. Even in such a harsh and unforgiving environment, he had learned to live with a positive attitude. He had even managed to build a home for himself. Though Ryuhan claimed to live without anger now, it quickly became apparent that some things still managed to enrage him, like the house he had spent 3 years building being destroyed by a Helldog. Still, he remained as calm as possible, quietly thinking about building a new home, this time using the Helldog's bones. The Helldog, sensing Ryuhan's bloodlust, immediately fled and unleashed its dragon breath. It was a terrifying attack that would make anyone question whether it was even a dog at this point. Regardless, Ryuhan was no stranger to its patterns and attacks. He knew this one was impossible to dodge, so he braced himself and blocked it with his own body. He emerged unscathed, though the edges of his hair were burned, leaving him visibly annoyed once more. But now wasn't the time to worry about hair. Realizing that Ryuhan had survived, the Hell Dog began casting multiple spells. Ryuhan responded by carving up a block from the ground to defend himself. Then he launched a follow-up strike, but surprisingly missed. He still wasn't proficient with blades due to his reset level. However, he still had his secret move, one that had helped him defeat tens of thousands of Hell Dogs before, the cross-impact triple-cross attack, a technique that combined all three of his core skills. With that move, Ryuhan smiled, knowing he had managed to survive another brutal day. Meanwhile, in another realm, a white figure finally realized something shocking. The kid who had once gotten bugged in the system was still alive in the Tela Rathna. That incident had happened 4 generations ago, meaning 22 years had passed. The white figure began to panic, realizing he had no excuse to cover this up. Looking at Ryuhan's stats, he couldn't comprehend how someone could have survived this long, but just then, a spark of inspiration hit him, and he ground all 32 of his teeth, as a devious plan formed in his mind. Back in the Tela Rathna, Ryuhan was quietly eating as he examined his extra stats. He wondered how strong he had become, and thought about how much longer he would have to live like this. Still, he chose to remain positive, holding on to the hope that one day he would finally meet other people again. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky. Ryuhan didn't know what it meant, but something after so long was finally happening. Unbeknownst to him, it was the doing of the white figure. After all these years, the system had begun moving again, and the white figure had decided to try getting rid of Ryuhan by erasing his records and sending him to a certain place. As lightning cracked through the sky, we saw a powerful dragon growing agitated at the arrival of what she described as otherworldly demons. Ryuhan was filled with all kinds of emotions, as finally the day had come when the sky wasn't red. He jumped up, unable to believe his eyes were witnessing a beautiful blue sky. Soon, giddiness kicked in and he fell to the ground, although his happiness was still on cloud 9. He wasn't sure what was going on, as he was suddenly level 5, had gained a communication skill, and found himself standing on the northern Rathna continent. So once again, he tried to ask the guideline system, but it was still bugged. After all, it hadn't helped him in 20 years, so what was he expecting? He spotted a screen he hadn't seen before. It read that his final mission was to slay one of the 6 goddesses of Rathna. The rewards for this would be returning back to Earth in an eternal body and receiving 3 wishes. In addition, the screen also instructed him to keep his identity secret and to go register at a hunter's guild. As he was busy reading all of this, a monster suddenly appeared, and it was a dragon. Considering Ryuhan's luck, he should have been happy it wasn't the goddess already. Well, the dragon didn't seem pleased, so Ryuhan reached for his sword to fix her mood, but his sword wasn't with him. He had dropped it near the water. The dragon wasn't willing to wait for him, so he had no choice but to use his fists. The dragon laughed at his strategy only until she was punched, which sent her flying without consent. Even Ryuhan was shocked to see how easily he had defeated her. After this, they heard the really sad story about how the dragon had been bullied by otherworldly people. The story was so sad, he didn't even want to talk about it, so moving on. They learned she was actually a wyvern since dragons had 4 legs. Ryuhan wasn't interested in this detail. What he wanted to know was how she knew he was from another world. She told him she couldn't tell just by looking. She only knew when they died and their bodies disappeared. In conclusion, no one would be able to tell Ryuhan's identity, and the dragon had just been assuming he was from another world. He further inquired if this was the Gratitude Kingdom as the guidelines said, but the wyvern responded that it was now called the X-Rad Kingdom, as the previous one had been destroyed. Ryuhan was a bit annoyed by this new information and asked her why she attacked him. She explained it was because he was an otherworldly demon, which wasn't exactly the right word to use in her situation. Scared, she mentioned the goddess, which piqued Ryuhan's interest. Before she could say anything further, she asked Ryuhan if she could go home and rub some medicine on herself since she was in pain. He didn't understand her very well, but decided to go with her, so she couldn't run away. The wyvern told him that at first the otherworldly humans and Rathians had gotten along. Soon, however, they started killing the Rathians in order to level up. The more powerful among them banded together and formed a group called Great Earth to try to kill the goddess. There was no way to fight against them when they were being led by a level 100 leader. So, before they came, the continent's 4 heroes, Baro, Zenobia, Garhan, and Holian, massacred them. In conclusion, the otherworldly had made a contract with the wicked demon god, so they were quickly executed when their identity was found out. Hearing all of this wasn't very pleasant for Ryuhan, as he had finally escaped that rock after dozens of years, and now he had to suffer for something that had happened before he even came here. Not that he was the kind of man to give up. He was determined to kill the demon god and get back home. But before that, he needed to take care of someone who knew his identity. The wyvern promised not to tell anyone, but all anyone heard after that was a scream. Who knew what had happened to that poor thing? 5 days passed by, and Ryuhan finally reached Onpus City. The city was located near a safe forest and a dungeon in the Ifen Plains, so most people who came to this place were hunters or otherworldly beings. As Ryuhan entered the guild, everyone assumed he was already a hunter from his physique, but as soon as he stated he wanted to register, everyone suddenly reached for their weapons. Once a moment ago back at the cave, the wyvern was safe. Ryuhan asked for her help in getting equipment and clothes so he could blend in. She was a bit hesitant as she assumed Ryuhan would kill her afterward anyway, but Ryuhan told her that she couldn't really go and tell other people about him since she was also wanted for killing. As she gave it a thought, Ryuhan added that he felt nice having a conversation with someone after so long. This touched the wyvern's heart as she remembered her old friends. She agreed to help and threw him some clothes. He started stripping in front of her, which flustered her a bit. He argued that she was also naked, to which the wyvern had no response. He somehow got into his new clothes and the wyvern taught the country boy some common sense. But he was more interested in how he could meet the goddess. For that, she told him he would need to become one of the 4 heroes or perform a great service to receive their blessing, which was not easy. So the best course of action was to become a hunter and hunt monsters in dungeons, which were created by the demon god Ormflaus. Ryuhan mentioned that the guideline system also said this, but he seemed to be the only one who could see it. He further told the wyvern that it was broken, so he didn't have much to go on, yet she seemed interested in what it said. Entering the guild, Ryuhan tried to act natural, especially after the wyvern had put so much time into helping him, but he was barely holding himself together as he registered himself with the name Eric Garoon. As the receptionist welcomed him, he felt relieved and thankful for the wyvern's help. However, he mentioned that he wanted to become a hunter. Everyone became very suspicious about his identity, since he wasn't already a hunter despite his physique. Ryuhan immediately noticed the change in the atmosphere, but he remained calm as he was told to place his hand on the measuring stone. Everyone closely observed to see his abilities. He slowly moved his hand toward the stone, as he couldn't back down now. Meanwhile, everyone else readied their weapons before moving on. We, along with the wyvern, were then shown the beautiful dreams of Ryuhan, which I can say with confidence, she didn't want to see. Back at the guild, everyone laughed in relief as he turned out to be just a level 5 swordsman. Ryuhan was confused about what was going on. The receptionist apologized for mistaking him for an otherworldly human. He learned that most of them were level 20, and they still came to register as hunters despite their high level, which was an obvious giveaway. The registration fee was 300x. Hearing this, Ryuhan almost lost his soul as he had hoped to spend 6 months with the 400x he took from the wyvern. As he left with the badge, his hand trembled, having spent most of his money. Ryuhan was determined to make a name for himself, so he requested a dungeon exploration quest. Hearing this, a typical cocky-looking guy showed up, telling Ryuhan to know his place, being only level 5. The receptionist asked him if he was planning to go to the same forest, as the monsters in the dungeon were increasing in numbers and causing trouble. He responded that he had to, as he was the only high-level person there. This helped everyone understand how talented he was at being anointed. Ryuhan didn't understand what the big deal was. He was the same level as Ifir the Wyvern, although he was still a bit higher than the people at the guild. Ryuhan still didn't want to get involved with him, which, in my opinion, was a very good decision, but fate had different plans for unlucky Ryuhan. As the receptionist mentioned, Mr. Annoying still had room in his party. She told Ryuhan to join it as he wouldn't be able to do missions alone and could also learn more about the job. However, there was still hope, as Laudez already had a newbie, so there was no room. The newbie introduced herself as Atin, as she lied about being a level 25 mage, hiding her true level. Ryuhan instantly looked away from her in order to be less suspicious. Just when everyone thought he was safe, Mr. Annoying decided to take Ryuhan, the insect, into his party due to his love for Miss Saguri, the receptionist. Ryuhan tried to ignore the disrespect, but Laudez kept intruding into his space. As he unsuccessfully tried to lift Ryuhan's sword, annoyed by this, Ryuhan drew his sword, picking up Laudez with it. As everyone cheered for them to fight, a man looked at Ryuhan and expressed that he had found who he was looking for. Everyone was shocked to see Ryuhan's strength, which was a bit odd. Why couldn't they see his physique until now? Well, at least one person noticed the premium meat standing before him. That person was a man named Burke. He praised Ryuhan's body while warning him to be careful not to destroy the guild if he didn't want to fight everyone. Taking his advice, Ryuhan quickly sheathed his sword, not wanting to escalate things. Lotus, lying on the ground and feeling disrespected, lashed out by saying no one would take a weak level 5 like Ryuhan into their party. Ryuhan, though, began to worry. He needed money and a way to level up. Seeing this, Burke stepped in and assured Ryuhan he didn't need to worry. Someone with his physique would level up quickly. He mentioned that he had been looking for someone like Ryuhan and offered him a place in his own party. The old man clearly recognized the value of Ryuhan's muscles and waited keenly for his response. Although Ryuhan knew he wouldn't be able to stay in the party long due to his rapid growth rate, he gladly accepted the offer. In Opera City, a place sustained by hunters who brought back monster materials for crafting and trade, we finally saw Burke's party in action. The old man tanked the monsters' attacks, while their spearman Amber acted as the damage dealer. In the heat of battle, Burke got injured, and Amber quickly showed concern, sparking a touch of romance between them. But before anything could develop, they were interrupted by Erwin, the old man's sister and the party's healer. She swiftly healed his wounds. Meanwhile, a lurking monster tried to bite her, but it was taken out by Huber, their support member. With these four, the party had earned a reputation as the most reliable and well-coordinated in the city, making it the perfect team for Ryuhan. However, there was one catch. The only role available for him was the bag boy. Despite that, the party shared profits equally, and even left weaker monsters for Ryuhan. Yet sensing something unusual about him, the monsters sent their boss after him, but even the boss was taken out in the blink of an eye. The infamous stone bullet wasn't even a real skill. Ryuhan was just throwing rocks. Still, he didn't gain any experience because the monster was too low level according to the system. Soon after, Erwin came to retrieve him as the hunting was finished. Back at the camp, Erwin butchered the monster for materials. Everyone laughed and smiled. It was a warm and joyful evening shared together. Ryuhan fit right in, having spent 20 years carving up hell dogs. Hearing this, Erwin curiously asked how old he was. Ryuhan replied that he was 24, as he had stopped aging after that. This surprised the others, who then inquired about his parents. Ryuhan admitted he had been kidnapped so long ago that he didn't even remember their faces. Moved by this, the party teared up and accepted him as one of their own. As Ryuhan thanked them for accepting him despite his low level, Burke told him that levels weren't everything. He himself had been level 25 for 5 years. Ryuhan found that a bit odd, as Burke was still level 25. Eventually he realized the reason. There were no high-level monsters outside the dungeons. The strongest one in the area had been Lord Vivalk, whom Ryuhan had already defeated. The real shock came when Ryuhan found out the party had no intention of going into dungeons. Hearing this, he abruptly stood up and told everyone he was going to practice with his sword. Concerned for him, Hubert followed, but was unable to find him. Meanwhile, Ryuhan ran through the forest, frustrated to discover that there truly were no monsters left that could grant him experience. He recalled that even monsters as strong as Ephor hadn't earned him any EXP, which made him question what his true level actually was. As he turned to head back, he sensed a monster resembling a hell dog, though smaller in size. Regardless, he rushed toward it, hoping this would be his chance to level up. Reaching the destination, Ryuhan reached for his sword but was startled when the monster he'd sensed turned out to be a half-naked girl from Mr. Annoying's party. But instead of a girl, it turned out to be a guy. Regardless, Ryuhan quickly tried to leave as he still needed to find that monster, but he was stopped by Atis, who found him suspicious for searching for strong monsters despite being a level 5. Ryuhan told him he only came because of the sound and once again tried to leave, saying his party was waiting for him. Unsatisfied, Atis stopped Ryuhan, using his fire magic, demanding he answer truthfully if he had seen the monster. Annoyed, Ryuhan grabbed the burning wand and extinguished the flame. He told Atis he was sick of him and Laudi's mistreating him just because his level was lower. That hadn't been his intention. Atis admitted his mistake. However, Ryuhan had a bigger annoyance to deal with, as Laudis showed up, looking furious after misunderstanding the situation. Being a magic swordsman, he struck a ridiculous pose and released his attack. Ryuhan told Atis to put on some clothes and ignored the fool. Laudis charged forward with his attack. Although Ryuhan was a bit hesitant to do this, he set aside his pride, bowed, and apologized to Laudis. Still in mid-attack, Laudis was unable to stop and ended up getting hit in the groin by the sword's handle. As Ryuhan sat there, remorseful, he felt terrible and told Berkman he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for causing a man such horrible pain. Erwin stepped forward to deliver the grim news. Laudi's life was not in danger, but he had lost something far more precious. Every man in the room understood that pain and felt powerless to help him. The next morning, Atis escorted Ryuhan back to Opris after confessing the truth, which devastated the poor man. They learned that Lauds had gone alone into a dungeon. Ryuhan didn't understand why Amber thought that was a suicide mission, assuming Lauds was a fairly high-level hunter. She explained that although he had leveled up, the monsters he fought were never high-level ones. Moreover, dungeon monsters were different. They weren't originally from this world, but were created by the dungeons set up by the evil god Ormflaus. Amber added that these monsters usually started at level 30 or higher, which made Ryuhan wonder if he could secretly level up there himself. His plan, however, quickly faced some bumps when he learned that getting clearance to enter a dungeon was no simple task. Otherworlders often snuck in to power level, so screening was strict. Putting aside his schemes for the moment, he asked why Lalace had wanted to go there so badly. Berkman replied that Lalace was probably searching for an artifact. Such artifacts came in all shapes and offered various abilities, and Leodus likely wanted the one rumored to heal any wound. That night, when everyone went to sleep, Ryuhan sneaked out. As he wandered the dark, creepy forest, he had no clue where to find a monster, so he decided to ask Aethir since she lived nearby. Unfortunately, he soon realized he had no idea where her house actually was. Still, by sheer luck, he stumbled upon some monsters. He was shocked to see them, even though he'd been looking for exactly this. Behind him stood a level 31 monster that, according to the guidelines, typically lived only inside dungeons and was immune to sword attacks. Ryuhan was confused about why it was out here in the first place. Muttering something about having no other choice, the monsters were clearly plotting something. Ryuhan decided to strike anyway, and unsurprisingly, his sword attack worked. The monster started ranting nonsense, but quickly came to its senses and ran away. Since it had taken him so long to find any monsters at all, Ryuhan wasn't about to let them escape. Following them like a creep through the trees, he eventually tracked them back to their hideout, which turned out to be a portal. The portal turned out to be the open plain dungeon. Ryuhan guessed that this might be the reason why the monsters were not following their usual path and were instead attacking civilians. So he decided to do what he did best: interrogate monsters. He asked the ugly fellow if they were the ones who had created this portal, but the monster told him they had no magic. Still having his doubts, Ryuhan threatened to destroy the portal, which caused the monster to panic and reveal that no one could go in. According to that person's order, although Ryuhan wasn't aware whose order it was, he decided to go in anyway. He also tricked the monster into guarding the portal by making him think it would only benefit him. Inside the dungeon, some hunters were struggling to fend off the monsters. The monsters were immune to physical attacks, unlike what we'd seen with Ryuhan. The party's healer, Alicia, ended up getting her leg pierced by one of the creatures. In a panic, she cast a blinding spell, which also accidentally hit her ally. The boy was unable to see out of one eye, but was still more concerned about his comrades as their party was slowly being killed. He prayed for help, but their end seemed imminent as one of the monsters crept up behind him. Blood gushed, but it was from the monster that had just been beheaded by someone. Looking at the corpse, the boy realized how someone had first made the Tatiros lower its arm, then slashed its head in a second strike. Seeing the red glow, it all started to make sense. It was a dual-wielding magic swordsman. The boy knew Rude and found him amazing, unaware that he had actually been struggling to survive in the dungeon ever since he arrived 70 days ago. We learned that Rude had ended up in the dungeon after getting drunk one night, and the only reason he hadn't left was because he didn't know how. Meanwhile, the story going around was that Laudus was searching for a healing artifact to cure his untreatable injury. Seeing that Atihis was injured, he used his high potion on him despite how rare they were. Atihis suspected he was only doing this because she was a girl, but Ladis insisted it was just because the potion was useless for his own injury. In truth, he simply didn't want any extra difficulties if she collapsed. Atihis promised that one day he would repay the debt, but for now, Raud told them they should head back, using her injury as an excuse. As they were returning, Raud and the others suddenly stopped because of what felt like an earthquake, but the boy knew there were no earthquakes in the dungeon, meaning it had to be a monster. Rowdy told them to leave through a side path because he didn't want to look uncool in front of a girl. She hesitated, but he insisted she go, saying it was coming. The boy took Atis and left, not wanting to be a burden on Raoud. But in truth, Raoud hadn't wanted him to leave either. Now that it had come to this, he decided to stand and fight. He immediately began running when he saw a large horde of monsters, but strangely enough, they all seemed to be fleeing from something deeper inside the dungeon. We soon learned the reason for their terror. It was none other than Ryu Han. He was trying to gain experience while also being careful not to destroy the dungeon walls with his sword. The monsters reported him to their boss, who, despite all instincts telling him to flee, decided to stay and fight. The experienced, hungry Ryuhan burst in, breaking through the wall and killing the boss without even realizing it. His eyes immediately went to the fireball bracelet artifact, which he cluelessly wondered why it wasn't being guarded. After mulling over countless thoughts in his mind, he decided to take the artifact, thinking it would be handy since it could throw fireballs instantly. Getting into a Kamehameha stance, Ryuhan began to slowly say, "Fire! Fireball!" And upon unleashing it, we learn that monsters don't breed but are manufactured by the dungeon in special zones. These areas are the sources of magic, which for some reason take the form of items or artifacts. Considering Ryu-han's luck, it's unsurprising that the artifact didn't work. The reason, once again, is his low level. He takes it off, thinking the artifact is trash for him since he can't use it. However, he considers selling it. After all, one man's trash is another man's treasure, but it might be a little suspicious if a level 5 suddenly showed up with such an item. As he deals with this dilemma, the floor under his feet shifts, and a passageway appears. Seeing it, Ryu-han smiles, believing it leads to the boss room. Following the path, he comes upon a massive door. When he enters, he's met with an empty hallway and a single item resting in the middle of the room. The item is a magic source, which Ryu-han announces he will take if no one shows up to stop him. Not wanting to become homeless, the dungeon boss finally appears and grabs Ryu-han with its tentacle. Seeing that it's level 45, Ryu-han finally feels hopeful about gaining some experience. But suddenly, Raud shows up out of nowhere. Raud, being the genius that he is, assumes the monster is using his trauma and has conjured a fake, because in his mind there's no way Ryu-han, a mere level 5, could have made it here. Ryu-han goes along with the misunderstanding, not wanting to get exposed. Raud charges at him while the monster aims for his blind spot. Ryu-han sees this and saves him, simultaneously jumping to evade the attack coming from below. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Raud had some kind of grudge against him. In the chaos, Ryu-han ends up damaging the boss, only to be disappointed by how weak the monster feels. Raud charges at him again in anger while Ryu-han dodges. The tentacle monster manages to grab Raud, but it's not much of an issue since the creature is too weak to threaten Ryu-han. Unable to control his pent-up frustration, Raud relentlessly attacks Ryu-han, while the tentacle blob gets thrown around the room. Still clutching Ryu-han's arm in the confusion, Raud blames Ryu-han for ruining his chance with Odyssey, which is not true, as we all know. His anger leads him to become a pawn of the tentacle blob, which feels disrespected by Ryu-han and decides to use his supposed friend as a shield. The blob prepares to finish Ryu-han by forcing his companion's hand, a baseless assumption on its part. Seeing that Ryu-han doesn't care about gaining experience, the tentacle blob makes a new plan. It decides to turn Raud into a mid-level boss. With a grotesque flourish, it gives Raud a huge mutated arm and orders him to attack Ryu-han. The fight ended before it even began properly, as Ryu-han took care of both the tentacle boss and Raud in a matter of seconds. He was thoroughly disappointed by the level 45 boss, who realized too late that he'd been defeated by nothing more than the wind pressure from Ryu-han's sword swing. While Ryu-han wondered about his real level, the tentacle blob began plotting. Leaving behind his main body, he transformed into a small, one-eyed, bat-like creature and flew off, intent on telling someone about Ryu-han before he could claim the magic source. Although Ryu-han noticed him, he wasn't particularly interested and decided to simply head back. Suddenly, on his system screen, he saw something regarding 54.5 billion points, which startled him. The next morning, the Berkman party was up early, with Berkman flexing his muscles as usual. Erwin, however, was worried sick. She couldn't find Ryu-han anywhere. As the rest of the group confirmed they hadn't seen him either, panic set in. What if he had gone into the forest alone? Just then, Ryu-han returned, casually carrying a monster over his shoulder. Erwin immediately questioned where he had gone and what had happened. Ryu-han simply replied, "Nothing happened." But in truth, he had earned 113,000 XP from killing the tentacle boss. He did some quick calculations. The hell dogs he used to fight only gave him 2,558 XP, and it had taken 1,100 XP to reach level 5. So by logic, it should take around 2,200 XP to get to level 6. Excited, he eagerly checked the guideline system, only to nearly collapse in shock. The requirement for level 6 was a staggering 54.5 billion XP. The trauma from that discovery stayed with him for a while. After a week of searching, the party couldn't find a single monster outside the forest. Eventually, they all returned to the city. As their carriage stopped at the city gate, a guard demanded a pass. The old man Berkman got grumpy hearing this. No one in the party quite understood what this was about, so Berkman decided to investigate personally. They were in luck. The man at the gate turned out to be Berkman's nephew, Goryman. He informed them that the Hunters Guild had called everyone back because the Even Plains dungeon had been cleared. The mood immediately turned grim. Ryu-han was confused. Shouldn't that be good news? But Huber explained otherwise. Apparently, whoever cleared the dungeon didn't report or register it. Normally, clearing a dungeon was a tremendous honor for a hunter, as long as they claimed the magic source. But only other worlders tend to hide their involvement in dungeon clears. The real problem, however, began with the arrival of the Inquisitor. Their job was to hunt and execute otherworlders, but in truth, they tortured anyone they deemed even remotely suspicious, especially people level 20 and above. Ryuhan immediately grew worried about Amber and Mr. Berkman, but there was little he could do. Despite the tense situation, Mr. Berkman stayed optimistic, saying their hard work still meant something. He decided to trade the monster stones at the guild and told Ryuhan to accompany Amber to Baltan's shop to sell the remaining materials. Everyone smiled as they sent him off, promising to celebrate once he returned. Ryuhan cheerfully agreed, saying he could go alone. Ember tried to stop him, warning that he might not know the actual value of the materials, but the old man believed that Ryuhan would recognize their worth on his own. However, things didn't go as expected. At Baltan's shop, the merchant refused to buy anything due to the recent events surrounding the dungeon. Ryuhan even tried offering the materials at half price, but Baltan was firm in his refusal. Suddenly, a hooded figure entered the shop. Upon seeing him, Baltan nearly fainted. The man was an inquisitor from the Church of Darkness. Learning his identity, Ryuhan instinctively tried to check his level but was unable to see it. Out of nowhere, the inquisitor turned to Ryuhan and asked coldly, "Were you trying to see my level?" and failed. Even shocking Ryuhan, the inquisitor instructed everyone to continue their discussion, saying he was late and would simply stand in line. Baltan started shouting upon seeing him, identifying him as an inquisitor from the Church of Darkness. The inquisitor expressed his gratitude for the introduction. Ryuhan wondered whether he truly belonged to a church and was confused by the fact that his level couldn't be measured. The inquisitor commented that Eric seemed to have some invaluable materials for sale and stepped right in front of him, startling Eric considerably. Observing his expression, the inquisitor remarked that Eric clearly couldn't gauge his level. The level was listed as unmeasurable, indicating it couldn't be read. Eric responded that he couldn't discern the Inquisitor's level just by looking, unlike beings from other worlds who could see levels through their system. He thought the Inquisitor must be incredibly strong to have appeared in front of him so suddenly. Standing before Eric and towering over him, the Inquisitor asked why he looked so nervous. Eric admitted he was nervous, explaining that stepping back might only provoke the Inquisitor to chase after him. When asked about his religious beliefs, Eric said he wasn't religious and didn't believe in any god. The Inquisitor then inquired about his favorite fairy tale. Eric replied that, as an orphan, he had never heard one. The Inquisitor continued, noting that Eric came from a small village, had no known parents, and appeared to be a suspicious figure from another world. Eric clarified that he hadn't been a hunter for long and insisted he was just a human. The Inquisitor speculated that Eric's level should be low, perhaps around 21 or 22. He quickly retrieved a badge and placed it on Eric's hand to check. The badge revealed Eric's level was 5. The Inquisitor lifted his helmet and looked up, visibly astonished. A level 5 was shockingly low. Eric took the opportunity to shift the focus and remarked that he could now sell his goods. He took out the materials and handed them to Mr. Baltan. Baltan, while inspecting them, commented on Eric's calmness in front of an inquisitor. He acknowledged the items were of good quality, but added that he would still need to negotiate even if someone came wanting to buy them. In the end, he decided not to pay Eric anything. As Baltan examined the bag, his attention was drawn to an artifact, a fireball artifact. Eric's attention remained fixed on the Inquisitor, relieved that his low level spared him from suspicion. Still, he had his doubts. He couldn't gauge the Inquisitor's level due to the mask, but he suspected the man's strength was immense. Baltan picked up the artifact and inspected it, realizing it was far too valuable to belong to someone of Eric's level. As Eric reached out to retrieve it, the artifact slipped from Baltan's hand and rolled to the Inquisitor's feet. The Inquisitor paused, picked it up and examined it, concluding it was special and powerful, definitely not something a level 5 should possess. Seeing this, Baltan hastily left. Eric stood frozen, wondering what excuse he should make now. He had expected a simple level check and then departure. Now, he was unsure whether to claim ignorance or say he had simply found the artifact on the way. But before he could speak, the Inquisitor stepped closer and told Eric that a level 5 hunter should never have entered a dungeon, especially with such a valuable artifact. He advised Eric to keep it safe to avoid theft. Eric was surprised by how readily the Inquisitor believed he wasn't the artifact's source. Then the Inquisitor began telling a story. He described a married couple from 15 years ago. The husband was a powerful hunter, and his wife and son stayed at home. Though he wasn't the leader of his party, many followed him for his strength. One day, the party went on a quest to kill a monster. When they encountered it, the husband froze in fear and prevented anyone from approaching, despite the monster not attacking. His party members were puzzled and urged him to face it. Under pressure, he confessed that the monster's level was over 800, far beyond their capabilities. His friends didn't believe him until he revealed that he was from another world and could see levels using a guidance system. Just then, the previously passive monster began to attack. Terrified, his friends fled, abandoning him. The story returned to the Inquisitor. He asked Eric who he thought would die, the man from another world fighting the monster or someone else. Eric replied, "It's obvious, the person from another world would die because he revealed his identity." The Inquisitor said that was incorrect. The one who would die was the party leader. He had gone to the church to report the presence of an otherworlder in his party. Upon learning this, the church inquisitor arrested and investigated everyone, and many of them died during the process. Eventually, the otherworlder emerged alive from the dungeon, having survived the monster's attack. But when he returned home, he found his village in ruins. The villagers had discovered his identity and burned his family alive. In turn, he killed them and fled. The Inquisitor concluded by saying that anyone who associates with someone from another world will always end up dead. Then he questioned whether Eric was capable of committing such a crime. Eric asked why he was being told this story and what it meant. The Inquisitor explained that the person who gave Eric the artifact was likely from another world and probably his party leader. The story was a warning. Since Eric was just a level 5 rookie hunter, the Inquisitor intended to protect him as much as he could, but he couldn't promise safety for Eric's entire party. He asked Eric what the name of his party was. Upon hearing this, Eric rushed forward to punch the Inquisitor. Just as the punch was about to land, the Inquisitor quickly stepped back. At that moment, Atis arrived. He immediately asked the Inquisitor to forgive Eric, explaining there had been a misunderstanding. Atis said he came in person to clarify. Surprised and tense, Eric told Atis how dangerous the situation was. Atis shot him a glare and scolded him, stating that he had made a mess and was also late. Atis admitted he made a mistake by giving the valuable artifact to Garrick. Feeling like a child, Eric sat down in panic. The Inquisitor asked who Atis was. He introduced himself as Atis Bannister, the 37th head of the Bannister family. The Inquisitor checked the badge and commented that he had heard the Bannister family was extinct, but here he was, standing with the badge. Atis explained that although it was tough, he was doing his best to restore his family's honor. The Inquisitor replied that he couldn't remove his mask due to official duties, then asked Atis what his connection to Eric was. Atis responded that Eric was his servant, recently hired despite his good physical appearance. He added that Eric was rather clueless and slow-witted. Eric was stunned to hear himself described this way and felt uneasy. Atis stepped in, clarifying that he had asked Eric to bring the artifact for magical research. The Inquisitor asked about his own interest in magical artifacts. Though Eric didn't fully understand the exchange, he felt compelled to get involved. He walked up to Atis and apologized, begging for forgiveness, only to be sharply criticized for his bad acting. Atis then said he had to return to his research and began to leave. They bid farewell and walked away. Eric thanked Atis for helping and apologized for the trouble. Atis warned him not to try acting again in front of anyone. It was terrible. As they walked, Eric placed the artifact back in his bag and said he was sorry for dragging Atis into this. When he saw him in the forest, he asked what part of him seemed suspicious. Just then, the Inquisitor asked one final question: what is this artifact's ability? Eric says fireball, Atis says electric, and the Inquisitor says sorry. He apologized and informed them that they both had to come with him to jail. On his first day with the Berkman party, Eric found himself navigating the forest alone, growing increasingly frustrated as he tried to level up. He encountered a tree ogre, a giant rooster, and a mud slime monsters that fell with a single strike, yet none of them gave him the much-needed experience points. He began comparing them to demon dogs, thinking even those gave him more XP than these lowly creatures. Still, he continued relentlessly killing the monsters in hopes of raising his level. Back at the camp, Berkman called out to Garrick, who was lost in his thoughts, and offered him a plate of food as a welcoming gesture. Berkman presented the meal with a touch of humor, but Ember exploded in mock anger at the suggestion that her cooking might be supper. She warned Eric that being accepted into the party meant proving his worth and accepting whatever he was given. One of the party members mocked him, claiming he wouldn't last long in the party. Although Eric suspected there might be some mischief involved with the food, he figured it couldn't be worse than the helldog meat he'd been eating. Grateful not to be alone anymore, he sat down to eat. Despite the spicy flavor, he found the meal surprisingly delicious. Much to the party's amusement, he even asked for seconds, showing his willingness to embrace the fellowship. Then they finally revealed that the entire meal was a prank. He shouldn't have eaten it all, but that day, for the first time, he felt like he had escaped the nightmare of the mountain and returned to the present. As the Inquisitor released his powers, creating a massive wind vortex around them, Eric asked Atis what was happening, wondering if this was some kind of wind magic. The gust was intense, but Atisse quickly dismissed the idea, saying he didn't sense any mana in the air and realized that this must be a special ability. He also recognized that the Inquisitor wasn't just any low-level magician. Hearing this, Eric realized that confronting the Inquisitor wouldn't be easy. If the Inquisitor went all out, he might even discover that Eric was from another world. Standing within the large wind barrier, the Inquisitor warned them that even if he cut off their arms and legs, they wouldn't die. They'd remain alive. He offered a deal. If they cooperated, they could walk out with their own feet. Eric, realizing there was no way to escape and that Atisse was now caught up in his mess, stepped forward. He confronted the Inquisitor, asking if they were searching for the dungeon closer, and boldly offered to help them find that person, hoping they would leave without causing harm. The Inquisitor deactivated his powers and agreed, saying they would lead as long as they found the hunter who closed the dungeon. Just as Eric was about to reveal that he was the one who had done it, a loud voice interrupted from the side. Everyone turned to see a horse-drawn carriage approaching, with a man standing on top shouting that he was the hero who cleared the dungeon. Eric and the Inquisitor were both stunned as they watched the scene unfold. Mr. Roud, standing proudly atop the carriage, claimed he was the one responsible for closing the dungeon by taking the artifact. With Jack and Alicia by his side, he looked every bit the hero. Jack sarcastically remarked that they had thought he might have died in the dungeon, given the monsters inside, and had never expected to see him alive. The man eagerly recounted how he had passed out inside the dungeon, and when he woke up, the boss was already dead. Assuming he had defeated it before losing consciousness, he took the artifact which caused the dungeon to vanish. Starving and stranded on a barren plain, Jack and Alicia eventually found him and brought him into their carriage as they were leaving the city. Initially, Mr. Roud was thrilled, imagining himself as a legendary hero. However, his excitement quickly faded when the Church Inquisitors captured him. Despite his protests, the Inquisitors documented everything and concluded that he, Roud, Estelpia, a 21-year-old with an artifact from the dungeon, was the culprit. Eric, watching from a distance, was surprised. He had thought Mr. Roud had fully transformed into a monster. Atisse was equally shocked. After finishing their investigation, the Inquisitor apologized for his mistake. Atisse asked about Roud's fate, and the Inquisitor explained that further investigation was necessary. Roud would not be freed anytime soon. The Inquisitor then called Eric over and handed him the documents, explaining that with the signatures on them, Eric would be allowed to sell his goods anywhere. Artis took a deep breath and said, "Thank God no one was hurt." Eric just stood there silently for a moment, then suddenly turned and called out to Artis, asking if he could do one thing for him. The scene then shifted to the Onfrost Hunter Guild. The receptionist was apologizing to Berkman, who responded that she didn't need to be sorry. After all, their guildmaster had run away. The receptionist began to cry, explaining that she didn't know Berkman's party hadn't been contacted. Berkman said it was okay. Everyone had left in a hurry and it couldn't be helped. He gently pressed the girl, reminding her that she had still protected the place. We then saw Berkman's party. Ewan questioned Amber about whether she had been able to sell all the demon stones. Amber dropped some coins on the table and said, "This is all of it." Hubert responded, "Only 5 silver coins?" Amber replied, "No, this is the only money the guild has." Herbert and Ewan asked what she meant. Ember, filled with rage, said the guildmaster had run off with all the guild's money, and they hadn't called Berkman's party because they knew they would have noticed something was wrong. Berkman chimed in, saying that because of that, the beer was now free. Ember snapped back in anger, yelling, "How could she drink beer now? We totally have no money. If the guild goes bankrupt, we won't even get our commission." Berkman sat beside her and asked if she remembered 20 years ago when he decided to protect this remote village that had neither a dungeon nor a guild, and how, at that time, he had insisted on being a lone hunter. Ember replied that she'd saved him hundreds of times back then. Berkman continued, saying that it didn't matter whether there was a guild or not. He had been with her since that day, and his heart hadn't changed at all. Amber responded, saying he was like that, and that was why she was still single. Then she began to blush. Berkman continued, saying, "If I'm not too late," but before he could finish, Hubert called out to Berkman, saying there were a lot of snacks here. Suddenly, Amber attacked Hubert in a rage. Then she turned back to Berkman and said, "Should we say more things after the celebratory party for Eric? Just the two of us, alone?" Berkman answered nervously and tried to gather everyone up. At that moment, someone opened the guild door, and everyone shifted their attention toward it. Everyone had expected to see Eric arrive with his usual determined gait, but they were met with a surprising sight. Atisse, staggering under the weight of an enormous bag, appeared instead. He was clearly struggling, his breaths ragged and shoulders trembling as he approached. Mr. Buckman, puzzled by the sight, immediately questioned why Atisse was here in Eric's place and why he was carrying Eric's bag. Atisse barely managed to respond. He was panting heavily and asked for help before collapsing right there in front of everyone. The massive bag fell on top of him with a heavy thud. Mr. Buckman rushed forward, lifting the bag off Atisse and helping him sit upright. Atisse, still gasping, commented in disbelief that Eric must be incredibly strong to carry something so heavy with ease. Mr. Buckman, concerned and confused, pressed further, asking why Atisse had the bag and where Eric was. Ewen, inspecting the bag, noted that it didn't contain any materials. This only deepened the mystery. What had happened to the materials, and more importantly, where was Eric? Atisse explained in a strained voice that Eric had told him to deliver the bag. He didn't know anything else. As the others continued to inspect it, Amber made a startling discovery. The bag was filled with stacks of money. She informed Mr. Buckman of the contents, and Hubert added more detail, stating that each bag within contained 1,000x, amounting to a total of 10,000x. Everyone was stunned. The sheer amount of money was overwhelming, and they couldn't believe that Eric had managed to gather such a large sum. It didn't add up. The items Eric had been carrying back at Atisse wouldn't have fetched anywhere near that amount. The final shock came when Atisse pulled out a dragon badge from the bag, Eric's hunter badge, and handed it to Mr. Buckman. Holding the badge in his hand, Buckman looked at it solemnly, realizing this symbolized Eric's resignation from the hunter's path. He asked in disbelief if Eric had truly quit, and why he would make such a decision without a word. Atisse could only say that Eric hadn't explained anything to him. Elsewhere, Eric was walking alone through a desolate alley, his expression filled with fear and confusion. A flashback revealed that the Inquisitor had confronted him earlier, showing him a badge that bore the insignia of the Great Earth Group, an organization supposedly long destroyed by the four great heroes. Eric was deeply shaken, staring at the badge and remembering that this group was supposed to be a relic of the past. He stammered, claiming he had no knowledge of the badge. The Inquisitor calmly put it back into a box, saying that it was understandable for a level 5 hunter not to recognize it, especially one who wasn't from another world. He added that if Eric ever did recognize it, he should remember the ancient story tied to it. These cryptic words left Eric feeling cornered and terrified, especially for his party's safety. Overwhelmed by his spiraling thoughts, Eric lashed out and punched a cart in frustration, breaking it with a single blow. The damage caught the attention of 3 men nearby, all of them smoking and clearly looking for trouble. Unbeknownst to Eric, the cart he had just destroyed belonged to them. Back at the guild, Eric's absence cast a heavy shadow over the group. The remaining members were stunned and confused by his sudden decision to leave. Hubert was especially upset, insisting that Eric couldn't simply walk away without a word and demanding answers. Mr. Buckman, however, calmly acknowledged the truth. Eric's return of the badge was a clear declaration that he had left hunting behind. Even so, Hubert was determined to talk to him and convince him otherwise. Buckman advised patience, explaining that this kind of sudden decision was not uncommon in their line of work. Before Atisse departed, Mr. Buckman asked him to let Eric know that if he ever wanted to return, he would always be welcome. Atisse agreed and left, but his thoughts were conflicted. He felt that he hadn't spoken to Eric properly, and a quiet envy stirred in his heart. He wished he had someone like Eric's supportive family. Meanwhile, Eric's situation had taken a drastic turn. He had been captured, tied to a chair, and was now being doused with water to bring him back to consciousness. The man pouring the water stepped back to report that Eric was awake, and their boss stepped forward. A large, menacing figure who towered over Eric. Looking at the sword strapped to Eric's back, the boss deduced that Eric must be a hunter. He angrily accused Eric of attacking his men, claiming they had suffered broken limbs because of him. The 3 men, the same ones from earlier, confirmed that Eric had assaulted them and wrecked their cart. Eric, still groggy, responded calmly. He admitted that he was willing to apologize for sleeping in their territory, but insisted he had only acted in self-defense. They had attacked him first, and he hadn't broken their limbs deliberately. The 3 thugs, still nursing their injuries, begrudgingly confirmed that Eric's story was true. They also noted his incredibly durable body, suspecting that he might have used some form of magic. The boss, now furious, demanded to know what kind of magic Eric had used. Eric calmly insisted he didn't use magic at all. When the boss continued to question him, Eric taunted him, daring the man to punch him and see for himself. The boss, enraged by Eric's words and feeling mocked, finally threw a punch with all his might. But in a comical twist, it was the boss who ended up hurt, crying out in pain as his fingers were injured from hitting Eric. Eric scoffed, calling him weaker than a Tatiro monster. He looked around the room, calculating whether he should kill everyone and make his escape. However, he quickly realized there were too many people watching, observing him with both fear and curiosity. Some were wondering if he was a magical swordsman or a genuine magic user, and his unusual strength had definitely left an impression. The scene shifted again as more people entered the room. Among them was an old man referred to as the chairman. His companions, alarmed by Eric's strength, warned the chairman to stay back, concerned that Eric might be dangerous. The chairman, however, dismissed their fears with a casual attitude. He mockingly referred to Eric as a harmless little puppy that had lost its way. Eric, already annoyed, confronted the chairman about being called a dog and expressed his dislike for him. To confront the chairman about being called a dog, he asked his dislike for him. He offered to tell his story if the chairman was interested. The old man, unimpressed, brushed him off, remarking that Eric probably came from Rick Mountain. This caught Eric's attention. It surprised him that the chairman knew of that place. Curious, Eric asked how he knew about Rock Mountain. In response, the chairman simply offered a deal. He would tell Eric everything he knew, but only if Eric agreed to a contract. 6 months had passed since the destruction of the dungeon, and many people had abandoned Frost City. The once vibrant wastelands of the city had now become a bleak and desolate reflection of their former selves. In one of the rundown areas, a group of tough-looking men, including a massive figure named Eric, were clearing out a dilapidated house. The owner's wife and child protested as their belongings were taken, but the boss leading the group coldly reminded them that they had already been informed about the eviction and the removal process. As the commotion continued, a furious hunter arrived, demanding to know why his belongings were being taken. Drawing his sword, he warned the men to stop, vowing to protect his home and family at all costs. Unbothered by the threat, the boss ordered Eric, armed with what appeared to be a hammer, to proceed. However, the hunter quickly realized that Eric's hammer was actually just a heavy iron rod with a large rock tied to the end. Simple but devastating. Despite his resolve, the hunter's sword proved useless against Eric, whose tough, unyielding body remained completely unaffected. Eric remained calm, instructing the hunter to step aside. Terrified after witnessing that his blade couldn't even scratch the man, the hunter reluctantly complied. Eric then swung his crude weapon, demolishing the entire house in a single powerful blow. Watching his home collapse before his eyes, the hunter could do nothing but accept the horrifying truth. Eric wasn't an ordinary human, he was a monster in disguise. Meanwhile, the boss's team began escorting the displaced family to a newly built, sturdy home. They explained that their association was working to improve the city's living conditions. The new house, they assured, was as strong as a noble's manor, with reinforced walls and special coatings designed to repel monster attacks. In case the dungeon ever reopened and monsters flooded the city again, the walls could serve as bunkers for soldiers. One of the large, burly men explained all this to the hunter and offered him and his family free housing and maintenance as part of the association's benefits. Somewhat inebriated, the hunter expressed his gratitude, even though he couldn't remember the full details of their earlier conversation. Still, he acknowledged the current state of things, the decline in monster activity and the reduced workload for hunters. He particularly wanted to thank Eric, who had wielded the hammer, and apologized for drawing his sword at him, hoping to be forgiven for not recognizing who Eric really was. Eric, however, appeared indifferent and clearly wanted to leave. The hunter insisted on showing his gratitude and offered to share a meal, but Eric declined, claiming he was too busy. The boss, watching this unfold, was puzzled by Eric's distant behavior and refusal to engage with the others. The scene became more chaotic when the child began noisily playing around, and the boss apologized again and again, clearly embarrassed. The child even playfully mimicked the situation, adding to the confusion. Feeling increasingly out of place and overwhelmed, Eric tried to keep his composure. When the child's mother asked him not to bother her son, Eric, now visibly frustrated, began searching for his sword, only to realize it was missing. He hadn't worked as a hunter for 6 months, and without his weapon, he felt strangely powerless. Unable to handle the situation any longer, Eric walked out. The boss and another hunter, observing him, discussed his unusual behavior. They agreed it was just his general personality, not any specific event that made him act that way. The boss explained that Eric had joined the association 6 months ago, and had proven himself highly skilled and efficient. Despite his odd behavior and reluctance to socialize, his contributions had been invaluable and earned him widespread praise. Moments later, Eric stormed into the chairman's room without permission, which infuriated the older man. Ignoring his anger, Eric questioned the chairman about the infrastructure of a mysterious building he had never seen before. The chairman confirmed there was no other building like it and admitted that was why he had hired Eric in the first place, because only Eric could handle it, and he had done his job well. But Eric, unconvinced, punched the wall in frustration and demanded the chairman stop joking around. He wanted real answers about the rock mountain and the chairman's true motives. With another punch, he insisted the chairman explain what he really wanted from him. Exasperated, the chairman finally explained that 40 years ago, things had been different. Back then, both humans and other-worlders like Eric lived together in peace. Smirking, he noted that Eric probably already knew this. He pointed out that Eric's restlessness stemmed from the fact that he still considered himself an other-worldler. The chairman elaborated further. Over the years, people from different worlds had arrived, and while some became hunters, many integrated into society and contributed in other fields like architecture. He assured Eric that if he truly wished to blend in as a normal human, he had to let go of the hunter identity and continue focusing on his current role, being a functioning part of society. Eric, still confused, questioned why he had seen a hunter job request among the chairman's documents, pointing out that he had already resigned from that role. As their conversation deepened, the chairman revealed that someone had spoken to him about Eric. Just then, he pointed toward the door and ordered the person waiting outside to enter. The person who entered was none other than Atis, leaving Eric completely stunned as the door swung open. Atis, however, was delighted to see Eric and expressed his surprise at how strong and fit he looked, completely contrary to what he had expected. Eric, suddenly self-conscious, instinctively tried to hide his face, worried that Atis had managed to find him. The chairman, noticing this, reassured Eric there was no need to conceal his face. With such a large build, he was noticeable from a mile away. He also mentioned that he had already heard Eric's story from Atis, who frequently visited him. But now, understanding Eric's concern, the chairman agreed to try and drive Atis away if it meant protecting Eric from being taken, despite his previous willingness to go along with Atis's plan. Internally, Eric pleaded for Atis's forgiveness, fearing that being seen together might endanger Atis and draw the church's attention toward him as well. Meanwhile, Atis remarked on how rare it was to be invited into the chairman's office, noting that their previous interactions had only occurred through letters. He introduced himself as Atis Bannister, a magician, and admitted that although he likely came from the Forest Hunter Guild, this visit was a personal matter. The chairman, unwilling to let Eric go, stood his ground, insisting that Eric, once a hunter, was now a valuable member of the Architecture Association. He emphasized that Eric was one of their own and made it clear that he absolutely would not allow Ateens to take him away. His tone became harsher as he angrily challenged Ateens, questioning how he even dared to come here and demand to take Eric back. He firmly declared that members of the Architecture Association were not inferior to those of the Hunter Guild, and that Atise had no right to interfere. Atis calmly stepped forward and clarified that he wasn't here on behalf of the Forest Hunter Guild. He explained that his visit was purely personal. Still puzzled, the chairman asked what personal connection Atis had with the boy. Atis explained that Eric was not part of his party, but things had been different with him. Despite not being teammates, there was still a connection between them. He recalled how their party leader had seen the two of them together once, and shortly afterward, Eric had stepped up and saved him during a difficult moment. Still confused, the chairman asked why that would cause any issue between them, especially if they were from different parties. Seeking clarity, he pressed for more details. Atis, now visibly flustered, hesitated and then shyly admitted that during that time, he wasn't wearing any clothes. The chairman's mind immediately jumped to strange conclusions. Eric, noticing the expression on the chairman's face, realized he was thinking something completely inappropriate. He rushed to clarify that nothing of the sort had happened. However, the chairman refused to believe a word and accused Eric of being a terrible person. Panicked, Eric pleaded with the chairman to reconsider and listen, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Atis continued his story, explaining that after that incident, it became almost impossible for Eric to return to the city. Because of what had happened, Eric was no longer welcome in the Forest Hunter Guild. When Eric did eventually come back and met Atis again, he gave him 10,000 X, stating that their work together was done and he no longer needed him. After that, Eric disappeared, only to end up working here under the chairman. Still stuck on his misinterpretation of the story, the chairman became completely convinced that Eric had paid at Trice for some unsavory reason. In the next moment, the chairman rose from his seat and in a fit of rage kicked Eric out of the building. Literally, he screamed at Eric to get lost and never come back. Furious, he warned Eric that if he ever returned, he'd first have to take responsibility for the woman. Outside, Atise joined Eric and commented that everything had gone smoothly. He informed Eric that the chairman had permitted it easily. Eric, clearly frustrated, yelled at Atise, asking why he had twisted the story so much. Atise defended himself, arguing that he had no choice. He couldn't risk telling the chairman about the church officer. Eric still insisted that he didn't want to go with Atyce, claiming that he had quit being a hunter 6 months ago. Atyce acknowledged this, but reassured him that their current mission was simple. They just needed to go to the Sot forest to collect some samples, and there was no danger involved. He promised Eric that if any monsters attacked them, he would protect him no matter what. Atyce told him to be more honest with him, and despite Eric's reluctance, the words reached him. Eventually, Eric gave in and agreed to accompany him. In the Sot forest, the two had already embarked on their exploration expedition. Eric carried a large bag on his back, following Atyce, who led the way. As they walked, Eric wondered if coming along had been the right decision. He couldn't help but question why Atyce had chosen him for this mission, secretly fearing that Atyce might know his true identity. Sensing his unease, Atyce suggested taking a break, if the bag was too heavy. Eric dismissed the offer, noting that they'd only been walking for 10 minutes and could keep going. He remembered the old mayor's advice to blend in as an ordinary person and not let anyone suspect he was from another world. As they continued walking, Eric spotted a small level 2 monster named Kilok. Trying to act like a normal person, he approached the creature with childlike curiosity and commented on how adorable it looked. Suddenly, the monster bit his hand, causing Eric to sit down and start crying like a normal person might. In a panic, he pleaded with Atyce to let them keep the small monster as a sample, but Atyce immediately used his fire magic to kill it. Rushing over, Atyce wiped the blood from Eric's hand and applied a healing potion to the bite wound. Clearly worried, he anxiously checked Eric for signs of poisoning and handed him a small bottle, instructing him to inform him directly if they found any more sample materials. He would handle them himself. As Atyce's behavior continued to shift more and more, Eric kept walking forward. A small chicken monster landed on his head, and Atyce immediately used fire magic to kill it. As they progressed through the forest, Atyce kept killing all the small monsters they encountered, even burning parts of the forest in the process. Eric, shocked by this change in behavior, couldn't understand why Atyce was setting the forest on fire just to eliminate these minor threats. Atyce explained that there were many dangerous monsters hidden in the forest and asked if any had hurt Eric or if he had sustained any injuries. Eric said he was fine, but expressed concern over the damage being done to the forest. Atyce assured him that if he withdrew his magic properly, the fire would extinguish and the forest wouldn't be harmed. Eric still insisted that he stop using fire magic, and Atyce agreed to try. In the next scene, Eric was chopping wood while Atyce began sharing more about himself. He revealed that Raud's party was the first party he had ever joined. Eric was surprised to hear this. Atyce continued, saying that he didn't have much experience with parties and that this was the first time he had gone into the forest alone with someone for camping. Eric asked him why he had joined the Hunter Guild and why he chose to become a hunter. Atyce replied that he thought entering the forest would allow him to collect many samples for his research, which was why he joined. He explained that even when doing research at home, they gained experience and leveled up. Eric laughed and jokingly asked what kind of dragon hunter family would stay home and just think about catching a dragon. Atyce clarified that his family had nothing to do with it and added that dragons were rare now, almost extinct. Eric was shocked and asked if there really were no dragons left. Atyce responded by noting that Eric seemed very interested in dragons. Eric, thinking to himself, considered telling Atyce that if he found a high-level dragon, it could help him level up. He told Atyce that he hadn't seen any dragons where he lived and wanted to see one since they were such rare monsters. Atyce warned that dragons weren't cute animals. They were powerful monsters with limitless magical ability. They might possess special powers like fire and could even burn the earth. However, dragons were also intelligent and capable of speech, which is why they could communicate with people. He believed that the remaining dragons were hiding to protect themselves and that they always lived alone to keep their identities secret. Eric agreed, saying that staying alone was the best way to stay safe. He even mentioned knowing a wyvern, a monster who was kind, could speak, and always stayed alone for protection. Atyce laughed and called it a goofy joke, saying he had never seen a wyvern talk, only dragons could do that. But Eric insisted it was true. Atyce remained skeptical and laughed even harder. After a while, Atyce asked Eric if he was planning to become a hunter again. Eric replied that he didn't want to return to Buckman's party because he might cause them trouble. Atyce clarified that he wasn't asking him to return there, he was inviting him to join his own new party. Eric asked what would happen if he ran away again. Atyce admitted he didn't know why Eric left Buckman's party, but said he could see it in Eric's face. He had been in serious trouble and had likely left to protect them. He assured Eric that his secrets were safe. Frustrated, Eric snapped, breaking the wood in his hands, and pointed out that he had seen Atyce cast magic without any incantations. Atyce calmly responded that everyone had secrets, and they could keep theirs hidden. Still uneasy, Eric asked what guarantee he had that Atyce wouldn't betray him. Atyce dismissed the concern and said it didn't matter, even if he did, because darkness surrounded them both. Eric gripped his sword tightly. Atiz, wearing a menacing expression, held out a flaming magic wand in front of him and apologized to Eric. Eric stared at Atiza intensely, ordering him to lower his wand immediately. Instead, the magician unleashed a fiery attack, its force so strong that even Eric staggered back. Frowning, Atiz concluded that this place was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Eric watched the fiery orb sail past him, fear flashing across his face as it flew directly into the mouth of a predatory creature, knocking it backwards. The creature collapsed onto its back, gasping. Atiz explained dryly that he had shot a cloth of mana to burn the monster's lungs, preventing it from calling for help. Eric was amazed at how quickly Atiz assessed the situation. He had assumed the man to be a fragile scholar, more suited to research than combat. Atiz responded briefly, suggesting that Eric might consider joining his team. While Atiz stood watch, Eric began ripping open the monsters. Nellie was surprised that even the wealthy cared about demonic stones. Twirling a long lock of hair around his fingers, Atiz remarked that an unusual number of monsters were roaming around lately, despite typically avoiding human contact. That explained the current shortage of extermination quests in the guild. Eric began to understand why the magician had burned them all without hesitation. When he suddenly noticed something odd, looking closely at the corpse of one animal, he realized it had come from a dungeon. Atiz angrily shouted at Eric, urging him to retrieve the demonic stone. Two kobolds sat in a watchtower nearby. Eric concluded that most of the monsters must be hiding in the village, though they were difficult to spot in the darkness. Atiz speculated that the kobolds had eaten all the wild game in the area and had started hunting humans. Eric asked if there might be a new dungeon nearby. Peering through a telescope, Atiz replied that the appearance of a new dungeon wouldn't go unnoticed in Onfrost, yet the origin of these dungeon monsters remained a mystery. When Eric suggested they return and alert the guilds, Atiz suddenly spotted something in the distance, a motionless man, bound and hanging. Atiz immediately rushed toward him, but Eric, frowning, tried to hold him back. Eric warned that the man might already be dead. A kobold took a hard blow to the face, and another pulled out what appeared to be a small arrow, which began to glow in his paws. Suddenly, the top of the watchtower exploded. Eric watched in shock as Atiz explained that the device fired demonic stones charged with magic. The magician dashed to save the man, ordering Eric to hide. Remaining behind, Eric watched irritably as Atiz rushed forward. He saw that the hanging man was indeed dead and the surrounding area had been engulfed in flames. The kobolds panicked as buildings exploded and burned around them. A demonic stone struck one of them directly. Judging by the condition of the village, Atiz concluded that the kobolds had lived there for more than 6 months. Still, he refused to believe that there might be survivors. A stone suddenly rolled to a stop at Atiz's feet. He halted, stunned, realizing the monsters were hiding inside the buildings. Though he had heard of kobold intelligence, he never expected them to use thrown weapons. Another massive explosion erupted as a kobold with a stone in his paw attacked the burning structure. With a furious glare, the magician raised his wand, releasing torrents of flame. He thought it foolish for anyone to hide in a building from a fire mage. With a swift motion, he set the entire structure ablaze. The kobold leapt from the flames, its fur burning. Atiz glanced at his weapon, wondering if he had gone too far. The enraged kobold bared its teeth and charged with a spear. Atiz knocked the weapon away, using a demonic stone, then, with graceful precision, hurled his wand directly at the monster's forehead. As he reached for a new wand, the kobold stared at the object embedded in its face in horror. A fiery explosion thundered. Eric and Atiz stood beside a man's body, now covered with a large cloth. Eric looked either in awe or horror at the smoldering remains of the village. Atiz admitted that Eric had been right. The magician reported that the man had died long ago from hypothermia. Eric was confused. During his year here, it had never been cold. But that was not the only oddity. Holding a golden badge, Atiz explained that the deceased had been a level 27 hunter from their Onfrost hunting guild. Eric was stunned, recalling the many hunting badges he had once seen discarded at a landfill outside the village. He realized that all the villagers couldn't have been hunters. If so many had vanished, the guild would have noticed. That meant they disappeared gradually. Eric and Atiz simultaneously concluded the dungeon was the cause. Atiz's timeline coincided with the day the dungeon closed, but Eric still didn't understand how people were coming from the dungeon. As Atiz twirled his hair, deep in thought, Eric discovered something and called out. The young man approached a well from which a brilliant blue light emanated. Atiz's eyes widened at the sight. It was a portal. and an active one at that. When Eric asked if the kobolds had created it, Atis laughed, stating those monsters were only capable of killing, not crafting. Eric mentioned Tartarus, but Atis dismissed the idea as a joke, explaining that to make a portal one needed a magician of at least level 40 with mastery over teleportation magic. Staring intensely at the portal, Atis remarked that due to the great distance from here to the Eifin Plains dungeon, a mage of level 60 or higher was likely involved. Eric found the entire situation creepy and suggested that whoever made the portal might be an enemy. Atis turned toward the man whose arrival was heralded by an icy fog. At the sight of the stranger, Atis's mouth dropped open. Eric and the stranger locked eyes, tension brimming with hostility. Between them stood a skeleton with gold teeth and a warm cap. The 72-level lich spread his arms with feigned friendliness and began speaking, remarking that visitors had come to see him even during his absence. He observed the wounds on the young men and concluded that his children had been amusing themselves, evidenced by the traces of fiery mana. The lich praised the impressive work, clearly the doing of Atis, and then turned his confused gaze to Eric, who stood beside him. As Eric attempted to ask Atis a question, the magician ordered him to remain silent. Atis then explained that the lich, having become one of the living dead, had lost all 5 of his senses. In exchange, however, the lich had gained the ability to perceive the flow of mana around him. This meant he couldn't detect Eric reaching for his wand. Atis whispered to Eric that he could still escape, but just then the lich lashed out, striking Eric across the face. The undead placed his eye into its empty socket and for the first time truly saw his guests. Atis worried over Eric, who had just suffered an ice attack, and quickly reassured him, explaining that the lich had aimed at the sword behind Eric's back. Eric grimly noted that the lich clearly had no intention of letting them leave. After witnessing the enemy's power, he understood that Atis alone could not defeat him. In a strange interlude, the lich muttered about a husband and wife walking the same path and looking in the same direction. Then, in twisted delight, he declared that he had taken James and Catalia's eyes for himself, inserting their eyeballs into his sockets. Screaming, he revealed that Catalia had rejected him long before she ever met James. Atis launched a fiery attack, which the lich easily repelled with ice magic. Disturbed and surrounded by flames, the lich demanded that the boys surrender, his voice echoing with mockery. Eric, outraged, looked to Atis, whose tense expression showed how futile their efforts were. The lich was simply too strong. He reflected Atis's blow effortlessly. He didn't even want to kill them quickly. He wanted to toy with them, relishing the suffering of others. Eric, frustrated by his own low level, was pulled from his thoughts by Atis's voice. The magician called his friend's name and fired a demonic stone from a device on his arm, urging Eric to run. The lich, unfazed, reminded them that physical attacks were useless against him, but as the demonic stone raced toward its target, the undead creature looked on in horror as it embedded itself into his chest. The stone exploded violently, and Atis and Eric sprinted away as a deafening blast erupted behind them. Eric asked how the attack worked, and Atis replied with a grin. They had merely distracted the lich. The key was that demonic stones contained no mana, making them effective against creatures that absorbed magical energy. He urged Eric to head for the forest, where the ambient mana was high. Eric's face twisted in fear, but then he sensed something else. Grabbing Atis's wrist, the magician froze, eyes locked forward. A dome of solid ice erupted around them, a massive magical barrier enclosing them from all sides. Now trapped, Eric looked around in awe at the snowfall swirling inside the prison of ice. Atis, serious and breathless, thanked Eric for saving him earlier, but warned that now was not the time for gratitude. He began melting the ice and explained they couldn't stay long, or they'd end up like the frozen hunter they had found before. But to his horror, his wand was unresponsive, locked in a frozen stasis. Atis panicked, realizing that the lich had dropped the temperature so low that fire magic was no longer possible. Then, appearing with fire and ice in each hand, the lich explained with manic ignites mana, whereas ice magic freezes it. With a crazed smile, he declared he had frozen Atis's mana, neutralizing the fire mage. Suddenly, he yelled that it was time for an experiment. He summoned a massive ice storm, nearly knocking Atis off his feet. Eric shielded his eyes and shivered violently, though he endured it thanks to his high resistance. But Atis had no such protection. He was pinned to the dome wall, barely conscious. The lich sneered, asking what it felt like to have frozen lungs, noting he hadn't had any in ages. With chilling certainty, he swore that once unconscious, pain would end, permanently. Realizing the lich's true goal was to kill Atis, Eric steeled himself. If Atis fell, he'd have no choice but to fight alone. Shutting his eyes, tears streamed down Eric's face as he prepared for the worst. Suddenly, Atis's voice broke through. struggling for breath, he told Eric that he had been too selfish. Gritting his teeth, the magician pressed his wand against his own chest. A scream of agony erupted from him as fiery veins crawled across his body. Eric shouted in confusion, unable to understand why Atis would use his magic on himself. The lich only laughed at the display, but Atis rose to his feet, body radiating heat. The fire mage had burned his own mana from within to resist the freezing effect. Eric looked on, stunned, as Atis declared this was their final chance. He commanded Eric to run the moment a hole appeared in the ice. Eric hesitated, unwilling to abandon his friend, but Atis yelled for a promise. Silent and stunned, Eric finally nodded. Atis thanked him and stepped forward. The lich grinned, eager to see how Atis would entertain him this time. The magician pulled out several sticks and flung them into the air. As the tips cracked, a massive explosion shook the dome, flinging the lich into the ice wall. Amidst the smoke, Atis held his position. He hadn't expected the chain explosions to pierce the dome, but they had worked as a distraction. Pulling back his fur hood, the lich tried to make sense of the situation. He noted that the demonic stones had caused significant noise, and the magical residue still burned faintly. When he found no trace of the magician, he removed the hood from his empty orbit. That's when he noticed something even more unsettling. The dungeon itself had disappeared. Eric realized the strange sound he had heard in the forest earlier, the same one that had led him to Atis, was now repeating. He was surrounded by thick smoke, his face etched with fear. Then, emerging from the smoke, he saw the towering form of a red and yellow dragon. Atis had transformed. The dragon urged Eric to trust him, even though he couldn't explain everything right away. Across from them, the lich stepped back, stunned by Atis's transformation. Amused by the thrill of battle, the dead man even welcomed the dragon's appearance. Observing Atis, he estimated the dragon to be no more than 100 years old, young enough to use magic without the need for spoken incantations. When the lich casually mentioned that red dragons were capable of breathing fire from the moment they were born, Atis snapped. With a glare, he warned the lich not to act knowledgeable when all he had were baseless rumors. Meanwhile, the lich, gathering mana in his skeletal arm, admitted he didn't know much, but he welcomed this fight as the perfect opportunity to learn everything firsthand. Atis surged forward through the raging snowstorm. The lich cackled madly, shouting that dragons gained experience points by killing enemies. He attacked, confessing that if he ever had a way to use such a system, he'd gladly take advantage of it. His skull lit up with a fiery glow, unleashing a powerful flame into the air. The sheer force of the blast knocked the lich back, and he acknowledged that despite Atis's young age, he was undoubtedly still a true dragon. The lich admitted that, in this form, the dragon's power was beyond anything a human could compare to, especially in terms of resisting the cold. As he stared at the fire-wreathed beast tearing through the storm, he realized there was little he could do now. Melting droplets ran down Eric's hair, but despite witnessing Atis's power, he still had doubts about the dragon's level. Then the numbers appeared. Atis was level 52, landing with force. Atis called out to Eric and asked him to hold on just a bit longer. Then, with a deep growl, the dragon unleashed a massive torrent of flame. But the lich only laughed louder as the compressed mana surged toward him. Nimbly dodging the inferno, the lich taunted that only a fool would take a direct hit. He pointed toward the fading flames, explaining that the entire territory was infused with his mana. No matter how powerful the dragon's blow, it would never reach him. Atis would simply tire himself out trying to break the dome that protected the lich. Realizing that death wasn't an outcome he intended to face today, the lich studied Atis with growing caution. As the flames faded and the wall remained unmelted, Atis turned to Eric and asked if he was okay. Eric nodded, telling him not to worry. He could see now Atis's strength had risen. The lich would no longer escape so easily. Eric encouraged the dragon to focus solely on the dead man, but his words enraged Atis. Just as Eric reached out toward him, countless shards of ice came flying toward his face. Without hesitation, Atis shielded Eric with his enormous palm. The furious dragon roared, scolding Eric for daring to act despite his low level. Eric had no proper excuse. He yelled back in frustration, still insisting that Atis focus on the lich all the while. The lich flew in circles around the dragon, either thrilled or shocked by the display. His icy assaults continued relentlessly. But what truly astonished the dead man was that the dragon was willing to expose himself to danger just to protect a single human. Curling his massive body, Atis wrapped himself around Eric, shielding him from every deadly shard the lich sent their way. Atis admitted almost grudgingly that his real body had not yet reached level 70. A fire wand jutted from the wall of the ice dome, and he spat several small bursts of flame, igniting the staff in his grip. The battle-driven lich assumed Eric was merely the dragon's snack and grew furious that the undead wanted to claim him for himself. "Shut up!" Atis snarled, unleashing a stream of fire. Cursing under his breath, the dragon hurled fireballs at the fleeing lich, who noted bitterly that Atis even spoke like a human. The lich retaliated with a barrage of ice. Deflecting the assault, Atis listened to the dead man sneer about why such superior beings should hide in the shadows of humanity, dismissing humans as weak, inferior creatures. Flames formed a blazing circle around the lich, who began to shout that mortals should live in fear and worship their betters, only for Atis's massive fist to cut him short, slamming him into the ice wall and leaving deep cracks spiderwebbing through it. The dragon exhaled heavily, a faint tongue of fire escaping his mouth. The lich staggered free from the dent, falling headfirst to the ground and considering another strike against his foe. Atis, drained, collapsed heavily to his knees. The lich smirked, admitting the blow wasn't bad, but it might have done more damage if the dragon were a bit stronger. Eric closed his eyes with a quiet sigh, almost wishing Atis would simply pass out, but the dragon's weak voice called to him, asking if Eric feared him for being a dragon? Eric smiled faintly, saying he had seen monsters far larger than Atibi's mere toys compared to them. The dragon recalled that, in Eric's homeland, there were no dragons, and for a moment he wanted to hear more about that distant world. But time was up. He reminded Eric of his promise. Eric glanced down at the dragon lying helplessly at his feet, the fire wand behind him primed to detonate. The ice dome groaned, cracking apart as massive shards erupted into the air. The lich's jaw dropped in shock. Atis had blasted his way through from the inside. With a sudden surge of strength, the dragon took to the air, shouting for Eric to run before the dome reformed. But Eric refused to leave him, shouting back that they had to stop the lich, and again reminding him of the promise. He ran, only to think, to plan, glancing over his shoulder at Atis, who was ready to fight to the death. High above, the lich, seated calmly in a lotus position, seemed surprised that the dragon would go to such lengths to give the human a chance to escape. As Eric fled, the undead shouted in frustration that all his prepared magic would go to waste. The dome sealed once more, and a new, terrible technique formed above it, the ice apocalypse. The lich raised his palm, summoning hundreds of shimmering ice blades. Eric froze where he stood, watching them rain down from the sky, shielding his head with his arms. His thoughts turned bitter. Had everything gone wrong simply because he believed he could stop the undead alone? Maybe he should have told Atiste from the start that the lich's level was far beyond them. The wind roared with the shriek of falling blades, slicing through the air in a merciless torrent. Blood sprayed as Eric's mind whispered the only thing he had ever wanted, to live a normal life. Then, in the chaos, he realized he was still standing. Atiste, his body riddled with blades, had thrown himself between Eric and death, shielding him from the lethal storm. When the bloodied Atiste collapsed to the ground, Eric rushed to his side, his voice breaking into a deafening scream, consumed with worry over the dragon's condition. Atiste, his breath weak and uneven, managed a faint smile of relief upon seeing Eric unharmed. He told him not to worry, reassuring him that dragons were exceptionally resilient. But those words did nothing to ease Eric's mind. His anxious gaze lingered on Atiste, wondering how much longer the dragon could endure. Beneath Eric's feet, pools of blood spread outward, a grim reminder of the cost of the battle. He remembered the ice arrows that had rained down earlier, loosed only so someone could stand in their defense. Across the battlefield, the lich conjured a colossal hand of ice, its fingers gripping the punishing sword of a giant, his cold, lifeless eyes fixed on Eric as he voiced his doubt that the man would remain silent about the fallen if he were allowed to leave. With a booming voice, the lich declared that if the dragon killed Eric, the monsters would welcome him into their rank. Struggling to his feet, Kotas answered heavily, admitting the lich was right. Humans often saw creatures like him as nothing more than monsters. The lich listened without expression as Attis, his voice resolute, declared that he would rather die than abandon what made him human. Eric couldn't help but smile at those words, his heart stirring when he said he did not wish to become a dead man. When the dragon ended his statement by choosing the path of a human's life, the lich's expression did not change. He simply commanded the dragon to die, raising the icy hand and pointing the blade toward his chest. Eric watched the approaching strike with a faint laugh, remarking that Atise's life had truly been a difficult one, and that perhaps promises were never as important as survival. The dragon managed a weary smile, adding that human life was hardly simple either, for promises were never easy to keep. But suddenly, Atise's expression twisted in horror as he noticed something. Eric, seizing his sword from behind, charged toward the ice construct. Fury flared in the dragon's eyes at Eric's reckless willingness to face the lich head-on, but there was also something else. Pride. He smiled faintly, whispering that perhaps he too could live like an ordinary person. Atis watched, stunned, as Eric took to the air. The lich, however, remained unmoved, utterly certain that the man would die no matter what. With mockery dripping from his voice, he scoffed at the notion that a mere fifth-level warrior could accomplish anything. Eric's face was taut with focus as he prepared a horizontal strike. The lich had no time to react. Eric's blow landed with such force that the skull was crushed instantly, cracks spreading like lightning. Muscles rippling under the strain, Eric's back was bared to the light as he gripped his weapon with both hands and cleaved the ice statue clean in two. The impact was catastrophic. The dome that enclosed them trembled and then shattered in a deafening crash. One massive shard embedded itself deep into the ground just behind Atis, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He remembered that even the statue's own explosive force had failed to damage the dome, yet Eric had obliterated it in a single strike. As Eric shook his arms and muttered that perhaps he had swung too hard, Atis's gaze remained locked on him, horror mingling with astonishment. Not even a dragon's full power could have done that. Completely bewildered, he demanded to know Eric's true level. Eric only smiled and replied that it was a long story, pointing out that they had both been hiding their true identities. Atis, still reeling, was struck by another revelation: the existence of magic capable of deceiving the measuring stones themselves. Before they could speak further, the ground erupted in a surge of green energy. Thorn bonds shot upward, wrapping tightly around Eric's legs, while thick, writhing tentacles coiled around both man and dragon. The newly reassembled skeleton of the lich stood before them, its voice dripping with venom as it confessed that it had tried to avoid using this skill. But now, it would drain every last fragment of life energy from its prey. The battered lich advanced, promising to claim only their corpses for his experiments. The lich fixed its single, hollow eye on Eric until, noticing the cracks running through its skull, it seemed to realize that regeneration was no longer possible. The skeletal jaw opened wide, releasing a heart-rending cry. Eric, wreathed in lightning, kept his gaze locked on the massive crystal block as he rose from the ground. He soared past the scattering stones while the lich shouted furiously, warning him not to mock it, and boasting that it had slain countless high-level monsters. It screamed that it would not die at the hands of a jock who, in its view, knew nothing. But mid-rant, the lich froze and looked down. Its legs below the knees were gone. Terror filled its gaze as Eric appeared before it, shattering the ice. In his hand was the missing leg bone. The lich's scream turned to one of horror as it staggered back, watching Eric slowly grind the bone along the edge of his sword. Its pleas for him to stop only made Eric smirk darkly and move the bone faster, relishing the reaction. Nearby, the wounded red dragon lay collapsed, thick streams of steam rising from its battered body. Eric shielded his face from the hot white vapors. Opening a potion, he watched as Atisa reverted to human form, his bloodied body sprawled in a pool of crimson. Eric poured the potion over him, cradling him in his arms, and asked why he was always naked after transforming. As Atisa relaxed against him, he asked what had become of the lich. Eric glanced back and replied that the creature was immobilized, pinned to the ground by his sword. The lich writhed and screamed. Its bones formed from condensed mana, leaving it unable to cast any magic in this state. Listening to its curses, Atis realized it was still alive. Eric admitted with mild confusion that the upper bones were stronger than he'd expected. When Eric gave him a blank stare, Atis remarked that it was difficult to take an enemy hostage without killing them, especially if the enemy had been a dragon. Atis's attention suddenly shifted to the skeleton's form, partially draped in red cloth. Spotting something, he rushed forward and seized a broken bone from the lich, merging their mana flows into one. Surrounded by crackling arcs of light, he glared furiously at the lich, which threw back its skull and screamed again as a blue glow burst from its mouth. Erek, surprised, remarked that he hadn't known a skeleton could feel pain. Tis explained that while such a surge of mana was harmless to most living beings, for a lich, whose very body was composed of magical energy, it was agony. The mage demanded answers, warning that the torment would continue if the lich remained defiant. When Atisa asked why it had slaughtered innocents, the lich answered with a burst of blinding light. Eric, holding a glittering coin, watched in fascination as cracks spread across the lich's teeth, staining them with glowing blue. The creature laughed at Atisa's ignorance of the world, hinting at 500-year-old dragons who had once joined them. Pati's eyes widened in shock, and he turned toward Eric, who examined the coin's engraved image of the earth, trying to make sense of it. The lich's teeth, now completely blue from mana overload, clenched tightly as it mocked them one last time, promising they would witness the world's destruction in the afterlife. Brilliant rays flared from its jaws, and Eric stared in astonishment as mana surged outward. Atise stood frozen. Then, before either could react, the lich's body erupted in a violent explosion. On the ground lay two neatly folded blankets, one white and one red, besides several other items including a few combs and a nail clipper. The wyvern exhaled a heavy sigh, realizing how exhausting it was to prepare for the trip, and, with her suitcase finally packed, she strained to drag an enormous travel bag, bidding a reluctant farewell to her old home. Gritting her teeth under the weight of her burden, she wondered whether it was worth leaving anything behind, tears welling in her eyes as she muttered that she did not want this after spending so much time preparing. Resting her head against the bag, she calmed only slightly, reflecting on the strange and unsettling events of recent days. The sudden forest fire that had reduced her garden to ash. The moment when reaching to turn off her lamp had inexplicably summoned a massive shard of ice, and the terrifying earthquake that had shaken so violently it felt as though the continent itself had split apart, during which she had wrapped herself in a brown blanket, trembling. Now gazing into the mirror with dissatisfaction, she noted how her scales had dulled from sleepless nights, and an uneasy thought struck her, that perhaps all these disasters were divine punishment for aiding the muscular, dark-haired alien. Tears filled her eyes again as she clutched her backpack, wailing softly that she was only a clever and gentle wyvern. But her lament was cut short when she noticed movement at the cave entrance. Tapping her head toward it, she saw no one, only the noise of rain outside. But the unease gnawed at her, and she decided to leave quickly, only to find an unexpected figure already standing before her. The man, cloaked in blue, with a sword strapped to his back, half gone, raised his hand in greeting and, with calm reassurance, told her not to be afraid. Explaining that he was searching for a friend, Afir, startled and bewildered, replied that no one lived nearby, to which the man admitted he already knew, and when she explained she had not seen anyone for a year, he still advanced with a knowing smile, claiming she must have seen him. Then, without losing that smile, his hand closed around the hilt of his sword. The man in the blue cloak stated that his missing friend was a skeleton, again pressing Ifir to confirm whether she had seen such a being. At that very moment, the lich's teeth, stained a vivid blue from overcharged mana, opened its bony jaws wide, and dazzling rays burst from the cracks between its clenched teeth. Atiste stared in shock, realizing the lich's teeth were in fact magic stones, meaning that if this process continued, the creature was certainly preparing for self-destruction. Pouring more mana into the lich's bones, Atiste admitted in disbelief that even his power could not halt the chain reaction. Eric, glancing sharply at the skeleton, demanded to know what was happening, but Atiste, clutching the crook of his arm for support, could only roar for him to run, adding that the lich was moments away from exploding. His voice faded as he collapsed from mana depletion, his red hair scattering over the forest floor under the cold glow of the mountain moonlight, just before a tremendous detonation tore a crater into the ground. Later, passing this gaping hole, a tall, athletic girl with red hair remarked to her companion that it looked as if a bomb had struck. Addressing him as Richard, she asked what the instructions said, her yellow eyes fixed on him while he let sand sift slowly through his fingers, deducing from lingering traces that powerful magic had been used here a week ago. Narrowing his red-scarred eye, Richard grimly stated that the energy pattern suggested Shin Ha-jun had self-destructed. The girl, puzzled, asked whether he had turned into a cooch to avoid death, but before Richard could reply, a hand landed on her shoulder. The man from the wyvern's cave, smiling, stepped forward. Leslie reacted with instant displeasure, her hand darting to the dagger at her belt. With a single fluid motion, she tore the blade free and lunged, but he drew his sword in time to deflect her strike. Leslie coldly reminded Alejandro to keep his hands to himself if he wished to keep them at all. His smirk never faltered as he replied, half mocking, that he wouldn't mind if she used her healing magic on him afterward. Veins stood out around her eyes as she retorted that he wouldn't mind being chopped into pieces either. Just before a brilliant blue flash erupted over the forest, with the clash of their weapons, Richard, sheathing his own blade, stepped between them, urging restraint. Turning to Alejandro, he explained that because he had arrived late, he had missed seeing Shin's death during the battle. With open contempt, Richard described how the lich's explosion had surpassed even its regeneration, destroying it completely, and asked that it be given some respect. Alejandro rubbed his chin, reasoning that the skeleton must have self-destructed, which Leslie found troubling, realizing that any foe capable of forcing a level 72 lich to such extremes must be formidable. Alejandro countered that he was more interested in why Shin had chosen this exact place to die, noting that the true battlefield appeared to have been 2 kilometers away. Startled, Richard suggested the lich had fled from the main fight before detonating, yet admitted he had sensed no other presence nearby. Elsewhere entirely, Eric lay in bed, swathed in bandages, nonchalantly telling Atis that he had simply kicked the lich's skull as hard as he could. Atis gaped at the confession, and Eric explained he had only intended to knock it aside for a while, then watched in awe as the resulting blast tore through the forest. Peeling a red apple as though nothing had happened, Eric insisted he hadn't kicked it hard enough to cause such devastation, while Atise, still bewildered, clarified that the lich had been preparing to self-destruct all along, which only deepened Eric's dismay. Eric recounted how he had carried an unconscious naked man in his arms into the village, leaping over the wall, only for the magician to indignantly declare such an act illegal. Unaware of where the magician's home was, the jock had gone instead to the office of the old man from the Builders Association, only to be promptly thrown out. Later, Atis listened in confusion to his friend's account of being chased by guards after a chance encounter with a smuggler. When the tale ended, Eric grinned broadly, thanking Atis for waking up and offering him a sliced apple, which the red-haired magician accepted happily, unsure how to express his gratitude. A fleeting thought of being captured by an alien demon crossed Atis's mind before he pulled himself together, only to panic and make excuses, while Eric, with a knowing smile, remarked that his own world also held many murderers, but that he preferred to live an ordinary life here rather than descend into madness. Curious, Atis asked if he meant most aliens lived like normal people, and Eric replied they did, though looking down he admitted he was different, burdened with a defective instruction. Shocked, Atis questioned the pumped powers granted by the demon god Ormflaus, and Eric answered gravely that one such power was the ability to see levels, while the other remained unknown. Atisi understood such abilities could compel aliens to kill or obey orders. Rising from his chair, Eric added that his own flaw as a 5th level was also a broken instruction, prompting Atis to look at him with pity when he confessed he did not know the defect's true severity. Joking, Eric said he could one day go mad and become a killer, and as he moved toward the door, he concluded that keeping company with him would bring nothing good. The magician reached out to stop him, but without turning, Eric explained he had saved enough to leave the village, urging Atisa to take care of himself. In indignation, the magician clutched a pink blanket and declared his full name, Atis Emphaitra Ragnaraka, descendant of fire dragons, bound to fulfill their obligations and never forget their debts. Atis raised his fist toward the departing man, frowning in anticipation of a reaction, and Eric, smiling, called him by his true name Ruhan Bin, revealing himself as a military veteran before leaving him in despair. Under the star-filled night sky, a carriage drawn by several horses passed through a stone arch where a document changed hands with instructions for delivery. The old man by the cart gave Eric further orders about obtaining new papers, and when he mentioned selling the cart, Eric, shocked, asked where the money should go. With a chuckle, the elder told him to keep it, and lit by the yellow glow of a lantern, Eric vowed not to remain in debt. The old man's expression turned stern as he urged Eric never to kill, warning that doing so would make him a monster. Eric listened with understanding, then, once past the arch, loudly promised to return before pausing, to look up at the sky and praying to the goddess to protect all under it. Meanwhile, in a forest near a pit, the wyvern Richard searched for clues, finding only traces of Shin's magic and weaker energies. The distraught wyvern lamented that of all people she had captured one claimed by the great land. Placing a hand on the dragon, Lessie asserted that the lich could not have been defeated by such feeble magic. Holding the dragon's white hair, Alejandro asked whether Richard had truly checked for all auras, pras, and powers. Richard, incredulous, questioned if he meant the lich's bones had been crushed by sheer physical force, running his fingers through the ashes. Richard listened as Alejandro explained that some creatures exceeded the lich in strength, and while Richard watched a magical screen, Alejandro speculated that Shin might have been reduced to powder by a 500-year-old dragon. Richard looked at Alejandro Strai as the latter concluded they would need to follow the blood trail to find the beast. The action unfolded deep within the forest, where Eric found himself lamenting in frustration, unable to comprehend how he could possibly continue forward with his cart when one of its wheels lay broken beyond immediate repair. While crouched beside it, attempting to force the damaged wheel back into place, he let out loud, exasperated complaints that echoed through the sunlit woods. Unfortunately, the noise drew the attention of several armed men lurking among the bushes. From the shadows, the gang's leader gestured for two of his men to approach the stranded traveler. He clearly had no interest in waiting for Eric to starve in the wilderness. Stepping out of the greenery and onto the road, one of the robbers addressed him directly. Their leader stood confidently with an axe poised at the ready, offering help with the wheel in a tone that carried a sinister undertone, while two subordinates lingered behind him, one clutching a pitchfork, the other knocking an arrow to a bowstring. Raising the axe ever so slightly, the main robber licked his lips with satisfaction, already imagining the outcome. At that moment, Eric suddenly ducked under the cart, fumbling with the wheel. The cart began to rock as he wrestled it back onto the axle. Not once did he so much as glance toward the approaching gang. Moments later, to everyone's shock, the situation reversed. Everyone except for a trembling subordinate named Bader hurried away in sudden fright. The cart, drawn by two sturdy horses, resumed its steady path down the forest road bathed in golden sunlight. Eric sat back, watching the gang leader, now sporting a large bump on his forehead, reluctantly take on the role of coachman. Eric couldn't help but relish the fact that he no longer had to worry about navigating the road himself. The arrival of Mr. Gator had brought him relief, though the robber himself was visibly sour, not only from his failed ambush, but also from the continued mispronunciation of his name. He insisted it was Kalendor, not Kalendar. Eric, however, shot him a deliberately gloomy look and repeated the incorrect name with exaggerated emphasis just to needle him. As they traveled, Kalendor's gaze shifted toward the vast scenery beside the road. His eyes widened in awe as he pointed something out to Eric. A sprawling city with an underground crater valley cutting directly through it. He exclaimed that this was the city of Haytan. When Eric questioned the wisdom of building a settlement directly above the entrance to a dungeon, the robber explained that the true entrance lay at the gorge's very bottom, meaning monsters rarely made the arduous climb to the surface. Eric's own eyes lingered on the massive chasm, quietly judging the descent as something far from easy. Meanwhile, Kalendor announced they had reached the city's gates. Unfortunately, a heavy traffic jam of carriages and carts clogged the road, making entry slow. Eric remarked that he had all the necessary documents ready, but at that very moment the robber suddenly bolted in the opposite direction. Kalendor, turning back in panic, froze when he nearly collided chest first into someone. Realizing it was Eric, he recoiled sharply, his entire body trembling. With a pitiful expression, the robber begged to be released, explaining that if captured inside the city, he would be executed without question. Eric was taken aback as the gang leader actually dropped to his knees and began bowing desperately. Kalendor hastily explained that at the very bottom of the gorge, there was a prison holding the most dangerous criminals of the entire northern lands, men and women so vicious they were like monsters themselves. He claimed that a petty criminal like him wouldn't last a single day there. Worse still, he added, was the presence of a certain alien, locked away with special restrictions, so feared that even the other prisoners kept their distance. Eric was unsettled by this revelation, but Kalendor only grew more frantic, fearing a death at the hands of this so-called demon. As the guards drew closer, the robber clung to Eric's clothes, pleading for mercy. In a quick decision, Eric pressed a bag into the desperate man's hands. He then calmly explained to the approaching controller that the fool behind him had failed a task, producing the pass he had been given by the old man. Once the guard departed, Eric called after him that he was only here for a short visit on business. Meanwhile, Kalendor peered into the bag in surprise, asking what it was for. Without turning, Eric told him to start a new life. Hugging the bag tightly, the robber promised to put the gold to good use. Only once he was gone did Eric's expression falter, realization dawning that he had just given away the wrong bag. Checking his own wallet, he found only copper and silver coins left. In a panic, he shouted after the robber in the middle of the road, calling that they had mixed up the bags. Not far ahead, a yellow sign written in an unfamiliar script caught his attention. Nearby, a group of people stood holding wooden boards with various notices, most aimed at hunters. The entrance to the city was crowded with shady-looking individuals. Among them was Eric, his mood sinking fast as he grasped that surviving on the little money he had left would be difficult. With a grim look, he resigned himself to the fact that he might have to visit the Builders Guild again. Passing the notice holders, he reminded himself that at least guild work paid better than hunting. Determined not to leave with a clueless expression, he wondered where exactly the Builders Guild was. His eyes fell on a sign to his left. A red-haired man, face shadowed beneath a hood, held it with white-gloved hands. It advertised the need for a responsible hunter. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, Eric realized with surprise that it was Atis, who appeared genuinely happy to see him. Without hesitation, Eric grabbed Atis and leapt over the crowd, sprinting away. Before long, they sat on the wooden terrace of a building overlooking the edge of an abyss, cups of tea in hand. Atise admired the scenery, remarking on how few places like this existed in the city. Once Eric had calmed, Atise asked why he had come to Haton. 2 days later, the mug shattered in Eric's hand as he suddenly screamed at Atise, who was still sipping tea, that he had completely forgotten why he was here despite spending 2 whole days in the city. Atise blinked at him in confusion, asking if the Builders Guild had told him anything. Eric recalled the old man's mention of a contact he was supposed to find. Realizing the implications, he muttered that nothing good would come from continuing their partnership. Atise replied that in that case, he shouldn't have wasted time on him in the first place. Calming down, Eric asked if Atise would be the leader instead. Atise refused, saying he couldn't lead while Eric was there. Eric argued back, insisting he was a level 5. As their conversation continued, Eric complained that some monsters didn't even grant a single experience point, then asked for water. Atise told him to get it from the refrigerator. Eric froze at the sight of the massive fridge in the kitchen, astonished that such technology existed here. Disappointed that aliens seemed to look down on this world despite such innovations, he walked toward it, thinking how hopeless he had once felt trapped in the Rocky Mountains, yet now he could get cold water and ice whenever he wished. But when he tried to open it, a system message flashed before his eyes. Player level 2 low. Level 10 required. Rage surged through him as he declared he would throw the thing out. Atise rushed to stop him, explaining that all magical devices had requirements. Staring in bewilderment at Eric's outrage, the magician told him that nothing in this world was free of level restrictions. Eric slumped against the refrigerator in despair while Atise pondered his words, realizing these basic mechanics were likely the foundation of dungeon creation itself. Turning back to Eric, he said he had an idea. There might be a place where the alien could exist openly without concealing his identity. Eric, skeptical, reminded him there was no device capable of hiding levels. Atise's expression hardened as he clarified that the plan was far simpler. They would get rid of Han Bin. We see a beautiful building in the city, on the sign of which there was information that the Haton Hunter Guild was located here, and the merchants of armor and shields as well as the buyers looked at one place in shock. Everyone's attention focused on the counter next to which stood a man with long red hair, while the girl standing behind the counter, smiling sweetly, told him that registration for the hunter was completed, and Atise stood in front of her looking at the orange card and thanking her, causing the employee's cheeks to turn red while she watched the client in admiration, as her colleague looked at them with envy, wanting to be next to such a handsome man, and Eric stood gloomily above her without a jacket, all his muscles visible, which forced the employee serving him to turn away in horror while everyone stared at the half-naked customer, and the women behind the counter begged him to put on something. However, the request was rejected, and Eric's appearance became even more stern. The employee trying to do her job, determining the level as quickly as possible without looking up at the pumped-up guy opposite while searching for the test stone, and 2 men in the distance were intensely discussing a guy who showed off his body without hesitation. At this time, the confused Atise intended to exempt his partner from testing with the stone, but then the employee explained that they would not be able to register the bull as a hunter without it. The magician watching his friend with puppy dog eyes in anxious anticipation until Eric picked up the stone from the counter, showing it to the bewildered employee with glasses, then gritting his teeth and sternly saying that the stone was evil and he would not allow this evil magic to touch his body, crushing the artifact with one hand as everyone around was shocked by the action of the jock. Watching as the fragments of the stone flew from his fist in front of everyone, Eric destroying it and continuing to stand at the counter, but what amazed the 2 men even more was that the guy had called the test stone evil, and soon discussion passed through the crowded hall regarding Eric's behavior, which Atise listened to with a smile, and the employee, afraid of being rude, put her hand to her chest and decided to clarify, consciously asking the smug muscle man if he was one of the legendary race of Valterra warriors, and Atise looked at his partner with confidence as we were transported to the recent past, where Eric was lying on the roof in his shorts, sunbathing, with the red-hailed magician seated next to him in a huge hat, and the main character asked whether the tan and lack of clothing were truly related to his disguise as the Valterra race, who hid from the sun with long clothes. To which Atise explained that the warriors were famous for their golden muscles, while the guy doubted whether he even looked like them, and the red-hand magician said that Valterra's tribes came from desert people, not quite adequately exaggerating all sorts of features. And after explaining this, Eric was outraged by the absence of a father in the matter, describing his indignation, while the main character asked what was the point of walking around half-naked and embarrassed to death. But Atis happily told his partner that if people saw Valteta warriors in him, then he would no longer have to hide his level, becoming famous and eventually meeting 6 goddesses. When the confused Eric remembered the test stone, and Atis explained that the guy would have to break it, while the main character was perplexed by the words of the magician, who said with a soft smile that he would take care of the rest himself, and the events returned to the present time, where Atis, with a satisfied smile, glanced sideways at the crowd behind, who admired Eric's mistake, mistaking him for a Valtera warrior because of the broken stone, while the employee was in shock, and the red-hated magician noticed, with Eric quickly apologizing with a pathetic look, as Atis explained that everything was still new here to his friend. The red-hammed magician intermediary explained that Valtera's tribes were strictly prohibited from handling magical artifacts, and Eric confirmed his words, while Atisi assured everyone that they would compensate for any damage done to the stone. Leaving the girl embarrassed by the conversation with the handsome man, she turned away, muttering that the group wouldn't be able to work properly as a team without Eric registering as a hunter. The magician, holding up a gold medal engraved with a dragon, joyfully replied that his friend didn't need to be registered as a hunter at all, since he could also be registered as a guard, while the dark-skinned, muscular man watched the exchange with bewilderment, quietly questioning some of Atise's actions. When an employee asked for Mr. Bannister's documents, Atise, clearly annoyed, explained that he had accidentally left them at home, and the magician, using his charm, leaned toward the girl behind the counter, asking her to keep it a secret. The employee, stunned by the incredible presence of the visitor, was temporarily blinded, while both girls behind the counter immediately tried to get Atins on a date, much to Eric's annoyance as he pulled him aside, frustrated that his partner was so popular. Meanwhile, a jock in the crowd scratched the bridge of his nose, grumbling that Atis should feel grateful and that he should have foreseen that the muscular man would be completely unattractive to the girls. But the disgruntled man was immediately bombarded with a flood of attention and different proposals, leaving the main character overwhelmed and shocked, realizing this was far from what he had wanted. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream echoed through the building, drawing everyone's attention, while in the city surrounded by mountains, a gorge at the bottom revealed the most famous dungeon in the north. The stone canyon's crevices expelled streams of air, and light shone from within, illuminating a massive building with a lever on the facade. Leandro stood on the balcony, noting that not a single plant had grown, without turning toward Alejandro, and he praised him for capturing Rathnians. Alejandro explained that from the perspective of a territory owner, hunters were far more useful than townspeople, while scavengers excelled at following orders. Leais lounged on a sofa, glancing at Alejandro with dissatisfaction, informing him that they had only obtained this place thanks to an alliance with the Great Dragons. Richard, still on the balcony, considered the betrayal of the dragon, while Alejandro looked at him with a sense of relief, calling the dragon's escape fortunate, since in human form it could only survive in cities with dungeons. Diaz, eyes burning with intensity, held a flask in her hands, noting that dried blood made a search spell impossible, meaning Alejandro would have a hard time, while Alejandro lowered his head slightly in confusion as Richard turned to him menacingly, questioning whether Alejandro had gathered them to crown himself king, to which Alejandro responded with a carefree smile, denying it. A curtain opened behind the trio, revealing a real stage, causing Lies to look on in astonishment, while Alejandro, smiling casually, called out for a former hunter who had been too slow to approach. Barefoot, the wyvern now stood behind, weary from killing monsters, yet Alejandro had managed to intervene before the hunter executed the criminal. The released criminal turned to the boss, who saved him, asking if he had been freed after carrying out the order, and Alejandro reassured him with a grin, while Les criticized the man's appearance, refusing to believe he was level 37. Carefully examining him again, she noticed a shocking mark on the killer's neck, evidence of an artificial guide implantation, which left her stunned, loudly exclaiming that she thought no one survived such procedures. And Alejandro, beaming, noted that dungeon mining techniques had been replaced by human mining techniques. Richard, his expression gloomy, asked if the side effects of the implant had been minimized, noting that even so the results still fell short of expectations, while the formal hunter stood hunched on the stage, observing quietly. Alejandro noted his partner's resourcefulness and keen observation, and upon hearing about the sacrifice, the wyvern, hidden behind the scene, began to cry, tears streaming like a waterfall from her eyes, while a nearby voice tried to console her and ease her suffering. Two dark-haired girls stood beside Ifra, smiling softly at the dragon, reassuring her that there was no need to be sorry, as a tear fell from Ifra's eye onto her neck. Now, another girl appeared barefoot on the stage, holding swords in both hands, and as the victim came into view, the shaggy man, wearing a malicious expression, suggested that he needed to tilt her, while calling the boss's taste exquisite. Alejandro, his own smile sharp and wicked, clarified that while everyone was celebrating the release of the criminal, he had taken advantage of the moment to play around and give his commands, orchestrating the scene with careful precision and a chilling sense of control. To start the battle. Meanwhile, others stood on the stage amid artificial smoke. While Alejandro looked forward to the game, the man in the white t-shirt told his revel that at first he had been very worried, simultaneously taking out a weapon hidden in his bosom, then glancing at the yellow screen with the face of a maniac. She admitted that the more often she followed the instructions, the more she liked it, as the criminal noticed that the girl's level was 3 levels lower than his own and began begging for her life, but she remained silent. The rival raised her dark eyes to the shaggy man, coldly declaring that it was useless to ask for mercy now, and the enraged man, bent on murder, flew madly toward the girl, raising a cleaver over his head while grief-stricken Eve lay on the floor, sniffing, trying to encourage herself not to fear the aliens because she was protecting the king of Ace, and pulling off the muzzle with her clawed paw. Having freed her mouth from muscle, Ephir confidently decided to take the girl and run away with her. As those gathered were distracted, she opened her eyes in surprise, watching from the crack of a slightly open window, and the scene turned into a fierce battlefield where the rivals attacked each other simultaneously. During the fight, the girl's feet moved unusually and effortlessly in space, allowing her to dodge blows, twirling her sword around herself like a gymnast with a ribbon, while the long-haired man perplexedly noticed the dance in her movements and impatiently reminded her that the audience was waiting for the show and demanded that she begin. The girl held her blade near her, cutting off some of her hair, giving the criminal time to admire his new hairstyle, and the perplexed man, whose raggedly chopped hair had been affected by her action, quickly gave way from bewilderment to anger, furiously insulting his opponent. Lees watched the girl on stage in surprise, noting that she also used instructions, and Alejandro added that her high level at such a young age was unsurprising, while the girl continued her graceful movements. Richard was stunned that his partner had put into battle someone seemingly fit only for experimentation, yet the face of the girl with the sword was impressive, and the criminal continued to scream at her over the severed hair, dropping his cleaver toward the floor and furiously threatening her, a blood-red glow emanating from him. Alejandro remarked that he had gone too far, but this could not quell the man's anger, and the top half of the man transformed into a monster, while the lower half remained human, shocking Lays, as Alejandro explained that separating the human part reduced all risk from the implant to 0. The half-monster on stage prepared to attack, pulling a clawed, dark hand toward the girl, but she didn't even move. A strong blue discharge passed through the space, and she used both blades to strike her opponent. Alejandro explained that separating the human part was the only way to avoid such effects, and the monster screamed, thrown back by the powerful blow from her sword, defeated on the stage floor with lightning bolts coursing through his body, while the girl calmly worked away. Standing in front of the audience, leaning on her sword, she announced that the test had been suspended due to the loss of consciousness of her opponent, and Alejandro, with a smile, asked that it be taken care of before the creature escaped, as there was no point in using it further. The monster, with a crazy look and tongue hanging out, stood up and shouted that he was all right, but the girl quickly swung her sword, and blood sprayed against the wall nearby. The wyvern watched in shock at everything happening, and Aoife, staring at the girl, tried to realize that she had just killed a half-monster, yet the girl, with a drop of her enemy's blood on her face, carried out her orders without blinking an eye. Richard, noticing the girl's blindness, suggested that she should rely on the abilities of both a magician and a swordsman, while Alejandro added that her other senses had also been heightened, prompting Richard to question why, in this case, he had not reported the successful implementation of the artificial instructions, all while the creature examined the corpse of the half-monster. Camley explained that when a creature with an artificial spine kills its opponent, it does not receive experience points, which left Leslie furious, unable to understand why the instructions had been implanted, and Richard, holding onto the balcony railing, clarified that in addition to killing points, the aliens' level points could increase by defeating monsters from the dungeons, while Alejandro added that these voice search experiments were being carried out, and the gloomy man noted that this ability originated from another source, to which Ale, grinning, asked whether they were referring to a dragon core, and Richard seriously explained that the theory could not be tested due to an agreement with the creature's gold and blue metal across the room, tossing it to Alejandro and noting that if there were a traitor among the dragons, it would change matters. While the trending man said that the mistress had provided the artifact in case they killed the dragon, Liese curiously asked if her partner could handle handle it, and Alejandro, thrilled, held the valuable artifact shimmering in the sunlight, while Richard and Liezi explained that the bringer had work to do, bidding farewell to Alejandro and wishing him luck in capturing the dragon and conducting the experiment, and in parting, sitting on the railing, the daring girl showed her middle finger to her partner. Captivated by the artifact, Alejandro remained in the chair, thinking that he would be the last if he could not locate the dragon, while Alejandro pondered how he could find a dragon in human form without information about its abilities, and asked the girl to instruct the wyvern to clean everything, to which she asked whether the owner was leaving and received an affirmative answer. The blind girl opened the wooden door, stepping from the stage aisle flooded with light into complete darkness, and with a suspicious look, began sniffing the air. The wyvern, having overheard the conversation, nervously shifted from side to side, as Effer concluded that everyone here was crazy and would surely kill her, prompting her to flee as fast as possible toward the door leading outside, terrified of her fate. The wyvern pushed the wooden doors with all its strength, and Effir, looking ahead, spotted distant mountains and opened her blue wings, sliding along the wooden slope, following the smell of the fleeing captive. The girl called out to the wyvern, who, turning in fear, could not believe she was overtaken so quickly, while the girl flew toward her with incredible speed, preparing her blade to strike, and the blind girl calmly raised her sword, flashing lightning over her head, narrowly passing above the terrified Ifer, who opened her mouth wide in shock. The lightning struck the wooden circle below the descent, yet the wyvern continued to fly forward, evading the blows. From a safe height, Ifer exhaled in relief, thinking the runway was short, but recognizing that if the girl could fly, she would not have escaped. Suddenly, a rope of mana wrapped around Effer's paw as the girl ascended into the air, pursuing the escaping wyvern, and Effer, unable to look away from the girl in the sky, watched as she held the mana rope, ready to strike the fleeing creature, coldly declaring that it could not leave this place. On the wyvern's paw was a thread made entirely of air, suspended and floating in the sky. Ifer asked if this meant she was expected to sit as though on a leash. Indignant, the wyvern declared that she despised the heated sky, which restricted her ability to properly grasp her blade. The girl was astonished to see a wyvern speaking before her eyes. Gathering all her strength, Ifer pushed upward with force, while Lididi flew closely behind her. She shouted at Ifer to stop falling downward and pressed the wyvern further, urging Cray to rise higher. Turning back, Afer reminded herself that as a magic swordswoman, she should be able to land successfully. The wyvern, however, admitted her fear of archers who might be watching from the rooftops. Ifer studied the surrounding currents of air across the wide expanse and reported that no archers were present. Their duel unfolded in a place concealed among many rocks. Then, spotting something unexpected, the wyvern descended into a cavern hidden within the rocks. There, wooden steps jutted out in uneven directions, scattered like remnants of an old structure. The scene shifted to the underground of the crater valley, where, deep within the mountainous terrain, a hidden passage into the dungeon revealed itself. The story then brought us to the action taking place on the lower floor. An enraged monster let out a fearsome scream, but in a flash, the main character slashed it apart into countless pieces that scattered in midair. Ruhan remarked that he had forgotten to restrain his strength and had accidentally killed the monster upon landing. Almost immediately, he was forced to block the charge of one of the monster's beasts. Before long, a furious pack of monsters had encircled Ruhan on all sides. Looking around at them, he calmly noted that he had no time to cut them down one by one, and gripping his sword with both hands, he declared that he would carve through them all at once. With this resolve, his colossal attack tore a visible line through the air itself. In the blink of an eye, Ruhan's unmatched speed cut down every monster in his path. After the battle, he explained that this was a technique where he held his weapon high above himself, and while executing it, he had to dash beneath 12 monsters, fighting them even after resheathing his sword. He admitted that the strike was too weak to kill outright, but argued that its limitation was also its strength. Gazing at the mound of defeated monsters, he declared that the table was set. Suddenly, one of the still-breathing monsters attempted to flee, but in that moment, the depths of the dungeon were consumed by a raging stream of flame. Resting against the cold stone wall, Ruhan observed blood spilling from the monster's body, and in surprise he speculated that it was the manifestation of a burning life force. As more streams of life force seeped from the corpses, Ruhan admitted he had never witnessed anything like it in all his battles. Turning to Atis, who stood nearby, Ruhan asked if he was unharmed. The dragon, flustered, apologized for taking what should have been his prey, but Ruhan assured him not to worry, remarking that Atis gaining levels would ultimately help them all in the future. Yet as he watched Atis, Ruhan confessed his unease, wondering aloud why his own level refused to rise. Closing his eyes in frustration, he listened as Atis explained that his growth would not come so easily, a statement that left Ruhan startled. In that moment, an image of a human body appeared in his mind, streams of aura branching outward across it. The dragon clarified that a creature's level reflects its ability to control the flow of life force and to develop its own characteristics, and in Ruhan's unique case, the challenge was far greater. Atis emphasized that raising his level would be as arduous as replacing an entire skeleton. Ruhan acknowledged that he already understood this, but reminded the dragon that, unlike him, Atis could absorb experience by slaying enemies. Cautiously, Atis corrected him, clarifying that dragons did not truly absorb experience but instead consumed the enemy's life force itself. As he spoke, the image of a magical ochre stone brimming with immense mana surfaced in Ruhan's thoughts, glowing with an overwhelming energy. Atisi explained that the collected energy was being drawn into the dragon core, warning that this force was dangerously unstable and often seemed to take on a life of its own, which left the protagonist's face filled with surprise at what he had just heard. The dragon continued, saying that in order to level up, one must possess a body capable of handling unstable ENTJ power, adding that if they absorbed more than they could endure, death would surely follow, caused by the explosion of their very life form. And he emphasized this while placing his hands on his side. Hearing this, Rudhan asked if such a limitation could be worn or carried, but crossing his arms, he concluded instead that there must simply be a limit to how much one could consume. After running his hand through his hair, Atis confirmed this to be true, remarking that even something as harmless as water could be fatal if taken in excess. Ruhan drifted into thought, while the dragon noted with some amusement that he always became deeply focused whenever he considered how he might improve over the next 15 years. The main character reflected on this and thought that if Atis did not raise another 30 levels, his growth would stall completely. With confusion in his voice, Ruhan looked at him and asked how old he was. Atis calmly replied that he was 150 years old this year, which left Ruhan stunned, prompting him to ask in disbelief if Atis was some kind of old man. Taken aback, Atisi quickly explained that at 150 years, dragons were still considered teenagers, and as he turned his back to Ruhan, he reminded him that dragons could live well over 1,000 years. This revelation made Ruhan wonder aloud just what level a dragon could eventually reach. Heading toward the cart, Atisai answered that he could not say, noting there was no way to accurately confirm a dragon's level, and that in truth they were in the same position. Entering the cart, Ruhan speculated that perhaps this was because dragons had no suitable opponents to hunt in order to increase their levels, but Atisai corrected him, explaining that there were indeed no creatures powerful enough to serve as prey, and that the risk of fighting such foes was far too great. Rising as he spoke, Atis added that this was not all, for older dragons required an incredible amount of life force in order to develop further. Standing nearby, Ruhan asked why they would not simply stop leveling up altogether, to which Atis replied that such reasoning would be sensible if only great dragons thought that way, but in truth, they were consumed by a craving for power. Raising his head, he explained that dragons understood that constantly absorbing small amounts of life force was pointless, for it offered them nothing. With a serious expression, Ruhan admitted the same applied to him as well, pointing out that no matter how many level 25 monsters he killed, none would yield him experience, as only defeating foes above level 50 offered him true progress. An image appeared in his mind, one of a vast container into which countless buckets of water were being endlessly poured. Atis then told him of a rumor that said great dragons believed gathering immense amounts of life force in one place could solve their limitations. He described how this mysterious energy was collected into a massive stone vat, something they called the Well of Life Force, while among people it was known as the Dragon's Nest, a colossal magical seal suspended across many rocks. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if someone like him could go there to level up. Turning toward Ruhan, Atis questioned whether he truly meant attempting such a thing without the protection of a dragon core. The exhausted body of Cypher was at that moment cloaked in surging mana, and Atis, indignant, told Ruhan to abandon such fantasies, warning him that it was impossible without the core since the human body could not directly absorb raw life force. He explained that the energy would tear the body apart while simultaneously trying to regenerate it, creating a cruel and endless cycle. In another scene, we saw the half-dead wyvern let out a desperate scream as April, watching closely, struggled to endure. One of Alejandro's men called out to her, asking whether the wyvern belonged to Alejandro, and telling her to quickly return inside. When she tried to object, he cut her off, declaring that if she had not been tied up, then it meant she had no use to him. a statement she could not understand. He added coldly that if she stayed here and got injured, Alejandro would never forgive them for it. Her face burned with anger, but her exhausted body remained wrapped in powerful mana as she made her way inside, instructing the others to follow her. Drops of wyvern blood stained her robe, and overwhelmed by the pain, the barely alive Ifa opened her mouth in a faint cry. As she collapsed to the ground, the crown touched upon magical outlines, and when she opened her eyes again, the wyvern had fallen into a stupor. Afer's body, in that instant, was transported to an unfamiliar place, under a vast blue sky. Looking around in confusion, the wyvern wondered what she was doing there, when suddenly someone approached from behind, called her name, and looked at her directly. The wyvern froze, stunned, believing that he had heard this voice somewhere before. Grinning, the man scooped up the newborn wyvern into his arms, and turning to the captain, the young man asked what he would name her. He mentioned that if the wyvern was female, she could go by Saffron, then suggested Ephir. Hugging her close, the captain confidently declared that her name was Ephir, leaving the young man totally stunned and asking if that was really it. The captain replied that if he didn't like it, he could take his post, placing his hand on the wyvern's head, and he guessed she liked it. The stunned wyvern couldn't believe Captain Baldy was standing right in front of her, and looking at Ephir, he remarked that this had to be true. After all, who else could it be? Baldy then proudly announced that he was the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights, and with joyful tears in her eyes, the wyvern could hardly believe he was alive. Placing his hand on her head, Baldy asked why she was crying, joking if Ifr was a crybaby, and the wyvern explained she had just gotten a speck of dust in her eye. When she asked where the other knights were, Baldy, hands casually in his pockets, said their time hadn't come yet. Suddenly, Ifr's eyes fell on the crown at her feet, decorated with a strange, intricate pattern. History tells us that for failing to protect the king during battle, an entire squad of Sky Dragon Knights, including the captain, had been executed. In that moment, a magical muzzle appeared on the wyvern's face, and Ephir insisted that the captain hadn't done anything wrong, keeping her hands by her side. Baldy said she was a very sharp girl, pointing out that she knew a lot and was naturally suspicious of others. Looking at the dumbfounded wyvern, he added that sometimes you just have to trust people. Tears welled in Ephir's eyes again, and Baldy said that if a speck got in her eye again, she'd need someone to help take it out and wipe away her tears. Saying this, the captain froze in place, while powerful streams of mana kept radiating from the dragon core, and the wyvern began to collapse, covered in multiple wounds. On the ground, the female magical swordsman forced all her strength to sever the magical thread tied to her blade, and then, with a deafening roar, the exhausted wyvern fell from a heavy strike, dust rising near her face, as an agitated goon tried to call to her. Stroking the wyvern's head, she begged it to wake up, and when Ephir opened her eyes, she tried to ask why, only for Ephir opened her eyes, saying she was beyond relieved that Ephir had woken. Alarmed, Ali-A explained that the wyvern had absorbed a massive amount of vitality, leaving her own strength in complete chaos, and emphasized that they had to heal Ephir's injuries. Turning, she told her goon to bring the potion, but Alejandro stepped in, saying it wasn't necessary. Smirking, he added that they didn't need to waste the potion here. Seeing him, she wondered why he had returned, and Alejandro explained that he had left a while back, but came back after seeing lightning streak across the sky. Bowing slightly, he admitted he hadn't considered Ephir might try to escape and asked for orders on whether to leave her alone. The girl tried to argue, but Alejandro said even dragons couldn't handle that much vitality, which was why the wyvern had no chance. Watching Ali getting frustrated, he questioned if it was really worth using the potion. Afterward, she told Alejandro to just look at the wyvern, and he raised his hand, saying to leave it. While stroking her head, she gently reminded her that her name was Elijah and asked if she could close her eyes. Placing her hand on the wyvern's face, she instructed her to imagine herself as a vessel overflowing with water, then slowly shape the water into marble-like spheres. Closing Ephir's eyes, Elijah confirmed that she was no longer in pain and that she felt completely normal again. Raising her sword, she told Ephir that she was doing everything right and asked her to keep going. Suddenly blood splashed onto the floor, and the bloody blade dropped with a clang. Alijie asked if he would now give her a potion. Turning around, Alejandro froze for a moment, raising his hand as the blood slowly trickled down. She asked if it was really worth using the potion, bringing the blade to the vein, while Alijie asked if it still wasn't enough. The agitated subordinate urged him to stop her, but he told him to shut up, stating that this wyvern better be worth it, adding that he was doing this for the first and last time, and then noted that it would no longer work again. Ali J extended an arm and thanked Alejandro as the scene shifted to a room in the palace. The wyvern's face was covered with multiple bandages. Efir assumed that Ali J had a plan, which is why she had decided to save her. While watering the flowers, Ali J explained that she really had one reason. Turning to the shocked wyvern, she asked if she grew plants, and Efir replied that she had a small garden. Frightened, the wyvern pleaded not to reveal that she was planning to eat her, and indignantly, Ali J declared that she did not eat flowers. Efir then asked why she was growing them, and smiling, Ali J explained that due to her blindness, she could only perceive the world around her through the artificial instructions. She couldn't see color, but she could still manage. She added that inanimate objects were much harder to notice, which is why she grew plants. Looking at the alarmed wyvern, Ali J reported that these were not typical aquatic pandra with diseases. They were not completely dry in comparison. Efir was still alive despite having absorbed a huge amount of life energy, and the wyvern asked if that was why she requested a potion. Looking at the taken-aback Efir, she said that most people and those following instructions would assume she was just lucky. An image of the aura flowing through the wyvern's veins appeared in her mind. Ali J noted that she could feel her life force flowing into Efir, and with a serious expression, she stated that she believed the wyvern had a dragon ring. Efir said that was impossible since she was a wyvern, and Elijah asked if wyverns were dragons, adding that if so, anything was possible. She also remarked that Efir was a very intelligent wyvern. Hearing this, the wyvern asked if Elijah meant that in the process of acquiring vitality, she had created a core wary. Efir asked if she was searching for Alejandro, clutching her chest. Elijah explained about the dragon core, adding that it was the last ingredient needed to finalize the instructions embedded within it. Turning to Efir, she said that she had already obtained it from Alejandro and brought her here afterward. Elijah then asked if the wyvern still trusted her loyalty to him. At that moment, Efir felt a wave of doubt. The wyvern thought that if she continued speaking like this, she must be a loyal servant, and assumed that Ali J was just pretending not to notice the happiness that she was still alive. The wyvern couldn't believe that she had planned everything. Frowning, Efir thought that if she speculated too much, she would never uncover Ali J's true purpose. Turning slightly, the wyvern asked if Ali J had mentioned that she could feel shapes even without seeing them, and Efir pictured Alejandro's face, whose hair was kicked by cows every morning. Hearing this, Ali J couldn't help but laugh. Continuing to make a face, Efir asked which cow could cope with this best today. Bursting with laughter, Ali J told her to stop, and then she tried to escape from Efir's shackles. Deep in the forest, an old abandoned house came into view. Looking at the entry in the book, Alejandro scratched his ears. One guy remarked that it was a list of hunters whose levels had risen rapidly over the past month and tossed the notes to Otto. Alejandro said he wouldn't be on the list and, taken aback, asked who he meant, wondering if the wanted hunter had already left. Leaning on the sofa, Alejandro noted that in that case, he would have headed to the middle continent and thought that traveling there would require working hard to save money, adding that for such a trip he could only raise funds by working as a hunter. Taking one of the documents in hand, the glasses-wearing guy said it was a list of all hunters above level 50. If there were more who weren't on the list, he asked about the newspaper, smirking. Alejandro wondered who else it could be, and then he said there were new hunters. One had a low level and didn't stand out much. Looking at the pictures of Ruhan and Atise, he said that with such appearances, they couldn't stay hidden. The angry spider hung on its web just as the young man tried to fight it off, the scene unfolding inside the cratered dungeon. Grabbing his spear, Bror called out to Martin, suggesting they had clearly fallen on hard times. Watching his struggling comrade, Bror offered to help him, but Martin, frowning, told him to stop talking and placed a bet that he would finish first, readying himself for the attack. Brad smirked, insisting that wasn't going to happen, and then unleashed a technique accompanied by multiple spear strikes. The spears pierced the massive spider's body, which exploded, the two of them protecting each other's backs. Brad assumed there were still more monsters to kill, telling Martin not to forget it. Wary, Brad asked what he meant, stating that he had taken down 10 more monsters after that. Brad suggested that Martin get treated. Suddenly, 2 girls appeared on their path, bound in a web. Clenching her fist, one of the girls asked where the web had come from, and the second girl pointed out that the monster was above them. An angry spider started approaching the girls' shackled bodies, prompting screams of fear. The guys urged them not to move, assuring them they would save them. Suddenly, a monster's fang shot toward Brad's neck, but he grabbed his sword just in time. Martin asked if he was okay, noting how close it had been, and wondered who these monsters were. Looking around at the creatures surrounding them on all sides, Brad assumed they were tarantula knights. He couldn't understand how they had managed to get this far. Martin said they would defeat them without buffs, but Brad, worried, realized they couldn't just run. Extending his hands, Atis cast a freezing spell, covering the monsters' bodies in a layer of ice. Looking around, Brad wondered why the temperature had dropped so sharply, guessing someone was using magic. Martin didn't think it was monster magic. The frozen tarantula warriors stood rigid, and Martin was asked to take a closer look. Brad reported that the monsters were dead, but Atis appeared in front of the group, correcting him, saying that the creatures had only lost consciousness. Wary, Brad asked who he was. Clearing the cobwebs from the entrance, Ruhan stepped before the hunters. Martin suggested that they were the fire magician Atise and the warrior Walter. Raising a finger, Atisa said they had no plans to interfere with Milich Atisa's world, noting that he hadn't freed the girls yet and that they would handle the monsters next to the main character. Martin said it was a great honor, expressing his excitement at meeting them. Turning his head, Atisa said they were extremely grateful to have been shown the way, smiling. Martin mentioned rumors that Atis was only a fire mage, and Atis replied that this wasn't the only magic he possessed, adding that after battling a powerful ice mage, he had done extensive research in this area, smiling. One of the girls commented that she liked men who worked so hard, and standing nearby, Foel agreed. The girls noted that both were spiritualists, turning their attention to Elha. Foele remarked that the man's face mattered to her, and her friend, taking it back, asked what she meant, telling her to be quiet. Turning to Ruhan, Martin asked about his birthday. Folding his hands and considering joining other teams, the protagonist declared that he refused. Taken aback, Elha asked why, adding that they knew the dungeon's vastness well. Ruhan, folding his hands, said he wouldn't change his decision. Atis explained that his friend didn't like distractions from training, which is why he refused all offers. Annoyed, Elijah noted that while training was good, she thought the team should invite the guys for a drink with Atise. After exploring, Foel suggested that they could strategize over a cup of tea on the weekends. Delighted, the main character agreed to do this no more than once, which immediately made Atisa's face flash with jealousy. Sitting on the sofa, Ruhan suggested that they eliminate witnesses so they could begin to be recognized. Tilting his head, Atis agreed, noting that no matter how hard they tried, without witnesses only their performance would matter. He raised his hand, explaining that if they improved dramatically and no one noticed, it would only draw unnecessary attention. Atis added that as far as he knew, the best way to improve people's opinion of them was through rumors and letting imagination do the work, placing chalk on the board as he spoke. Demonstrating strategy, Atis showed how collaborating with other groups could convince others that the main character was truly a Voltarian hero. He also noted that this would increase his chances of meeting the goddesses, but the protagonist suggested they keep a little mystery. Atis believed that in order to preserve his true identity, they would need to cooperate with the team. Smiling, he stated that people were already requesting help from the Voltarian hero, which made Ruhan wonder if this strategy would really work. Encouragingly, Atis asked him to trust him, reminding the protagonist to remember his words and promised that they would make him the most famous hunter in this world. Taken aback, Ruhan realized that everything Atis had said was already coming true. Noting something he had not expected, smiling, Elijah remarked that during the main character's training, the three of them could meet with Atise. Grinning, Foel added that Atise would have some free time on the weekend. Turning to them, Atise said that he would be conducting magical research at that moment. Annoyed, Ruhan thought about his lack of popularity among the girls, and Martin, surprised, turned to Brad, asking him not to joke with him, hand on his chest. Brad replied that being a hunter was a sacrifice of free time, constantly fighting monsters, and at that moment he was extremely indignant that Atis was slightly more admired than him. The girls noted that they did not like jealous guys. Taken aback, Atis asked for forgiveness, but after telling him to shut up, Brad stated that in any case he was still a highly qualified hunter. At that moment, the protagonist's face was filled with genuine anger. Surrounding Brad, Ruhan assumed he was being threatened. Because Brad had insulted his master, he was sure that everyone would expect the main character to react. Being Valtirian and refusing to believe otherwise, he opened the dungeon door. Cocoons of monsters formed before their eyes. The main character's gaze fell on a huge spider, hanging over a magical artifact. Looking around, Martin noted that the tunnels felt massive, adding that he could hardly imagine the source of the dungeon's magic being so close. Atis then asked if they cleared this area, would the crater disappear? Martin believed that most likely would not happen. While inspecting the surroundings, he explained that the crater dungeon actually consisted of several dungeon groups, and in addition there were several more, which is why clearing the general area did not affect the entire crater valley frozen in place. The main character was thrilled that it was too early to leave the city. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a magical artifact shimmering with bright light. Bending down, Martin told Brad not to forget that if there were artifacts, there were also dangers. Before he could finish, Brad interrupted, saying he already knew, and looking at the huge monster, he announced that the protector, the dungeon boss, was right in front of them. The main character asked if the boss was really there, and Martin told him that this monster attacks with poison from a distance, instructing him to stay close, avoid attacking the legs first, and instead deal with it like an angry bird on that day. Martin stated that he, along with Odyssey, would remain to protect the girls until they gave a signal. Outraged, his comrade asked if Martin expected him to stay here. Rushing into the battle, Brad declared that he would never allow another group to claim his reward. Turning to the main character, Martin explained that he was leaving the protection of the girls to him and Odyssey. Alerted, Odyssey reported a bad feeling, his face serious as he asked if Ruhan would come. Frozen in his thoughts, the main character suggested just observing for now. Grabbing their hands, the girls activated a protective aura. Grabbing his spear, Brad reminded everyone that they were using the blitz tactics they had discussed earlier. Indignant, Martin asked why he was so impatient. Charging toward the monster, Brad declared that whoever killed the spider first would win, but Martin replied that now was not the time for that. A bolt of acid shot from the monster's mouth, and everyone raised their hands. Foel and Aleach activated Yesen's blessings, instructing the technique to form a protective wall and enhance their weapons. Turning to the girls, Atis praised their skills, adding that the timing of the wall and buffs was perfect. Watching the fierce battle with the monster, Atis stated that they had neutralized its ranged attacks, forcing it to land on the dungeon floor. Brad reported that they didn't have time to cut off its limbs one by one, raising his hammer above his head. Martin shouted that if he wanted to finish it, then let him, and asked Brad to strike it in the head, also raising his weapon. Brad celebrated, looking at them triumphantly. Atis assumed that while they were skilled hunters, they were not as good as Ruhan. The main character noted that perhaps Atis was right, but the monster was too weak to compare with the dungeon boss, adding that its level was far too low. Excited, Foel announced that they had finally arrived, and Alea interrupted, declaring that they would finally become hunters who had successfully closed the dungeon. Raising his fist to Martin, he proclaimed that this was their first time closing a dungeon, and Martin replied that there was nothing to be surprised about. Inspired, Brad suggested going to the fourth quarter to increase the hunter's rank. Suddenly, he realized that Martin had disappeared. Raising his head, Brad froze, looking up to see a huge leg and a gaping mouth letting out a terrifying roar. The plot now introducing the Queen of the Tarantulas. It was a broadsword, not a sphere, and as the monster opened its mouth to strike, Brad realized with fear that it had survived. Frightened, he warned the others to be extremely careful, insisting that the monster was still alive and dangerous. Suddenly, a colossally powerful explosion erupted behind them, shaking the dungeon violently, and the hunters' shields were sent flying away from the blast. Stunned, Brad froze in place, unable to move, as a magic wand flew into his leg. Thinking it through, he realized that someone had embedded a wand into the sword, which caused the enormous explosion, leaving him in a state of incomplete bewilderment. He could not even fathom that they would defeat the monster in this way. Then, a panel appeared on the protagonist's face, notifying him that he had earned 238,100 points. Ruhan thought silently that he still had a long way to go to reach full strength. Smiling, the main character reflected on the massive number of monsters they had slain, and turning toward Brad, he confidently stated that they had officially cleared this dungeon. Ruhan and Atis headed out, leaving the main character standing in the elevator, lost in thought and processing the events. A frustrated Brad slumped in the corner of the elevator, exhausted and shaken. Atis observed that Brad was in shock and added that not everyone could match the main character's natural strength, noting that it was completely understandable for him to feel overwhelmed. Brad admitted that he was truly exhausted, recalling that when Merton had died, he had been petrified and powerless to act, and he confessed that he had been jealous of Ruhan. Surprised, Atis commented that the main character had always been strong from birth, but Brad interrupted, insisting that Ruhan had endured extremely harsh conditions to survive. Turning to the upset Brad, the main character asked him to stop lamenting the world's unfairness. With a serious and thoughtful expression, Ruhan asked if it wasn't obvious to Brad that someone always has to try their best just to survive. The main character added that with luck on their side, they would survive and become even stronger. Ruhan nodded, reflecting that the same had happened to him in his past. Looking at the outraged Brad, the protagonist explained that luck had been on his side when he met them, otherwise he would have already perished. Brad reluctantly agreed that Ruhan was right, admitting that if it weren't for him, he would already be in the next world. As the elevator lifted, swaying slightly from side to side, Brad wanted to ask about Martin, wondering if luck had really been on his side during the battle. Brad fell into a stupor while Elijah scolded him, asking where his gratitude was, calling him an apathetic, indignant worm. Martin asked if Brad realized what it had cost the main character to save them all. Brad tried to dodge the reprimand, swearing that he understood, but Martin's frustration was too much to ignore. Taking a step back, Ruhan wondered aloud if they had forgotten to mention that they had saved Martin. Smiling, Martin explained that Ruhan had caught him during the fight and softened his collision with the wall, which had kept him safe and stunned. Brad asked incredulously if that was even possible, questioning whether such an effort could realistically protect someone. Filled with doubt, Brad turned to Ruhan and Atis, and all of them bowed their heads in deep gratitude before Ruhan quietly left. Martin then lightly struck Brad, explaining that Ruhan was angry because of him and asked what he planned to do next. Brad admitted that he had not considered the consequences of their actions. Atis then presented a proposal, holding an artifact carefully in his hands. He explained that they had no plans to use it themselves and intended to sell it, offering it to them if they were interested, and noted that it was available at half price. Brad wondered why they were offering such an expensive weapon and smiled at Atis, remarking that luck had truly been on his side. Outside, Ruhan remained lost in thought, while the others continued their discussion inside, smiling and reflecting on what had just happened. The protagonist noted that it would have been disastrous if they had died after being saved, and added that, due to level restrictions, they could not use the artifact anyway. A driver passing by closely observed Ruhan, then locked his gaze on the wall of the cart while cleaning the seat. He reported seeing a warrior holding a paper with the main character's image in his hands. The man asked, "What about the magician?" The coachman replied that he had not yet left. Finally, the man expressed hope that they would unite, pronouncing Matisse's name with a sense of anticipation. While Eric proudly reflected on his recent success, thinking about how far he had come, Atisse awkwardly accepted the thanks addressed to Eric behind his back. The young man daydreamed about gaining the favor of the goddesses who had taken an interest in him thanks to his rising fame, and imagined how he could earn their trust. Meanwhile, Eric focused intently on his plan to exact revenge on the demonic god, not noticing that Atisse was standing by the carriage, quietly observing him. The magician, smiling faintly at how well Eric hid his intentions, suddenly had his attention drawn to someone knocking on the wooden side of the carriage. A man wearing glasses turned, catching the surprised look on Atisse's face. Eric realized it was time to step out, calling Atisse over as he stood alone in the middle of the deserted area. The young man noticed that the magician had left, and the carriage moved forward on its path. Atisse felt a wave of frustration, realizing that the man with glasses had lured the magician into the carriage for a private conversation, which eventually set off without his control. He frowned tensely, baring his teeth as he recalled the even spare wands, silently reprimanding himself for his carelessness. In a densely populated city, the man interlaced his fingers, resting his elbows on his legs, and expressed satisfaction that the magician had not used his wands. When the stranger noted the resemblance between Atisse and his older sister, Adora Bannister, the magician was dumbfounded that the man knew her. The stranger explained that the conversation was not about her personally. Rather, Adora had fought against the evil great dragons 10 years ago, alongside 4 legendary heroes. He mentioned the High Draconian Brotherhood, adding that Adora would have received a blessing had she survived, but Atisse sharply interrupted, asking him to stop. The magician urged him to stop talking about his deceased sister and get straight to the point. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger expressed concern, noting that in the 10 years following Adora's battle, the current head of the Bannister family had lived in seclusion, yet this meeting had convinced him to act. When the carriage finally stopped, the man announced their arrival and invited Atisse to go to a deserted location of his choice to discuss matters in detail. As the magician glanced at the location, he froze in disbelief. This was his own house. Tall, radiant, with a vibrant green roof. The man in glasses stared at the building, panic flashing across his face. He had not expected to see it standing there. Suddenly, someone leapt to the ground, boasting to the angry man about their talent for driving carts. Eric, smiling casually, commented that the driver, who sat unconscious with eyes and mouth wide open, had gone off in the wrong direction, and the young man decided it was time to rest. As Eric and Atisse began discussing the recent persecution, the frightened man raised his hands in defense, hastily explaining himself. Eric slammed his palm with a fist, signaling that he expected further explanation, while Atisse, studying an emblem with a golden pattern, concluded that it was authentic and belonged to the goddess of light. Eric looked up from the emblem in bewilderment and stared at Atisse. The man wearing glasses revealed himself as a priest of the Order of Light. Introducing himself as Emiloto, a devout follower of the goddess of light, he explained that he had not intended to kidnap the magician, but genuinely wished to bring him to the secluded area for a private discussion. Eric heard Atoa. Otto expressed that he would not forgive the previous acts of violence committed against him. Speaking in Valterian while pretending to be a foreigner who did not understand, Eric further annoyed the priest. Atis was stunned to learn that the order had been seeking him specifically, not the mighty Valter. Otto gave the magician a stern look and suggested that, since the priest requested a private conversation, the mission was confidential. Otto seemed to appreciate the young man's intelligence, quietly recalling how he had been tasked with pursuing the death of most of the great dragons on his search. The priest was astonished, believing Atis to be only 17 years old, and marveled at how someone so young could command such formidable power over the savage. Eric Otto closed his eyes, stating that he must trust Atis and officially offer cooperation with the Order of Light, while urging him to listen carefully to the confidential information he was about to share. The man placed a photograph of 3 people on the table, explaining that he was currently investigating a man named Alejandro, who was operating in the refugee villages surrounding Boat Valley. Eric focused on the photo, recognizing the stranger's face. Atis immediately asked whether Alejandro was heading a criminal organization and using the villages as a base of operations. Otto firmly denied this, explaining that Atis first needed to understand the refugee villages and their situation. Originally, the refugees had not lived in the city, but the appearance of the crater dungeon and a sudden surge of hunters had forced them to leave, settling outside the city due to a sharp rise in taxes. A child, seeing a man pulling a cart, loudly and joyfully, ran to tell his mother that their father had returned. Women greeted him warmly, exhaling heavily, while the child began asking about the day's sales. The man smiled, hugging the child tightly, replying that the merchant's arrival would replace the customers. The woman shot back that he was just getting started. When she asked if the merchant had found the man who had helped him, he answered in the negative, adding that he had recently seen a Valtero warrior during a monster hunt. When the women expressed a desire to see this warrior in her village, a scream suddenly rang out, and a man came running toward them. The woman covered her mouth in horror as Joseph, missing one tooth in his upper jaw, was forced to run toward the center of the village. Joseph gave a detailed report of the monster, but he was soon followed by a green creature resembling a mutated frog. The man grabbed a weapon, watching intently as the creature devoured Joseph. The woman timidly called out to her husband, and he grew angry that she was still there, but she hastened to explain that she could not locate their child. He assumed the daughter might be inside the house and hurried his wife along. An archer ran up to the man, taking aim at the monster. He realized that Joseph had already gone to the beast's nest to confront it, which made him furious. He yelled that he was going to submit a request to the Hunters Guild. The archer, drawing his bowstring, expressed indignation that the hunters would not accept such a request for a small reward. As the man complained, his little daughter emerged from the house, calling out to her father. He did not hear her voice, continuing to scold the hunters. The creature, noticing the girl, extended its long tongue toward her. The man froze in horror, unable to react. Atao explained that the Order of Light could not directly interfere with territorial management, and thus relied on cooperation with hunters to aid those in need. As soon as Atius understood this, he realized the order could raise the level of the man's contribution and increase the chance of meeting the goddesses. He immediately agreed, but Eric placed a hand on the magician's shoulder, refusing. Scornfully, Eric told Otto to stop pretending to pursue justice, reminding him that he had come for the dragon hunter. Otto bowed his head, forced to admit that the young man was correct, adding that the mission's true target was Alejandro's base. Atisi froze in shock, learning that the base was a dragon's nest. His anger flared, shouting that all the nests should have already been destroyed and that the Order of the Brotherhood itself should handle any remaining threats. Otto calmly replied that they wanted to fully investigate the situation, clarifying that they could not accuse Alejandro of wrongdoing. His actions were not criminal. The man added that even the refugees considered Alejandro a hero. Meanwhile, a girl hugged an adult and sobbed loudly. On the ground lay the defeated monster, and next to it were Efir and Ali J. Smiling ominously, Ali J clarified that they were from Alejandro's dragon nest and had been sent directly by him. Ali J asked Alejandro if he wanted her and Eifer to help the refugee villages, and he replied with a pleasant smile that what he truly wanted was simply to offer a little help to those in need, specifically to kill the the monsters prowling around the village, his expression calm yet unsettling, with a doll-like smile resting on his face. The newcomer Hendy, overjoyed, expressed his happiness that Alejandro had entrusted him with the rest of the responsibility, while also offering his thanks. J, however, could not understand why Alejandro was sending her and Eifer to support the refugees, and suspicion gnawed at her, uncertain of what the man was plotting, when suddenly Alejandro announced that from this day forward Hendy would be the one responsible for the wyvern. He reminded Elie that the last time the wyvern tried to escape, it had been troublesome, and Elie quickly replied that she constantly warned Eifer, silently thinking to herself that if the wyvern did escape, Alejandro would place all of the blame on Hendy instead. Alejandro, still grinning, remarked that before anyone else, their actions in the name of justice had always been carried out in secret. Elie listened quietly as he went on to explain that any refugees who wished to move into this land would be accepted, but only after a careful assessment. Still, she could not understand why he had reduced the population of the nest to keep this place hidden, only to suddenly begin speaking so persistently about it to the outside world. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone suddenly shouted her name loudly, forcing her to look up, and there she saw a monstrous sight, a huge purple beast with grotesque human-like teeth roaring at her, foul green fluid dripping thickly from its mouth. Elia cried out for Eifer, and the wyvern immediately lunged forward, delivering a devastating kick to the monster's face, while Eliake shielded her own eyes and mouth with trembling hands. The beast was hurled back with force, but Eifer, alarmed, instantly turned to check on the girl, calling her name with concern. He asked if she was all right, but Eliage only released a weary sigh in response, which made the wyvern worry even more. Green biological fluid had splashed across her body, and Eifer gently offered to help clean her. Guiding her toward a clear pond near the edge of a lush green forest, the wyvern stood nearby as Elige shielded herself from the blowing wind with her hands. But Eifer was not satisfied with just that. Flapping her wings, she created steady wind currents, determined to completely dry the girl's long hair, though Elige grew uneasy, fearing that traces of monsters could still remain hidden. With the patient care of someone who had once lived a long, wild life as a monster herself, Eifer carefully combed through Elige's hair, all the while warning her that if they destroyed every monster in the area, it would only reveal to others that humans were nearby. As her hands moved gently, she asked Elige if she used her sword without strictly following the manual's instructions, and the girl admitted that relying on instructions alone was not enough. Eifer laughed lightly, saying she had often observed Elige's sword movements while using the guideline, and noticed that sometimes her rhythm would falter and lose stability. Smiling softly, Elige replied that while the guideline's magical swordsmanship was extremely precise, she longed instead to master the kind of magic swordsmanship she had once glimpsed as a child. She confessed that as a little girl, she had not even known what hunters were, only that her mother would brush her hair in the mornings while keeping that hidden side of herself concealed, and back then Elige believed her mother to be a dancer. Later, however, she learned that her mother had in truth been a swordswoman. She recalled with bittersweet clarity the mornings when her mother's training looked like a flowing dance, her body twirling gracefully with swords in hand, her movements both beautiful and fierce. But that ordinary life shattered the day her mother went hunting and never returned. Days later, Alejandro arrived with his ambiguous smile, taking the child away to the dragon's nest and cruelly implanting the manual into her body, leaving her sobbing in agony on the floor. That was the moment she lost her sight, and ever since, whenever she attempted to use her mother's swordsmanship, she inevitably had to rely on the artificial guideline forced upon her. With a heavy heart, she admitted her fear that if she continued to rely on it, she would eventually lose herself completely and become nothing more than a puppet. As her voice trembled, Eifer suddenly screamed shrilly for her to run. Then, with a gentle, almost sincere smile, the wyvern suggested that the two of them simply escape together, to fly westward where no one would ever find them. But Elie, bound by her grim reality, did not share in that fleeting hope, and her answer was filled with sorrow, for she said that if she left, Alejandro would only kill someone else in her place. When the wyvern asked why Elie did not simply report everything to the inquisitors, the girl shook her head and replied that such a thing was impossible, her voice heavy with memory. Once, long ago, she had asked a villager for help, but the very next day, standing beside a smiling Alejandro, she was forced to look down upon that man's lifeless corpse. From then on, she understood that resistance carried only tragedy. Whenever she refused to train or take part in the cruel tests, Alejandro would dismiss her humanity entirely, saying that human life was worthless, before forcing her to obey. With a bitter edge to her voice, Aliaye said that in the end there was only one way to rid themselves of Alejandro and the slimes, that the dragon's nest itself must process all the life force and render it completely useless. Frowning as the thought crossed her mind, she explained to Eifer that this was why they desperately needed the cipher's dragon core. The wyvern, her tone soft with pity, reminded the girl that she still did not know how to process life force at all. Elie gently stroked the depressed Eifer, comforting her and insisting with conviction that she was such a genius she would eventually figure it out. The two of them even shared a laugh, imagining how, after such an achievement, Eifer would be hailed as legendary and granted the title of Genius Wyvern. Thoughtfully pressing her finger against her lips, Eifer added that she needed to hurry and outpace the other dragons, warning that if rumors about the dragon's nest spread, it could draw the attention of other great dragons. Those words made Alicia's expression harden with realization, and in sudden fury she shouted that Alejandro was using the nest as bait to lure out a great dragon. Eifer, startled, protested that no mere man could ever defeat such a creature, but Alicia countered sharply that Alejandro never took risks. He must already know how to extract a dragon core, and all he lacked was the beast itself. Elsewhere, Atisa was caught off guard when told he would have to infiltrate the place alone. Otto, peering at him over his glasses, explained that Alejandro was searching for capable magicians and would welcome someone like him, promising that the order would provide Atisa with the necessary information to pass the assessment. When Otto began to mention spies already embedded within the enemy, Eric slammed his hand on the table, declaring firmly that he would go as well. Atisa turned to him wide-eyed, concern and determination mixing on his face, and argued that walking into the enemy's lair alone was suicide. But Eric insisted he could not allow his companion to face it by himself. The stern magician Otto, however, interjected that a warrior like Volterra could never pass unnoticed, and Alejandro would immediately suspect him. Eric, his temper rising, snapped that if that was the case, then there was nothing left to discuss, and that the request would be refused. Atisa sat silently, deep in thought, until Eric urged Otto to find another candidate. But before anything more could be said, the magician abruptly stood, declaring his unwavering intention to cooperate with the Order of Light. Eric looked at his friend in shock, unable to believe he had so quickly accepted. Without turning back, Atise coldly reminded him that as his personal guard, it was his master alone who decided whether to accept a request or not. Otto, adjusting his glasses with calm finality, confirmed that the request had been accepted. Before leaving, the priest added that they would wait at the eastern gate and hand over the necessary supplies and documents for verification. Atise sat quietly at the table, eyes scanning the document in silence, while Eric fumed in anger and confusion, unable to understand how the magician could agree to such a mission without knowing the full details. Fearful that his friend would not survive, Eric demanded that the request be refused, declaring he would take it on himself instead, but Atisa snapped at him not to be foolish, pointing out that the magician had already sworn by his family name, and only his family could decide otherwise. Enraged, Eric accused Atisa of acting as though everyone else was disposable, but Atisa, glaring fiercely, shouted back that the Bannister family had already sacrificed themselves to destroy the dragon's nest once, and that was why it still existed. Eric clenched his fists, shouting that honor was meaningless if the magician died, but Atisa, after a pause, calmly asked if Eric truly believed that. Shocked and frustrated, Eric was left speechless, while Atisa quietly resolved that he had grown stronger and would not falter. As he left, he reassured Eric not to worry about the magician's fate, and the door slammed behind him, leaving Eric with regret and sorrow etched across his face. Soon after, a white horse pulled a wooden carriage down the road. Inside, Atisa accepted his disguise and identification papers, Otto explaining that they had also included an official document listing his level as lower than it truly was, so that he would not draw unnecessary attention. Narrowing his eyes, Atisa glared at the priest, telling him curtly to stop talking and let the magician read in peace. Otto faltered, apologizing, realizing Atisa seemed to have quarreled with his companions. But as the magician carefully examined the papers, he suddenly noted that the gender marked was female. Otto, calmly opening an enormous box of cosmetics, replied that this was no mistake. With a raised brow, the priest asked if Atisa even knew how to apply makeup. In the middle of the road, a long line of people with heavy luggage stretched outside a large tent, and among them sat a small family, a father, mother, and daughter. As the woman gently urged her child to wish her father a safe journey, the little girl suddenly screamed that she no longer loved him. But the man only smiled warmly, promising to buy her treats once he returned. With a tender smile, the mother wished her husband well, and in turn he told her to take care of herself and their daughter until his return. Watching the scene, Carlindor found the line of people unusual, and when someone called his name, he turned to see Elige standing with her wyvern. Curious, he asked why she had come, and she explained that she was accompanying those who sought to enter the dragon's nest, then asked if he too planned to go. Scratching the back of his head with an awkward grin, Carlindor admitted he would instead work as a builder, since physical labor was all he really knew. Elige reminded him sternly that such work would keep him away from home until everything was complete, and considering he had a family, it was not an easy choice. Carlindor glanced toward two men brawling nearby and confessed his real concern lay with monsters, but learning that Alejandro was recruiting hunters through a strict selection process gave him some reassurance. Just then, one of the fighters took a brutal blow to the face, his body flung backward before crashing upside down on the ground. The victorious blonde man, clad in armor, simply winked and told him not to take offense. This was just the way natural selection worked. Hendy, grinning widely, clasped the winner's hand and proudly declared that he had secured entry into the dragon's nest, earning cheers from the crowd. Then, raising his voice, Hendy announced the last match, calling out numbers 56 and 60. As the defeated fighter was dragged away, Elige observed the gathering and thought the overall level of participants was far lower than she had anticipated. At that moment, Eifer leaned close and whispered that high-level adventurers found dungeon runs far more profitable than this contest. Elige nodded, then climbed onto the wyvern's head at her request to get a better view, thanking her as the battle began. With his usual smile, Hendy then asked where number 59 was, and from the edge of the field came an unexpected sight, a slender figure rushing forward, standing out sharply among the armored men. Atisi appeared, dressed in women's clothing, long hair tied neatly into a ponytail, round glasses perched on his face, and makeup carefully applied. With a flourish, he introduced himself as participant number 59, Ariana Stia. Not far away, Otto stood by a carriage as if patiently waiting, but when a priest scolded Atisa for his attire, Atisa snapped back that it was his decision. Trying to help, Otto reached to open the carriage door so he could assist with the corset, but Atisa quickly shut the door with his foot, pressing it into Otto's face in embarrassment. Changing the subject, Atisa demanded to know why the Order of Light had chosen this course and what the other 5 religious groups thought. Adjusting his glasses, Otto calmly explained that the orders of water, fire, wind, and earth did not interfere in matters that didn't directly concern them, and if aid were sought from the Church of Night, their inquisitors would likely burn the entire place to the ground. As Atisa descended gracefully from the carriage, Otto found himself staring. Atisa, now transformed into a strikingly pretty girl in a white blouse and knee-length skirt, looked at him with wide puppy-dog eyes and asked if he seemed strange. Flustered, Otto tore off his glasses, stammering that the disguise was absolutely perfect. When Atisa tried them on and asked if he looked any different, Otto, with tears in his eyes, admitted that he had already seen everything he wished to in life. Beneath the playful disguise, Atisa's true mission was deadly serious. He had come here to find the dragon's nest itself and to pass the harsh qualifying round, and as Hendy, ever cheerful, welcomed the newcomer with a smile and asked to inspect the documents of this latest participant, it was clear that Atisa, despite his appearance, was no stranger to what awaited him inside. Hiding his true identity beneath a carefully crafted disguise, Atisa had never felt so nervous. Every eye in the place was locked on him, and the weight of those stares pressed down like stone. The man who had failed the test earlier suddenly tried to cozy up, fawning over him and offering to accompany him on his way back, babbling about how dangerous the guild could be. When they jokingly suggested that Atisa might even die during the trial, a bitter memory flashed in his mind, his own past quarrels and the need to prove himself. Rising to his feet, he glared at the men with cold displeasure, silently vowing to show that he was capable of carrying out assignments on his own. Nearby, Eifer grumbled about how annoying people seemed to gather everywhere, then called Ilie, who was carefully observing Hendy and Atisa. The girl frowned, immediately sensing something was wrong with this peculiar man, and when Atisa calmly confirmed his level as only 30, Her doubts grew sharper, for she knew a magician at level 45 had no reason to lower himself by hiding his power. Hendy's gaze narrowed as he studied the documents, while Atisa stared intently back at him, waiting to hear the outcome. Then, with a wide grin, Hendy suddenly announced that Atisa was accepted into the dragon's nest. The young man's eyes widened, his mouth falling slightly open in surprise, and Elie too was taken aback by such an unexpected decision. But a furious knight shouted in protest, accusing Hendy of favoritism since Atisa had not even taken the test. Laughing heartily, Hendy explained to the crowd that the dragon's nest desperately needed magicians and that their trials were handled differently. Yet Elie, unwilling to let people think Alejandro's selection process was corrupt, suddenly stepped forward armed with her sword, her eyes fixed on Atisa. Declaring her own level 35 strength, she challenged him directly, and Hendy, surprised but curious, stepped aside. Elie wasted no time. She charged fiercely, blade cutting through the ice wall. Atisa conjured in defense. He skated backward across the ground, wand raised, while Elie marveled at such a powerful move for a supposed opening strike. Atisa himself cursed silently, realizing that using advanced magic risked exposing his hidden identity, and he hesitated over whether to reveal his ice magic. Elie hurled one of her swords away, reminding him in a flash of thought that a true swordsman could not fight properly with only one blade. With her remaining weapon, she lunged forward, blade flashing, and Atisa braced himself to parry the blow. But before steel could meet spell, a massive figure suddenly dropped between them, swinging a colossal hammer straight toward Eliege's head. The weapon crashed down with a thunderous impact, raising a storm of dust, the force of it so great that bystanders were thrown into the air. The hulking man grinned wickedly, asking if killing Elie and Atisa would be enough to count as passing the test. Shock rippled through the crowd as a blonde knight pointed a trembling finger at him, horrified to recognize the infamous cannibal known as Polly Swines, recently released from the Crater Asylum. Stice cried out that the brute was level 45, warning that human flesh never truly satisfied his hunger, and that he had only come here hunting something tastier. As if to prove it, Polly Swines picked up a long metal object from the ground, examining it with dim curiosity before realizing he had accidentally slain the judge. Scarlet liquid oozed from its broken end, glowing like molten fire, and the other half of his shattered weapon lay twisted in the distance. Standing before Elie as she sat dazed on the ground, Atisa gloomily declared the postponement of the test, but she eyed him suspiciously, asking if he had simply been unlucky once again. Fixing his gaze on the monstrous man, Atisa muttered that Asinus relied on brute force alone, wielding his weapon purely by weight, but Polly, layers of fat rippling grotesquely, tore a chunk from an animal leg and hurled it aside, declaring himself bored of such meat and roaring for everyone present to die. As his massive limb swung toward Atisa and Elie, a sudden blow struck, knocking the limb aside and sending it crashing into a nearby carriage. Dust cleared and the fat man blinked in shock as Hendy appeared before him, alive and smiling as though nothing had happened. Atisa stood frozen in disbelief. Eliege's expression was unreadable, and Hendy, with his usual polite grin, told the cannibal that they were no longer accepting applications. Stretching his lips into a grotesque grin, Polly asked if that meant he had passed, but Hendy only laughed darkly, raised his fist and struck. "The dead can't pass," he sneered, his small blow carrying monstrous force. Red particles burst before Atisa's eyes as the hulking man was flung backward, vomiting blood and collapsing, his great bulk crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Hendy calmly recorded it as one accidental death, chuckling at the man's weakness. But Atisa knew better. Polly had not been weak. For the briefest moment, the magician glimpsed a terrible energy radiating from Hendy, as red and raw as blood itself. And while the crowd stared in awe, Hendy smiled as if nothing had happened, then casually announced his departure for the dragon's nest. Inside the quiet share house of Atisa and our protagonist, a sudden realization struck Atisa. This man was unconsciously using aura, that dangerous red energy born only when someone had trained their body and life force to their absolute limits. Once awakened, it granted strength far beyond that of ordinary men, and Eric could feel it too, a raw ignition sparking deep inside him. Yet, strangely enough, the training bottle before him remained unharmed. Eric froze mid-pose, his body tense and his mind racing, deciding that perhaps no orc blood lurked within him after all. But in the same instant, his t-shirt began to scorch, the fairy blue flame licking across his back until it seared his skin. With a startled gasp, Eric muttered that something felt hot, but the heat grew unbearable, and soon he was shouting in agony, his body glowing blue as he panicked. Atise, just as startled, reacted with instinct, firing a burst of ice magic to smother the flames, filling the room with steam. Eric spun on him in rage, demanding an explanation, but Atise, smiling innocently, hid behind a scroll and claimed he was only practicing new spells. Eric's anger shifted to disbelief when he realized that Atise had spent as much money on a strange doll as on their entire home, but the magician calmly insisted it was a worthy purchase, containing secrets about mana and methods for controlling it more efficiently. Eric, still unsettled, sat down beside him and asked bluntly how one might truly learn to create aura. With a dry laugh, Atise rolled up his scroll and declared that no such methods existed. Aura, mana, and life force, he explained, were originally set at fixed levels within each person, helping to shape their natural abilities. Skills and occupations could be gained later, mana could be improved, even life force had its own role. But aura remained stubborn, only unlocked through decades of grueling training. And even 40 years of struggle gave no guarantee of success. Eric latched on to one of Atise's phrases with sudden excitement, asking if this meant that one day people would inevitably grow suspicious of him, and Atise confirmed it grimly, citing the dangers of the crater dungeon, where entering without aura against monstrous enemies would draw unwanted attention. Eric scowled at that, upset that monsters like leeches existed everywhere, yet insisted brute strength could still solve anything. Frustration twisted his expression as he frowned, lips tight, muttering that without proper guidance he might never succeed at this path. As if mocking him, the very training bottle he used cracked loudly, and Atise, his wand still trailing smoke, reassured him with gentle words. If they faced an enemy Eric couldn't handle, then they would overcome it together using Atise's magic. He smiled sweetly, admitting he still had far to go but promising to raise his own level so Eric would never need to worry. On the table nearby sat a jar labeled with a red apple, a strangely ordinary thing in the midst of tension. Eric stormed about, arms crossed, swearing under his breath, then clutching his hair in frustration as he shouted about that stubborn idiot of a friend. Yet beneath the anger, he tried to calm himself, reminding his own heart that Atise had lived years successfully hiding his dragon essence, and for now his disguise remained secure. Surely, he reasoned, there were no men alive at this moment whose level surpassed Atise's. Still, the worry lingered, and just then Hendy's voice rang out, declaring him the last participant to pass. Atise ignored Hendy's words and rushed forward toward the fat man lying motionless on the ground, face pressed into the floor. Dropping to his knees, he placed a palm on the man's back, and the flesh shifted strangely beneath his touch, spreading into the faint shape of his fingers. With sharp indignation, Atise cried out to the judge, furious that he had declared a man dead who was still clinging to life. Hendy, glancing at the body, dismissed it lightly, saying the man's fat was thicker than expected, enough to keep him alive, but if they left him, he would die soon regardless. Atise glared with cold fury at Hendy, unwilling to accept such callousness, and immediately pulled a small flask of glowing pink liquid from his robes. He barked Elie's name, and when the desperate young man pleaded with the swordswoman for aid, she stepped forward with a calm smile. On Atise's orders, Elie pried open the fat man's mouth, and Atise quickly poured the potion down his throat, ensuring it was swallowed. Straightening, he commanded that the man be stuffed into a transport bag and taken directly to the dragon's nest. His expression darkened, his brows furrowed as he frowned, silently carrying the weight of decisions that could no longer be undone. Hendy's round black eyes widened as the mountain opened up to reveal a vast crater stained with ominous purple blotches. Within it stood a line of horse-drawn carts, men hauling loads with ropes as exhausted participants staggered off with backpacks and sleeping bags, their faces pale from the journey. Eifer collapsed onto the ground, eyes closed, exhaling with deep relief at finally arriving, while a fat man, still unconscious, was strapped awkwardly to the back of a wyvern. Elige stroked Eifer's face with guilty tenderness, knowing how hard the burden had been on her, yet she had agreed only because Elige had once saved her life. Atise, meanwhile, stood still, his gaze fixed on the so-called dragon's nest. He studied the pipes, devices, and artificial constructs embedded within the place, and quickly concluded that this was no natural lair, It was a human-made fortress. A true dragon's nest would radiate overwhelming energy, yet here there was only emptiness. The suspicion rose sharply in his mind. Had these people simply claimed the ruins of an abandoned nest? Just as he considered testing it himself, Aliage appeared suddenly at his back, startling him into a flustered reply that he had merely been staring at the many pipes. The swordswoman narrowed her eyes in suspicion but then softened, thanking him sincerely for saving her earlier. Atisa brushed it off, calling the fat man a lunatic, but Aliage insisted that his so-called madness was actually Atisa's selflessness in saving him. She gestured discreetly toward Hendy, who had once beaten the fat man and now stood nearby chatting. Quietly, she revealed that Atisa had humiliated the chief of security here simply by refusing to let a man die, then dropped her voice coldly, telling him that good people do not survive in this place. She went on to explain that outsiders imagine this to be a hidden castle, but in reality there is no food, no water, no space, only rules and order holding them together. Stone walls rose higher every day, yet to her it felt less like a dragon's nest and more like a prison island. Atisa closed his eyes, brows furrowed, and admitted grimly there was no other choice for them now. He raised his wand, fire kindling at the tip as flames edged closer to the unconscious fat man. Elie screamed, ordering him to stop, her voice echoing sharply. Eifer crouched near the man, eyes fixed on the fire, while Elie looked torn in confusion. But Atisa only smiled warmly, assuring them that sick men needed warmth, then turned to Elie with gentle words that even she needed people beside her. The swordswoman froze, her face flushing as indignation and embarrassment wrestled in her chest, realizing he had done this with purpose. Before she could respond, Hendy appeared with his usual eerie grin, nodding in mock approval and teasing that the two were already growing close. Elie quickly covered, telling him she had only been explaining the rules of this place, while Atisa stammered awkwardly about this being his first taste of neighborly life. Hendy's smile sharpened as he ordered Atisa to hand over all his wands and follow him. Sir Alejandro wanted to see him. Fear pierced Atisa instantly. Even Elie was confused why a leader like Alejandro would call a mere participant. Still, Atisa followed Hendy through a shadowed corridor, cursing himself for having grown too relaxed after entering so easily, only to now be summoned without even a weapon. Hendy asked his opinion of the nest, and Atisa forced a bright tone, praising its magnificence just as rumors claimed. Hendy cut him down with a dry laugh, pressing for truth, and Atisa tensed as suspicion thickened in the air. With narrowed eyes, Hendy demanded to know if Otto had told him that other spies were inside, flashing a golden emblem as proof and pointing to a pair of glasses belonging to a priest. Atisa, unnerved, questioned why the judge had ordered him to surrender his wands if they were truly on the same side. Alejandro's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Hendy explained that Alejandro would be unarmed as well, while he himself would rely only on aura, but Atisa's nerves frayed further at his unsettling manner. Just before the door, Hendy warned him in a flat voice not to waste energy on pointless acts like saving that fat man again, hinting that even Elige might grow suspicious. Atisa snapped back, suggesting it was Hendy who was misleading people, but Hendy only touched the doorknob and advised him to squeeze every scrap of information he could about whether this nest was real. He was still speaking when it happened. A sharp feather, crackling with purple sparks, shot through the door crack and pierced his eye. Blood sprayed onto the wooden floor. Atisa gasped and called his name as Hendy staggered, frozen in shock, staring at the man standing inside. Through the haze of pain, Hendy managed to force out trembling words, asking why Alejandro would strike him so suddenly. The leader only smiled, his teeth bared, and replied with chilling calm that while useful insects could serve a purpose, he still despised bugs. In a blinding flash, his power flared, Hendy's blood spattering across Atisa's robes. The young magician stood paralyzed, wide-eyed, clutching the emblem of the Order of Light in his hands. Alejandro gave a mocking thanks for the advertisement, smirking as he revealed that he already knew a level 50 outsider had entered this place. Then, with a crazed gleam, his gaze snapped toward Atisa, lips pulling back to show jagged teeth as he asked in a low, terrifying voice, who exactly was he? Atisa could only stand frozen in horror. Copper pipes ran along the walls, vanishing into a dark opening as the group tried to catch their breath after the long, grueling flight. Eifer complained about the pain in her body from riding the wyvern for so long, while Ilie quietly stroked her hand, lost in thought. When Eifer asked if something was wrong, Ilie admitted she felt a strange sensation, like a current running across her skin. She explained that usually this feeling allowed her to sense a person's essence through touch, but with Atisa, it was different, familiar yet strangely foreign. Mounting the wyvern's neck, she speculated aloud that perhaps it was because Atisa was such a high-level magician, but even that explanation felt incomplete. To test it, Alige pressed both palms onto Eifer's head and immediately felt the same odd current, shouting in surprise at the recognition. Eifer, startled, began to suspect the truth, while the wyvern raised its gaze and boldly suggested that Atisa might actually be a dragon. Alige, still skeptical, frowned, but before they could process the thought further, their attention snapped forward. A blinding magical light burst out from a window. Powerful blow struck, blasting Atisa outside and slamming him against the ground. He quickly rose, taking a battle stance, though frustration filled his mind. Without magic stones, his spells were weak and unstable. Alejandro, watching him, finally understood why the Order of Light had taken such an interest in this place and in Atis himself. They clearly needed proof to justify their actions, so they had planted experts here to confirm whether the nest was real. Atisa ignored his questioning, spitting back that everything had become clear the moment Alejandro killed the Order's priest. Alejandro only smiled cruelly, dismissing the matter as unimportant. With no witnesses left alive, his secrets were safe. A surge of electricity slammed into Atisa, throwing him down. At that moment, Alige and Eifer arrived on the battlefield, the wyvern's thoughts racing. If Alejandro could see the dragon's core, perhaps he had already discovered Atisa's true identity. But Alige rejected that theory, insisting that Alejandro was simply using this false nest as bait. Watching his unnerving smile, she explained grimly that at level 45, the only way to confirm if someone was truly a dragon was to push them to the brink of death and force them to transform. Eifer's face tightened with worry. If Atisa wasn't a dragon, then Alejandro's method meant he would simply die. Alige's eyes hardened, admitting this cruelty was Alejandro's true nature, and in a chilling whisper, she concluded that if Atisa was indeed a dragon, then she herself would have to kill him before his secret was revealed. Eifer clenched her jaw and rushed forward, determination burning on her face as the blue stone she carried glowed with energy. Meanwhile, Atisa struggled, his mind racing. His magic was weakened, but retreat wasn't an option. He needed to fight back. Staring down Alejandro, Atisa demanded to know why he had created this so-called dragon's nest. But the man only smirked, charging up his attack, and told him to ask again, right before he died. With a mocking grin, Alejandro warned that Atisa would only learn the truth if he lived long enough to see it. In an instant, he lunged, his attack whistling through the air. Atisa tensed, realizing too late that this was no spell but a devastating physical strike. He quickly conjured an ice shield in front of him, but the force of Alejandro's twin blows shattered it into shards, forcing Atisa to leap back. The feather-like weapon wriggled like a venomous serpent, whipping toward him. He dodged, but the impact knocked his glasses loose, sending them flying. Alejandro, relaxed and cocky, landed lightly atop an ice block, hands in his pockets, only for his face to suddenly flare with fiery light. Atisa had unleashed a blazing stream from his bare hands, kneeling as he forced the flames forward. But his desperation left him open. One of the feather spears pierced his hand, blood dripping as pain racked his body. He squinted through one eye, bleeding from wounds etched across his face from the strain. Gasping, Atisa muttered to himself, wondering if he had been hit, only for Alejandro to suddenly appear right at his side, answering the question himself with a terrifying presence. The magician turned with confusion, his vision blurred as he peered with only one eye, his breath ragged from the wounds already covering his body. Alejandro moved with impossible speed, crossing the distance in an instant, his presence looming like death itself. Even if Atisa had been pretending until now, it no longer mattered. His body was already near its limit, and Alejandro could see through the weakness. Looking down at the young man sprawled against the ground, the man's cold voice cut through the silence as he declared that it would not be long before the truth was revealed, whether this magician was a human or something far more dangerous hiding in plain sight. Not far away, Elie screamed in desperation, urging Eifer to fly toward Alejandro, her voice trembling with urgency, but the wyvern only frowned, her wings carrying them in the opposite direction. She snapped back furiously, demanding to know what good it would do to rush headfirst into the clutches of someone like him. Elie cried out that Atisa had to be cornered, forced into her dragon form, that this was the only way to know the truth. But those words ignited Eifer's fury like never before. A roar of pure rage exploded from her chest, the sound shaking the skies themselves. Eliake froze, terrified at the sight of her closest companion's fury, realizing too late that her words had pierced deeper than she intended. Eifer's voice came low at first, quivering with pain and fury, accusing Eliake of turning her back on her own heart. The girl who once cared so deeply for others, who had always sought to protect life, now spoke of killing so coldly, as if it were just another option. Lowering her head, Eifer whispered bitterly, calling herself a coward, because if Atisa died, she could pretend not to know, she could force herself to look away. But what she would never be able to forgive, what burned in her chest with unbearable anger, was the thought of Elige staining her own hands with blood for the sake of others. Elige's fists clenched tightly, her voice trembling but resolute as she answered in a low tone, asking what else she was supposed to do. She didn't want to be powerless again, just an observer who could do nothing but watch as everything fell apart. Her body shook as she pressed a hand against her arm, screaming out that this was all she had left, that this was the only path she could take now. But Eifer roared again, even louder than before, her golden eyes blazing as she glared at her friend. Her voice thundered with authority, shaking Elige to the core, as she declared that if someone had to bear this burden, it would not be Elige, it would be her. She would face it herself, not allow her friend to destroy what was left of her humanity. Meanwhile, deep within the nest, Atisa sat against the cold stone floor, his wrists bound tightly to the wall, his body broken and bleeding. His face was painted with bruises, blood trailing from his wounds, but his spirit was still unbroken, his eyes glowing faintly with defiance. Alejandro, sitting casually upon a chair of conjured magic, leaned forward with a look of utter boredom, wondering aloud why this frail magician had even come here at all. In a voice weak but steady, Atisa answered that this place, this so-called dragon's nest, should not even exist, that no matter what Alejandro sought, he would gain nothing from it. Narrowing his eyes, Alejandro pressed further, asking why he believed that. With a trembling breath, Atisa rasped out the truth. Only dragons could control a dragon's nest. Anything else was meaningless. Alejandro's interest sharpened at those words. With a mocking smile, he suggested slyly that perhaps he himself might be a dragon. Atisa, despite his injuries, grinned faintly, his voice laced with quiet defiance as he told him that the nest was still incomplete, still unstable, and even for Alejandro, achieving his true goal here would be nearly impossible. That grin shattered Alejandro's patience. His amusement turned to fury in an instant as he lashed out, seizing the young man by the throat and hauling him into the air. With a sudden motion, he dragged Atisa over the cliff's edge, dangling him above the abyss, his voice sharp and venomous as he promised he could snap his neck at any moment, or worse, simply let him fall and die like a broken doll. But then Alejandro paused, his eyes gleaming with cruel delight, offering one last chance. One chance for Atisa to reveal his trump card, to show the truth he had been hiding all along. The man's voice dropped into a dark rhythm as he began a slow countdown, each number echoing like a hammer striking against Atisa's heart. The young man's body trembled, his blood dripping onto the rocks below, his vision narrowing as he hung helplessly over the abyss. Yet his spirit did not break. When Alejandro's final count fell into the silence, Atisa's eyes snapped open wide, and he glared up at his tormentor with a gaze filled with pure contempt and searing hatred, and then the air itself cracked. Magic burst forth raw and untamed, filling the space with a crushing pressure. The ground trembled, the air shimmered, and the world seemed to hold its breath as Atisa's power surged, no longer restrained. Alejandro sat back with casual ease, his body supported by magic, one hand lazily controlling the rope of mana that coiled tightly around Atisa's throat. His eyes gleamed with cruel amusement as he warned the young magician that coming to the dragon's nest had been in vain. With a malicious smile tugging at his lips, Alejandro declared that even if Atisa were truly the great dragon everyone suspected, he would never be able to raise his level in this place. Atisa's body trembled under the suffocating choke of the glowing rope, green bubbles of energy bursting around him as he gritted his teeth in defiance. Through the pain, he forced out a loud declaration, his voice echoing through the cavern. He was not a great dragon. The green energy drifting through the air proved his words, flowing past him and rushing somewhere far behind the red-haired mage, showing clearly that it was not Atisa who was gathering power. Alejandro, standing at the very edge of the platform, narrowed his eyes and pulled the rope tighter, but when his attention finally shifted to the brilliant green light swelling at the epicenter to Atisa's left, he released his hold with a sound of displeasure. The rope snapped loose as he threw Atisa roughly to the ground, clicking his tongue in frustration at the disappointing truth. There was no real dragon standing before him. Atisa, gasping for breath, lifted his battered face, staring at Alejandro with suspicion and a gnawing thought. If the dragon's life force had not been his, then who else here could it belong to? His mind spun as he realized this entire encounter might have been orchestrated, a cruel trap designed not to expose him, but to lure out the true dragon hiding somewhere nearby. The blinding green glow in the distance confirmed it, leaving Atisa with a sinking feeling that everything around him was part of a scheme beyond his control. He bit his lip in bitter frustration, wanting to act, wanting to strike back, but the harsh reality pressed down on him. He had no strength left to change anything. All he could do was watch. Then, footsteps echoed softly as Elige descended from the wall above. Calm and poised, she reported directly to Alejandro about the discovery of the dragon's nest. Atisa's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized her. A girl he had met not long ago now stood before him, her familiar face twisting the situation into something he could barely comprehend. The blind girl tilted her head toward him, a gentle smile tugging at her lips as she whispered to her red-haired companion how glad she was to see him alive. For a moment, that small kindness pierced through the tension, but Alejandro's dark presence quickly swallowed it whole. With a malicious grin, Alejandro admitted that he had mistakenly thought the young woman behind him was the dragon. His subordinate suggested checking further, but he dismissed the idea coldly, explaining it would be useless. A dragon in human form would blend in too perfectly. Smiling even wider, he turned his back and announced that no dragon would ever be able to increase its level here anyway. His voice carried a note of cruel satisfaction as he revealed his trump card. Every bridge leading out of this isolated territory had been rigged to explode the moment the dragon acted. The blind girl turned toward him, her calm voice cutting through the tension as she asked if this was why he had gone so far as to isolate the entire place. Alejandro's grin only widened as he leaned closer to Atisa, his shadow falling across the battered mage. He spoke with mock sympathy, saying that if Atisa had truly been a dragon, he would have already been captured. His tone sharpened as he grabbed the boy's chin, forcing Atisa to look him in the eyes. Still, Alejandro sneered, "You made for an interesting experiment." Atisa's glare burned with hatred, a sharp grin tugging at his bloodied lips, but Alejandro only laughed, his voice low and predatory. He offered a twisted apology, pretending to forgive Elie for her failure, claiming he would leave her alive this time, but only because resources were scarce in this nest. Liche, standing a few paces away, lowered her head thoughtfully, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. With a calm voice, she reported the damage to the dragon's nest itself, subtly drawing attention away from Atisa. Alejandro turned, his grin fading into a cold smirk as he studied her carefully. He admitted that ever since the red-haired girl's arrival, he had felt a strange disharmony, an imbalance gnawing at the nest's core. For a moment, suspicion flickered across his face as he muttered that perhaps this girl was the true dragon. But then Elliot interrupted, suggesting quietly that Atisa could help with the repairs. Shock froze Atisa's face as he realized what she was doing, trying to save him. Alejandro's expression softened into malicious amusement as he considered it. With deliberate slowness, he placed a hand on Eliagi's shoulder, his voice laced with false charm as he agreed to her proposal. Atisa would live, for now, under her supervision. He muttered that he would leave instructions with a trusted aide, already moving to withdraw. As he turned away, his smile widened into that same chilling grin, his malicious laughter echoing through the chamber as his footsteps faded into the distance. The scene shifted. Daylight spilled across the crater dungeon, shadows crawling over the walls like long fingers. Deep underground, lanterns burned dimly along the wooden beams of a narrow corridor, their weak light guiding the way forward. Atisa walked beside the blind girl, his body still trembling from exhaustion and wounds. His voice wavered as he addressed her nervously, calling her Miss Magician. She moved with calm grace, her steps measured, her presence steady despite the darkness. With a soft tone, she corrected him, asking that he simply call her Elige, and added that they would be working together for some time. Then, tilting her head slightly, she asked for his real name, seeking to know the truth of the partner now walking beside her. Atisa, still caught between gratitude, suspicion, and disbelief, could only look at her in silence as they continued deeper into the dungeon's shadows. Atisa finally introduced himself, though his words carried a nervous edge as he anxiously asked if Ellie was having a hard time carrying him, only to be reassured when she explained that she was channeling energy forces with little effort, making it far less of a burden than he imagined. Curious, he asked if this arrangement was really convenient. But when she confirmed it was, he looked dumbfounded and quickly tried to make excuses, muttering that it was still unusual for him to be riding on the back of a lady. The swordswoman glanced at him with a teasing remark, asking if he had forgotten that they were both girls, and that simple comment made the embarrassed magician decide it was better to walk on his own. Ellie then approached the wooden doors and pointed out her room, but Atisa, overwhelmed with guilt for deceiving someone so good-hearted, spun around sharply and declared with bright enthusiasm that he wanted to thank her. Ellie, however, frowned slightly and replied that such gratitude was unnecessary, then turned to face him with a serious expression and admitted something chilling. She had wanted to kill him ever since learning about the dragon essence. Shocked, Atisa gave her puppy-like eyes and tried to justify himself, reminding her that she had seen the dragon somewhere else before, but she cut him off with a sharp question, asking whether he had recently collected large amounts of vitality. His eyes went wide as he froze in shock, demanding to know how she had discovered such a thing, but Ellie calmly explained that she could sense faint streams of life energy around him, and that the feeling had only grown stronger as they came here. When Atisa pressed further, asking who had given her such orders, the dark-haired girl simply stood motionless, silently noticing her own precarious position, the difference in their levels, the deserted surroundings, the thick stone walls, and the fact she carried no weapon, while reminding him that if he wished, he could easily kill her on the spot. Atisa's face darkened with displeasure as he stepped closer, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her, his voice rising as he urged her to come to her senses, demanding whether Alejandro had been the one who ordered her to uncover his true nature. His anger built as he ranted about the greedy great dragons who built their nests through deception and Alejandro's manipulations, his words pouring out furiously, while Ellie, blushing in panic, tried to speak but failed to get a single word out. Finally, Atisa erupted, confessing that he truly was a dragon hiding in human form, shouting that she never should have saved him in secret, and roaring that instead of protecting him, she should have been preparing to fight Alejandro. At that explosive moment, Eifer appeared suddenly, shoving Atisa aside with raw force, making Ellie scream in surprise. The wyvern let out a furious cry, warning the magician not to dare mock Ellie again, while the swordswoman exhaled in deep relief. Stunned, Atisa pulled himself back up, looking around in confusion at the massive blue-scaled creature before him, realizing this was a wyvern and that it had been using the nest recently. Ellie gently stroked Eifer's head, while Atisa stared more intently, confirming to himself what it truly was. Ellie then turned to him with resolve, deciding to reveal the truth, explaining that the wyvern had been the one who arrived recently, disguising itself as a dragon, and that it was thanks to Eifer's actions that Alejandro's suspicions had been diverted away from him. With smug pride, Eifer introduced herself as a genius talking wyvern with a dragon core, and extended her claw toward Atisa in greeting. The magician, moved and overwhelmed, clasped her claw and uttered her name, which shocked both the wyvern and Ellie alike, before bursting out with joy, proclaiming that someone owed Eifer immense gratitude for helping conceal his identity, and adding with excitement that he had heard she even lent him as many as 300 EX. The wyvern's eyes went wide as she instantly recognized who he meant, and in shock, an image popped into her mind, the sight of a muscular, half-naked alien named Eric. Meanwhile, far away back at home, Eric himself sat in total misery, his face bathed in red light and dripping with sweat as he desperately fumbled with a stick in his hands, waving it while begging something to vanish. Dark splashes of energy swirled in front of his face before bursting onto him, making him scream in pain as he hunched over the toilet, which functioned only above level 12, futilely trying to clean it. Instead, the splashes struck his eye, making him howl even louder. Exhausted, drained, and miserable, he collapsed in frustration, lamenting that everything in his life was going completely wrong. Days had already passed since Atisa left on his mission, and in that time Eric's house had transformed into nothing less than a living hell. Everything was falling apart for Eric, nothing went according to plan, and even the smallest conveniences had turned into impossible obstacles. The so-called high-quality faucet in his home, for example, only worked from level 8 and above, leaving him with no proper access to water. Reduced to rummaging through his broken refrigerator in search of anything remotely clean, he felt more like a primitive man scraping for survival rather than someone living in a civilized world. Cooking was out of the question since the store required level 8 clearance and he lacked both the status and the money to even buy ingredients, while restaurants were completely inaccessible to him. Worse yet, the high-class safe that could have solved his financial problems demanded level 33 just to open, mocking his desperation. With no other choice left, Eric resolved to earn money himself and set out on a mission, eventually arriving at the guild headquarters. However, instead of hope, he was immediately met with cold rejection, an impartial refusal from an employee he had known before, who reminded him that the rules were strict. Personal security was not allowed to take on missions without their master's participation. The girl with glasses remained detached, her eyes fixed on her book as if avoiding his frustration, but she still tried searching for a job that could fit, though with little success. Just as it seemed hopeless, the ground beneath them suddenly began to rumble violently. The building shook so hard that the woman spilled her tea and screamed in terror, believing an earthquake was forming directly beneath their feet. But in reality, it was no natural disaster at all, only Eric furiously kicking the counter in frustration. Shocked and cornered by his intensity, the girl immediately relented and agreed to assign him a job, though she warned that the reward would be small since it was to be considered a personal favor. Trying to compose herself, she began telling him the details of the case, about a strange incident that had happened just a week ago. She recalled how she had happily returned home from shopping, carrying bags filled with new items she intended to use for a party, only to later discover that they were missing without a trace. She spent the entire day searching before the event began, but her efforts were useless. As she recounted this, her tone grew tense and her movements restless, pacing the room in frustration, until she finally revealed the one clue she had managed to find, a single strand of blonde hair. She held it up furiously, convinced it was evidence of the culprit. Eric, unimpressed, remarked that such a clue was hardly useful, but her anger boiled over as she pointed a knife at a photograph of her older brother, declaring that only he could have entered her room and stolen her belongings. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the man in the picture. It was none other than Priest Otto. The employee quickly added that her brother might be working in some kind of disguise, hinting at the difficulty of the mission. Then, with her emotions spilling over, she erupted in rage, demanding that Eric track down her brother, reclaim her stolen things, and then burn the man to ashes. It was a bizarre, unsettling request, but a mission nonetheless. Eric, however, found himself lost. He had no idea where to even begin searching for the priest, especially if Otto was working undercover. As he struggled to think of a single lead that could help, a yellow screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, offering him a choice. It asked if he wanted to activate the tracking skill by using the genetic information contained within the strand of blonde hair he now held in his hand. Eric froze, staring at the glowing words in disbelief, realizing that this unexpected option might be the only chance he had to unravel this strange and dangerous mission. Eric looked around and concluded that there was no one so far from the city feeling satisfied with his newly gained skill. Deciding to test it, he activated his tracking skill, which triggered the analysis screen to identify the life force as LRA, and based on various characteristics, the right person was selected from all possible targets, officially beginning the tracking. A magical staff suddenly crashed to the ground at Eric's feet, signaling the end of the process, leaving him visibly disappointed with the skill's result, especially after noticing the information about movement and cooldown time displayed. Meanwhile, under the sunlight, a dark, muscular man lifted his head toward the high cliff that loomed against the blue sky, eventually deciding to return home and wait for Atisa in the high plateau. Far away, beneath the cold glow of a lamp, the entrance to a tunnel shaped like an arch revealed the clenched fist of a massive, pumped-up creature that came flying with the full intent to strike. The monster's blow landed with tremendous force, its strength radiating from its t-shirt-wrapped body. Singly, observing the scene, asked the battered hostage about the handover to the priest. Otto, his face swollen and bruised from repeated beatings, insisted they knew nothing. The furious monster snarled, declaring he already knew of Hendy's involvement with spies and revealed that Alejandro was fully aware of the priest being an accomplice. From below, Otto watched the enraged green monster with pointed ears and understood from their exchange the grave consequences and dangerous side effects of artificial guidance. The creature, baring its fanged jaw, grabbed Otto's face in its paw and threatened to rip him apart if he remained silent. But the moment someone shouted for the torment to stop, the monster growled in frustration. Otto quickly tried to intervene, demanding to know who the third voice belonged to. A deranged-looking man with bulging eyes stepped forward, holding a lantern, and boldly declared that he was the one who created artificial guidance and similar products. Shocked and furious, the hostage screamed in outrage, accusing the mad scientist of turning humans into revolting abominations and mocking them as products. The werewolf and the lizard, standing off to the side, exchanged uneasy glances when they heard the priest call them disgusting. Unfazed, the scientist raved that people's true value had nothing to do with appearance, grabbing the hostage by the neck and demanding whether being recognized as a person depended only on achieving higher levels. Tearing off his white robe, he exposed an insect-like abdomen and legs, proclaiming that leadership was the key to revealing true value and calling it a blessing. The priest sneered at him with contempt, saying that such insignificant creatures could only grow stronger through enormous sacrifices. Instead of being offended, the scientist rejoiced, proudly announcing that the weak being destroyed was part of progress and that true artificial leadership would soon be perfected. Otto, clutching his neck, was shaken and confused by the madman's words, but before he could process further, the scientist revealed a horrifying tool, a parasitic ant nematode wriggling from his own mouth, which he prepared to unleash. Though his original plan was to test it on a conscious living host, he pressed the worm toward the priest's nostril, explaining with sadistic glee that it would devour the victim's brain, erase his will, and turn him into a mindless puppet. Realizing the dire situation, Otto's mind raced, knowing he had to report this terrifying truth to the Order somehow. But before the parasite could take hold, the walls shook violently from a surge of energy coming from outside, and in an instant a powerful strike knocked the crazed scientist back, hurling him through the air. During his helpless flight, the brain-eating worm slipped from his grip and crawled straight into his own nostril, sealing his fate. Eric quickly entered the massive hole from which the light poured, his sword drawn and ready, and there he finally found, under the order of a guild employee, the priest Otto, his sister's brother, who looked utterly shocked at the sight of the half-naked jock, even mistaking him for a legendary Voltarian. The two monsters nearby froze in confusion at the mention of such a warrior tribe, while Otto, desperate, tried to ask Eric why he had come to this place, to which Eric firmly replied that he had been tasked with finding him. With a sly and confident look, Otto declared that he knew the Order of Light had other spies, though he was mistaken, and while Eric was still puzzled over Otto wearing his sister's clothes, the priest himself seemed even more baffled, pointing out the strange look on Eric's face while Eric noted Otto's terrible condition. Before either could say more, a pointy-eared werewolf lunged from behind, and in an instant Otto's neck was caught in the grip of a pumped-up monster's massive hand. Eric sprang backward with sharp reflexes, leaving a fiery stream scorched across the ground as he retreated, his eyes fixed on the jock-like figure that now concentrated on drawing the sword from his back while trying to understand what sort of monster stood before him. As the furious werewolf hurled itself toward him, Eric caught sight of information through the manual about a human named Shri, and quickly reasoned that if these creatures knew the Voltarian, then they must have once been human, even as the lizard's massive tail came whipping down. Deciding the scaly beast looked every bit like a lizard, Eric shouted in defiance that even Voltarians would not defeat them, then hesitated, worried he might sound racist by labeling them beastmen. Just as the two launched their combined fist skill, flipping him upside down in midair and releasing a powerful stream that slammed into him. Eyes wide in panic at their overwhelming teamwork, Eric was blasted out of the tunnel at high speed, his body crashing through huge stones until fragments rained around him, and he was finally slammed hard into a boulder, leaving a massive dent. The beastman mocked him, saying this was the price for pretending to be a Voltarian with only a 5th-level power, and yet to their surprise, Eric was still alive. The fur-covered monster laughed maliciously, declaring that if Eric could at least entertain them, he would be spared, and as Eric crouched low, clutching his head, he began to speak words that made the beastman grit his teeth in shock and regret, for Eric humbly apologized for accidentally destroying a hole in their home. Bewildered, the furry monster stared as Eric sincerely admitted he understood their anger, while the lizard too widened his eyes, surprised at the man's repentance, as Eric shared that he himself had once lost his house to a hellhound. Meanwhile, as Otto tried to slip out of the cave, Eric firmly stated that while he did not know what crime the yellow-haired prisoner had committed, he intended to take him after setting everything right, leaving Otto stunned, for the priest had never believed a Voltarian warrior could attempt negotiation instead of slaughter. Suddenly, Otto's eyes widened in realization as he shouted a warning that these were not humans at all, and at that instant a massive paw came crashing down over Eric's head, raising clouds of dust and sending stone fragments flying as Eric barely dodged by leaping into the air, stunned to realize the pair attacking him were truly not human. From the crater's edge, the furred beast roared that it wanted to devour him, standing fully transformed now as a raging werewolf, while new information appeared to confirm his monstrous state. And from behind, another creature crawled up, revealing it could only shift forms as the scaly monster proclaimed with manic freedom that his weak human shell was disappearing. Eric steadied his blade, horrified to conclude that both enemies were losing their humanity altogether, and as the lizard's mighty tail strike exploded across the plateau, he barely dodged by vaulting onto a stone, cursing in frustration as Otto, leaning gloomily at the cave entrance, admitted it was his fault for falling into the monster's clutches. The bug-eyed scientist, crawling toward them with liquid spilling from his mouth, croaked incoherently, declaring that their products lost all sense of friend or foe once wild, and when they killed another warrior, they only grew more frenzied, their power now equal to that of the dreaded Nos monsters. With the werewolf and lizard opening their bloodthirsty jaws, Eric braced himself, pushing off from the sword stuck in the ground and slamming hard onto the rock, then shouting rhetorically if they were monsters. With cold focus, every muscle flexing, he swung his massive blade in a furious arc, striking with devastating force and roaring that they could have just said so, his attack cutting deep into the bodies of both the lizard and the werewolf and tearing the battlefield apart in an explosion of stone, dust, and flying debris. Otto looked up in terror as the hill cracked apart, while the deranged scientist laughed hysterically, pointing to the massive cleave that now scarred the rock face like a gravestone. Eric solemnly placed a photo of the priest, a flower, and a white artifact before it, apologizing for only being able to bring such tokens, while Otto battled the mad scientist behind him. Exhausted but alive, Otto staggered out of the ant tunnel, thanking Eric, whom he now called Volterra, for saving him, to which Eric replied simply that he was just fulfilling his task to find him. As Otto pounded his fists against Eric's chest and begged forgiveness, the jock smiled, suggesting they return to the city, his eyes fixed ahead with renewed determination, though Otto's voice trembled with guilt as he confessed that Alejandro had discovered everything and now Atisa was in grave danger. When Eric called out his name, Otto looked at him with desperate hope, and without hesitation, the main character's voice rang with resolve as he asked the question that would set the course for what came next. Where was the dragon's nest? Green droplets splattered around the screaming piglet as Sir Alejandro was informed that artificial leadership could only absorb experience points, and his subordinate explained that because life force was made up of both experience and life energy, the process would ultimately kill anyone without a dragon core. Alejandro, smiling coldly, replied that it didn't matter since this test was merely to study the functions of the dragon core, and as the man with straight bangs increased the vitality flowing into the creature, the piglet convulsed violently, shaking as it absorbed the incoming green energy, until suddenly the droplets froze in midair and the beast collapsed, forcing the researcher to press the red button to halt operations. Realizing the experiment was truly a failure, Alejandro glanced sideways at his subordinate, while the dark-haired man silently concluded that to create a true artificial manual, one would require a humanoid manual, a dragon egg, and a functioning dragon nest to properly fuse with the dragon core's vitality. As the fat test subject stood trembling with his head down, Alejandro recalled how the dragon's nest had already begun to collapse after the last launch, but his thoughts were broken when the enraged piglet hurled itself at the man behind the durable glass, extending trembling fingers toward him. Alejandro only raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and deftly spun the scalpel in his hand as dark ropes with frayed ends shot out to bind the screaming piglet in a snare. Calmly observing, Alejandro stated that another key must be required to make the experiment succeed, and then, pointing his scalpel toward the carcass, he coldly ordered his terrified subordinate, who sat trembling on the floor, to call for the ant. The man stammered back that the ant had left days ago in search of samples and had not returned, and as the fat test subject collapsed onto the tiled floor, Alejandro gave him a fleeting glance and asked if he had meant Priest Otto, which the researcher confirmed, adding nervously that the ant had been accompanied by 2 experimental subjects of approximately level 60. At this, Alejandro's brow furrowed, his instincts warning him something was wrong, for he had no idea who could possibly fight against those 2, and narrowing his eyes, he muttered to himself about the inquisitors, realizing that their involvement complicated matters. When the shaken scientist stood at the exit clutching a tablet, Alejandro did not turn but issued a chilling order to place the failed test subject as a guard on the deepest floor, and when the man hesitantly asked how many subjects to deploy, Alejandro paused only briefly before walking away and, with a dark expression, uttered a single word, "Everyone." A full week passed since Atisa had arrived at the dragon's nest, and during that time she and the undercover man ceaselessly explored the area. Being a dragon herself, Atisa already knew much about the nest, which made survival easier. While outside, the wyvern lay upon the ground, weighed down by the painful thought that she could not aid her her massive body preventing her from even entering the nest. Lonely and restless, Eifer could rarely talk to her close companion, for she was constantly busy working on completing the dragon core, and with tears in her eyes she resolved bitterly to mock Atisa after her work was done, to ignore her now so that later she would look upon her scaly friend differently. Yet those dark feelings dissolved the moment Aliji appeared, and Eifer's expression brightened instantly, her petty revenge forgotten as joy overtook her at the sight of her comrade. Listening as Atisa spoke with enthusiasm about her day, the dark-haired girl gently took her hand while examining a wound Atisa had sustained, but the magician only smiled, dismissing it as a trivial scratch unworthy of concern for any hunter. Still, Alishe asked tiredly why her partner always exaggerated such minor things, but Eifer, dissatisfied with the comparison and her own feelings, turned away, asking curtly if Atisa had managed to learn anything new. Aliji calmly told Eifer that they hadn't found anything special, but the wyvern scoffed, mocking that perhaps Miss Atisa had claimed the dragon's nest was broken. The red-haired magician gently corrected her, saying it wasn't broken at all. When Aliji explained that the dragon core was the true key to the nest's operation, Eifer's eyes widened with worry. Atisa eagerly added that when the wyvern had been struck by a bolt of life energy, the nest had memorized her core as a key. However, since the core was still incomplete, Eifer couldn't yet absorb life energy, which only made the nest appear broken. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Eifer's blue muzzle, realizing she was the super key to solving the problem. She was overjoyed, believing she now had more reason than ever to strengthen her core. The wyvern's joyful babbling filled the air as Alije turned toward Atisa, who looked troubled, and then sadly informed Eifer that they would be abandoning this plan. Shocked, Eifer loudly rejected the decision, insisting she was the key, but Alije countered firmly that there was another way. Atisa explained gently that the new plan involved absorbing the guy's life energy, and Alije immediately added that she would accompany him. Eifer, frustrated, tried to argue further when a loud noise suddenly erupted from the rocks. Atisa froze in disbelief while the dark-haired girl moved cautiously aside as both of them watched the ground split open below, where a massive hole began to form. Aliji's heart sank, already fearing the worst. From the pit emerged a grotesque monstrosity, a swollen pig with a sagging belly, its head splitting into a giant gaping mouth lined with jagged teeth, and eerie eyes leering above. The creature that the piglet had transformed into roared for flesh as terrified people scrambled to escape. A powerful strike landed on the monster, causing an explosion of dust, but it didn't leave a single scratch on the abomination. Standing above, Atise and Alishe analyzed the situation, linking it to Alejandro's twisted experiments, while Eifer remained to the side. The red-haired magician fired spells from his wand, asking if there was a hunter's reserve nearby, but the blind girl replied that even if there was, only Atisa could get close enough to the beast. Evaluating the threat, Atisa noted its 6th-level advantage and the futility of ranged attacks, his expression turning serious. He turned sharply to Eifer, requesting her help to take him into the air, but the wyvern, feeling useless and desperate to prove herself, stubbornly launched into the sky without waiting for guidance. Dust exploded upward as Alishe screamed in vain, calling out for her reckless friend. When the dust began to clear, Atisa looked up in amazement at the blue dragon soaring desperately above the battlefield. Down below, Mr. Colliner struggled in the wreckage, trapped as the monster loomed closer with its massive maw ready to devour him. Just as death seemed certain, a stream of blazing blue fire rained down from above, forcing the monster to shield itself with its massive arms. Flames spread wildly, and Colliner crouched behind a cart, praying for survival. The beast's attention quickly shifted skyward, its hunger now fixated on the wyvern circling above. Eifer glared furiously at the fat monstrosity, realizing she could fight it head-on without relying on Atisa's spells. Analyzing the creature's strength at level 51, she calculated her chances and prepared for battle. His expression twisted with malice as he accused them of trying to escape, certain now that Eifer, with her dragon core, was the key he needed. Hatred burned in the wyvern's eyes as Alije stood grimly at her side, glaring at him. Alejandro's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes narrowing with predatory delight as he reminded them that he had warned there would be no second chance. But before he could strike, a sudden flash of orange light burst from behind him. A red-haired magician descended from above, activating an artifact that pulsed with fiery energy, its glow cutting through the darkness as the battle reached a new, terrifying stage. Alejandro's eyes narrowed with menace as he ordered the wyvern to flee, and in that tense moment, Atisa unleashed a powerful surge of magic, her red wands glowing as a torrent of energy filled the battlefield. Yet the orange blaze of her spell failed to pierce Alejandro's defenses, and he sneered when he realized that the young sorceress, too, stood firmly at Alige's side. The ward moved swiftly, darting in with her blades, trying to strike him from behind, but Alejandro did not even shift his footing. His magic alone was enough to halt her attack in midair. A crackling discharge of blue lightning sparked from his weapons as the clash resounded. Alige, refusing to think of herself, shouted desperately to her wyvern companion to fly away before it was too late, her voice breaking with urgency. Obeying in pain, Ifer beat her mighty wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind Aliche and Atis to face the overwhelming force of Alejandro alone. Aliche lifted her swords once more, readying herself for another strike, her body trembling but her spirit unbroken, while beside her Atis gathered furious strength, channeling energy into a blazing red sphere supported by 3 crystal wands. Small bursts of magical sparks flared from Alejandro's daggers as he fought off attacks from both women at once, repelling their blows with effortless precision. Their strikes landed, but Alejandro only laughed, hurling himself into the air as arcs of blinding blue lightning snaked behind him. From above, Ifer's instinct screamed something was wrong. A sudden blue flash erupted below with crackling discharges, and in the next instant Alejandro streaked upward, closing the distance with terrifying speed. His malicious grin spread wide as his eyes locked onto the wyvern, his next target. Meanwhile, far from the battle, Eric clashed against a towering stone golem, his blade slicing clean through its massive body until it split in two and crumbled into rubble. Breathing hard, he listened as Emil reminded him that the dragon's nest lay hidden within the Rocky Mountains, the very reason they had traveled so far. But frustration surged in Eric's voice as he snapped that all the mountains looked the same. Emil, ever the priest, calmly suggested that they search more carefully, adding that this place bore a resemblance to Volterra's home. The jock glared contemptuously, accusing Emil of being nothing but a useless spy, to which Emil indignantly retorted that he was a high-ranking priest. Their bickering continued, with Eric scoffing while Emil insisted on his worth, until Eric's attention shifted to the lumbering ant that accompanied them. Looking perplexed, Eric asked whether the creature even understood their direction anymore, but the ant no longer recognized human speech, circling aimlessly like a beast rather than a man. Emil's voice grew heavy with disdain as he concluded that the scientist had finally transformed into a monster. Yet Eric, instead of recoiling, knelt and gently fed the ant clover, explaining calmly that such care would guide the creature to their destination. Watching this, Emil scowled in disbelief, his patience breaking, and shouted that Atisa might already be dead while Eric wasted time. Those words hit like a blade. Something inside Eric snapped, his eyes widened, fury and fear surging together. Emil, realizing his mistake, quickly apologized, saying he should not have spoken that way. Eric stood, his face tight with pain, but he answered that he held no grudge. He remembered bitterly how at their parting, he had told someone he might die while treating his partner like a weakling, yet deep inside, he had only been trying to find an excuse not to be left alone. For a moment, Emil studied him, then unexpectedly admitted that he had not expected such loyalty from someone born among a barbarian tribe obsessed with blood and battle. Flustered, Eric straightened, trying to mask his emotions by snapping back furiously that guts and blood were the best of all, clinging to bravado as the priest chuckled softly. But then, in the distance, light exploded from the mountaintop, brilliant and terrifying. Emil turned in alarm, realizing that such power could only come from a swordsman's strike, and if it could be seen from such a vast distance, then it could only be Alejandro. The priest muttered that he must return to the order and summon the army. But before his words even finished, Eric crouched low, his muscles coiled like a spring. Emil stared in disbelief as the jock's feet shattered the earth beneath him. Eric launched forward like a bolt of blue lightning, his body tearing through the air at impossible speed. Nothing else mattered. His mind, his heart, his every breath was fixed on one goal alone. to reach the mountains, to reach Atisse and to see her again before it was too late. The furious and confused, Atissa attacked, unable to comprehend how Alejandro could so effortlessly dominate others. Yet Alejandro, taking the weapon from his subordinate, approached her with a chilling calmness, asserting contemptuously that everyone surrounding them was merely expendable, mere mobs to be manipulated and used. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into Alishi's shoulder, eliciting a scream of agony and tears from her eyes, while Ephir screamed furiously, demanding Alejandro stop hurting Unia. The sword pierced the wyvern's body, and she screamed in excruciating pain, gritting her teeth as her eyes welled with tears, internalizing blame for the unfolding tragedy. Alejandro smirked cruelly, holding a restoration device designed for the test subject, grasping the screaming girl by the shoulder and lifting her into the air, explaining with a twisted sense of generosity that she should be grateful to him. He pressed the device into Aliji's neck, telling her that he was helping her meet her mother, minimizing the side effects of the artificial guidance, all while emphasizing the need for data that mirrored experimental parameters. Alejandro's expression twisted into one of disbelief at the Rothians' foolishness as they prepared to plunge a dagger into the girl, though he noted that it no longer truly mattered, for their ignorance would allow her to perish in a semblance of peace. Suddenly, a fiery orange energy surged into existence directly before Alejandro's face, vivid and consuming, while Atissa, standing at a measured distance, unleashed a powerful stream of fire at him, his voice cracking with fury as he commanded Elijah to seize this fleeting chance and act, the tension and chaos of the battlefield reaching a fever pitch as every second became a life-or-death gamble. The girl, gritting her teeth, bathed in the radiant glow of energy from the recent blow, reached forward desperately with her hand, her wings damaged from the earlier sword strike, yet still trying to brace herself. At that instant, Alejandro cursed under his breath, shoving his subordinate forcefully, sending her tumbling into the pit behind, her body crashing despite her weakened wings. Either resolutely rushing to aid her friend or determined to follow her uneasy descent, she approached the edge of the chasm, preparing to leap into the dark void. Atisse pressed the attack against Alejandro with unyielding focus while Elijah and Ifer huddled deep within the hole, gripping fiery arrows in their hands, their presence a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. He forced himself to drive away restless thoughts of their safety, knowing that now was not the time for hesitation. Atissa assumed they were holding up and resolved to do everything possible in this critical moment, clutching a single arrow while three others hovered in midair, glowing a threatening red, an energy ball concentrated at the tip of his weapon. Atissa launched an incredibly powerful stream of fire toward his opponent, only to notice with mounting fear that the magic stones were beginning to fracture and crumble under the strain. Holding back the relentless torrent of fire, Alejandro retaliated, sending a precise bolt of lightning toward the magician, who tried to shield himself behind a dagger. Alejandro sneered, taunting Atissa, claiming he had spared him so far only because he considered him a relatively strong mob, but clearly he had underestimated his current adversary. With a vicious glare and a round mark on his cheek from earlier clashes, Alejandro shouted angrily that if Atissa wished to die, he would gladly grant him that favor, and one by one, the magic stones embedded in the arrows shattered, leaving Atissa completely defenseless as lightning bolts rained down, each one a potential end. Atissa stared wide-eyed, believing this might truly be the end, and for a fleeting moment he thought his assistance might no longer be necessary to destroy the apparatus for collecting vital forces. Yet closing his eyes, he worried about the problems Hanbin would face in his absence. Suddenly, Eric appeared from behind on the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust as he struck the ground, his arrival shocking Alejandro into thinking a bomb had fallen from the sky, and causing further chaos as something appeared broken due to Ifer's actions. Atisse, seeing Eric's decisive kick land right in front of him, could hardly believe his eyes, astonishment written across his face. Eric, equally relieved, apologized for interfering with Atissa's efforts, rising from the ground to assess his friend's condition and clarify the situation, while Atisse, completely drained and frustrated, admitted he had tried his best but could not accomplish anything alone. Observing the muscular man at Alejandro's side, Eric's expression sharpened with surprise and suspicion, but Alejandro, menacing and readying his magic daggers, barked rudely for him not to interfere. Shocked by how this low-level fighter survived such a fall unscathed, Eric slammed his fist into Alejandro's unpleasant face with sheer force, sending the man flying backward, and the main character, his temper flaring, called him a pervert, while Alejandro's stunned figure hovered in midair, leaving Atise wide-eyed at the unfolding chaos. The magician, realizing Eric's insult was based on a misunderstanding, Alejandro, having donned women's clothing to infiltrate the area, watched as the man crashed violently into the wall, sending debris flying around, and both Atise and the protagonist cursed at the enemy for his recklessness. Atise, astonished, clarified that the misunderstanding had been total, while Eric flaunted his pumped-up, battle-ready body, questioning whether someone of such high level could possibly be a local leader, marveling at the scoundrel's tenacity, despite believing him dead. Looking down, Atise admitted candidly that without the main character's intervention, he himself would already have perished. Meanwhile, the green-glowing, muscular Eric, urged by his friend not to underestimate Alejandro, turned his attention as a vibrant green aura flared where Alejandro had landed, his presence undeniable. Eric concluded that one strike alone would not suffice, and Atise corrected his partner, noting that Alejandro was actively absorbing life energy via the dragon core, a terrifying revelation. Alejandro and Walk advanced toward their enemies, surrounded by streams of turquoise energy that crackled and danced in the air. Alejandro's rage palpable as he held his daggers, his gaze fixed with contempt upon the gathered foes, disdain dripping from his words as he labeled them all fucking mobs. While Alejandro seethed in rage at Atise's fiery attack, mocking the young magician with biting insults, Alige tumbled helplessly into a vast chasm that yawned deep in the earth, her shoulders pierced and heart racing violently with every panicked beat. Eifer, pinned beneath the weight of the sword, struggled painfully to free her wings, ignoring the sharp sting of her injuries, and finally launched herself into the air, calling out loudly and desperately for her friend. The wyvern plunged into the abyss, eyes wide with terror as she fixed on the falling swordswoman. The pit was vast, a perfect circle illuminated only by narrow beams of sunlight reaching down to the bottom, casting eerie fractured light across the jagged terrain. The bloodied sword lay nearby, abandoned as Aliche tried to carefully bandage her wounded shoulder, struggling to stay conscious. From the depths, Eifer called to her friend, heart pounding and trembling with fear, but Aliche showed no signs of life. The wyvern's green eyes welled with massive tears as realization struck. She let out loud, anguished sobs, apologizing repeatedly to her fallen comrade, her clawed wings trembling as she squeezed her eyes shut and tears streamed freely down her face. Suddenly, tiny arcs of electric blue lightning danced across Aliche's chest, crackling softly. The swordswoman coughed violently, twisting onto her side, covering her mouth with a trembling hand, and slowly, miraculously, her eyes opened. Eifer's tear-streaked gaze widened in astonishment, relief washing over her as she watched her friend alive, gasping but breathing, while Eric and Atise stared at the growing spherical radiance that enveloped the area. The magician explained to Eric that Alejandro had implanted the dragon core within himself and that he was still oblivious to Atise's dragon essence. Normally, the power captured from a dragon core was not so overwhelming, but Atise explained that using the core inside the dragon's nest amplified everything, as an immense amount of life force could be absorbed. Alejandro's anger now turned toward Eric. The young man possessed no artifact, yet management had assigned him level 5, a rank Alejandro couldn't comprehend. He couldn't fathom where Eric's strength came from, nor who this formidable youth truly was. Eric, unfazed, merely grinned in response, preparing to introduce himself, his voice echoing loudly and proudly as a true Volturian warrior. Atise shifted awkwardly, uncertain how to react to Eric's bold declaration, while Alejandro arched a brow, grinning as he listened to Eric's exclamations, claiming that as a Volturian he would only forgive the heinous acts of a man if that man sincerely apologized. When Atise urged Eric to take things more seriously, he smiled sheepishly, whispering that they didn't need to involve themselves and could simply wait for Emil to report the location and return. However, when the magician revealed that Eric was from the Great Earth, a group infamous for killing goddesses, Eric froze, silent in shock. Alejandro, ignoring Eric's reluctance to disclose his origin, bowed his head slightly, raising his bladed hands with a grin, warning that he would uncover everything about the young man if he dared interfere. As the swordsman channeled his magical energy, the surrounding terrain seemed to respond, energy rising from the ground and lingering in the air, crackling with raw power. Sparks danced along Alejandro as he readied himself, lightning arcing across his body as he prepared to strike. The only visible trail of this technique earned it the ominous name, Lightning and Prince. Eric's muscular arm swung with precision as Alejandro's dagger came hurtling toward him. The young man's face hardened with determination as he delivered a forceful, calculated counterstrike. Alejandro, momentarily caught behind him, leaped with intent, calling out that Eric was merely a level 5 false Voltarian, underestimating his skill. Atisa observed from the side, eyes wide at Alejandro's astonishing speed and fluid movements, noting even then that the man was deliberately restraining himself. Eric drew his sword and pivoted smoothly, moving without hesitation, and yet not a single observer noticed Alejandro's alien nature. Alejandro's grin turned manic as he remarked that if Eric were merely level 50, his head would already have been severed, though the realization that the young man hailed from another world gave him pause. Alejandro weaved nimbly around Eric with twin daggers, eyes sharp and calculating, attempting to discern if the young man had reached level 60. Every movement demanded close-quarters engagement, forcing the young Voltarian to match speed and precision, aware that each second could determine survival or death. The battle lines were drawn, tension thick as the earth beneath them seemed to pulse with the energy of the dragon core, the air itself humming in anticipation of the brutal clash about to unfold. Alejandro swung his twin blades with precision and authority, a smirk curling across his face as he declared that it would be best for Eric not to dodge now. The words carried an unspoken threat, sharp and confident. The young man froze for a heartbeat when Alejandro reminded him that Atisa was positioned right behind him, a presence that made Eric visibly nervous, unsure of which move to make next. Atisa himself seemed on the verge of tears, his gaze dropping in silent despair, a quiet shadow of worry over the situation. Alejandro, thoroughly enjoying the battle, reported aloud how the rotations of his blades had caused the surrounding energy to spiral uncontrollably, repeatedly amplifying the strength of his attacks with every turn. Eric held his sword like a shield, eyes wide as he studied the violent whirlwind of lightning Alejandro had conjured. Alejandro's mockery continued even as frustration crept into his tone, questioning how many pieces Eric would tear himself into under the relentless assault. Eric, undeterred, tightened his grip on the weapon, veins protruding along his muscular arms, intertwining with the pulsating energy of his exertion. Alejandro, stripped of his usual manic grin, now wore a bewildered, dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, a magical lightning explosion erupted between them, striking with raw, crackling force. Eric pressed his sword firmly against his leg, bracing for the energy, while Alejandro crossed his blades in a threatening glare, eyes sharp and hostile. The young swordsman's steely gaze met Alejandro's, and he remarked coolly that not dodging this attack had been the wisest decision he could make. Alejandro's hands trembled with exertion, strength draining rapidly, his body straining under the pressure. When Eric, with a tinge of irony, inquired about Alejandro's level, the man's face contorted from sheer overexertion. Yet he could not help but silently admire the young warrior's formidable power. Alejandro trembled, trying desperately to resist the punishing force Eric wielded. Then, Atisa called out to Eric, and he snapped his eyes open. Confused, he did not immediately withdraw his sword from Alejandro, only to realize that the magician's voice resonated clearly inside his head, a one-way telepathy that left the young man awestruck at Atisa's abilities. Atisa, fixing him with an intense stare, explained that Alejandro was the only one capable of controlling the dragon's nest at that moment, a terrifying fact. He could absorb life energy, and as a result, heal himself almost instantly. The magician continued, warning that Alejandro's death would trigger an uncontrollable explosion of energy, spreading chaos that could drain strength and fatally harm those of lower levels. Atisa emphasized that the only way to prevent catastrophe was to destroy the energy source itself. Eric absorbed this grim reality, understanding that he would need to carefully control his own power in the fight with Alejandro. Atisa bowed his head and called out, insistent, that both of them would have to confront the man together. Eric's gaze hardened, muscles tensing as he prepared for the inevitable clash. Watching Alejandro struggle to restrain the weight of Eric's sword, Atisa thought grimly that the man would have already perished if not for Eric's timely intervention. The magician frowned, reflecting that even after doing everything within his capability, the subsequent death of Alejandro, if left unchecked, would not occur within the youth's lifetime. Atisa, troubled, lamented that searching for the source alone offered no guarantees of success, his face marked with sadness. As he prepared to voice his worries, Eric's hand suddenly shot forward, snapping against Atisa's forehead with enough force to send him sprawling. Alejandro, momentarily dazed on the ground, leveled one dagger toward the unexpected strike, stunned into disbelief. Atisa's eyes welled with tears as he pressed his throbbing forehead, overwhelmed by both pain and the young man's decisive action. Eric, exasperated by the confusing situation, instructed Atisa to destroy the energy mechanism while he held Alejandro in check. The magician, either out of excitement or lingering resentment, shouted that Eric was indeed strong, yet warned that Alejandro's attack still posed grave danger. Eric cut him off, looking over his shoulder with a confident smile, expressing trust in the magician, assuring him that together they would finally return home. Atisa fell silent, eyes wide, staring at his friend with a mix of awe and relief, the corners of his mouth twitching into a small, reluctant smile as he absorbed the gravity of Eric's resolve. As Atisa departed, he promised to return soon. Eric rested his palms firmly on the sword hilt, watching his comrade vanish from sight, a rare softness in his gaze as he considered the delicate yet fierce nature of a dragon. But as his eyes returned to Alejandro, all warmth vanished, replaced entirely by burning hostility. Alejandro, unconcerned, continued staring at the ground, seemingly in no hurry to pursue Eric. Then, lifting his head, he responded with a calculated grin, claiming that the matter was too important to rush, and that he would only move swiftly if some pitiful low-level mob dared to challenge him. He raised his blade, unwavering, firmly convinced that the situation could not threaten him as long as Eric remained unable to strike him fatally. Eric, lips curling into a dangerous grin, simply stated that under these circumstances, he would have to defeat Alejandro decisively, but without killing him.